Good morning. Hopefully everybody had a good heckin' night. Hopefully today there will not be a lot of tech issues. Hopefully not a lot. I don't know why I was having a crazy CPU leak last night. We'll have to probably have Nim do some troubleshooting since I'm off tomorrow. Since I'm off tomorrow. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. I am excited to finally get back into yapping. I feel like I was robbed of my Tangent Friday. I could not juice my tangent glands. Affirm the green square. True. True. How am I doing today? Well, my stomach isn't super nauseous today, which is good. We'll see how it feels after I've been yapping for like an hour. My neck and shoulder are in quite a lot of pain, though. I finally did get my prescription filled after learning that Walmart has crazy policies. I had been using, Walmart's pharmacy since I had been uninsured, since they're, like, the cheapest one around. But it seems like they don't like filling prescriptions, for opiates. So, when we tried going there before, they were like, oh, yeah, we don't have that, so we can't fill that. And I was like, okay, well, before I just leave it somewhere, I'm gonna try going to other places. And we tried like 8 pharmacies, and they were all out of what I was given a prescription for. But going back today, they were just like, oh, we see that your prescription here is for a full month dosage. We actually don't do that. We can only give you 7 days worth of your medication, and then you'll have to bring us a new prescription. And I was like, what why would I have to make another doctor appointment, get another piss test, and pay for the doctor appointment, pay for the piss test, and then pay for a new prescription because you won't give me my full dosage? And they're just like, oh, we're sorry, that's the CDC guidelines. And so I looked it up on my phone. It's not the CDC guidelines, by the way. It's actually just Walmart's guidelines. Because apparently they even preface the guidelines with like, yeah, we know we're the only pharmacy in the country that does this, but we believe we're doing a good thing by reducing the amount of opioids in people's hands. Despite significant pushback we've gotten on this policy, we believe this is forward leading for the greater good, you know? Fuck Walmart. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty fucking much. So I was like, okay, it's just Walmart being fucking crazy. So thankfully I was able to go to a different pharmacy and get it filled, and everything is okay now. Needs a Costco membership. Does Costco have a pharmacy? I've never lived near a Costco, so really helps when there's fucking Fent everywhere on the street already. I mean, again, like when my doctor gave me this new prescription, I was like, hey, do you want me to bring like the rest of the tramadol I haven't used back in? I know that's not as controlled as what you're giving me now, but it's still like, you know, a low dosage opiate. I don't want to just have that hanging around my house. And they were like, oh no, just do whatever you want with it. It's like, what? So you have to jump through hoops like a fucking disabled circus animal to get the things in the first place. But once you have them, they're just like, yeah, we don't give a shit. This is a company that put in self-checkouts that when the thieving went rampant, they had to hire more people to monitor it than removed the self-checkouts. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Tramadol's like aspirin compared to the other stuff. Yeah, and it's like, even though it's hydrocodone and it's obviously stronger than tramadol, it's still like the lowest dosage of hydrocodone. And it's still not oxy, so it's just like, fuck, man. Confirmed Kier's a gimpy elephant. Jesus Christ. The USA is a legal and medical health scam. Can you imagine if I had insurance and I was trying to do this? There would be even more fucking red tape trying to get this shit filled. And crush it up and put it on Gordon Ramsay restaurant toilet seats. What the fuck? Transom also has worse withdrawals than other opiates. Oh, do you mean the tramadol? Yeah, I've heard that as well. My dad's girlfriend is on painkillers as well because she has some really bad degenerative issue with her back as well. And she was saying that like when she was given tramadol, because usually before they give you stronger opiates, they always start you on something like tramadol that's very, very low dosage. And she was like, I wasn't even on it for very long, and the withdrawals from it were probably the harshest I've ever experienced. You'd have to go through like 50 tests. Yeah. You have multiple bags filled with old prescriptions that just sit in your room because you don't know what to do with that many of them. I have like a bunch of old gabapentin that like I don't know what to fucking do with it. I was like, do I flush it? I don't want to put it in like the water system, right? I don't want to throw it in the trash because then someone can get their hands on it. Like what do I fucking do with it? What do I do with these old prescriptions that like I don't need to take anymore? Like they didn't have an effect. Like they're just not. What do I do? Where's my background music even? Where are... There we go. I was like, I can't find my tabs. And give it to the pharmacy for proper disposal. Okay, I can take it back to a pharmacy? I didn't know that. Okay, I can do that then. Simple, easy. I can try that. Hopefully the pharmacy will take them. Dad and his girlfriend are lucky that they met too late for the degen back issues to fuse into the ultimate spine-crippling disease. Yeah, my dad and my grandfather always had issues with their backs, and I always thought it was because, you know, they were manual laborers, so, like, they put more physical strain on their body, which obviously probably doesn't help, right? But I guess I didn't realize that I also had, like, spinal issues that ran in the family. It's an ad for Sherm Play on Twitch. What the fuck? Why do they need advertisements? Your Walgreens has, like, a big metal lock bin to drop off old stuff in. I've never seen those. Some pharmacies have take-back programs. Make sure you check before you just show up. Some police stations also have similar Okay, I'll have to check out what's in my area then. You tried to tell her about the BGM so long. I've only been live for 11 minutes. What do you mean? The Verstal bloodline is one of back problems. Yeah, apparently. You're cursed with eye issues. You're legally blind. It's like seeing in 140p without glasses. Jesus. If you tend to have problems getting prescribed and problems getting those scripts filled, why get rid of excess that can save you during those periods? It's not excess that would help me. Again, like the stuff like gabapentin was stuff my psychiatrist gave me many years ago, because my doctors wouldn't take my pain seriously and wouldn't give me anything for pain. So my psychiatrists are not able to prescribe painkillers, and especially not able to prescribe opiates, because that's not their jurisdiction. So my psychiatrist is basically trying to throw anything at me that might have, like, pain-killing side effects that could possibly help me, which is also how I found out I was allergic to stuff like Cymbalta. Lots of little Fs. Yeah, I have like 394 dropped frames, but I haven't had a red square yet, so we'll see. Don't need to use a take-back box. Gabapentin isn't that big of a deal. Just toss it in used cat litter and throw it in the garbage. It just goes in the landfill. I feel weird about, like, disposing of pills in that manner, I guess. Like, it just feels like I shouldn't just throw them in the trash. Think the medical industry will ever get even slightly better? Probably not. I have very little faith in everything to do with the medical industry, honestly. Streaming confirmed to give people back problems, or Kirsche is just that well endowed. I was rollerblading basically since I could walk. I absolutely fucking loved rollerblading. I was super, super fucking active. I had a rollerblading accident that fucked up my back. I fractured my tailbone, and I've had pain pretty much ever since then. Every single one of my back issues stems from my rollerblading accident, and then doctors not taking me seriously when I tell them that I have pain left over from it. And that has exacerbated into lots of nerve damage and degenerative issues with my spine. Broke your ass aware, yeah. Yeah, sell your pills to a local dealer. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I'm pretty sure you shouldn't do that. Proper pharmacist usually checks your prescription for any unwanted interactions between all those meds. I don't think I've ever had a pharmacist in my entire life ever check for interactions with my meds. I know pharmacists, like, need a degree and, like, training, but basically, they're, like, glorified cashiers, in my experience. Like, they don't have any useful knowledge, they don't have helpful information, they don't check out your interactions with your medications. They're basically like a cashier that'll occasionally just be like, yeah, I don't want to fill your prescription, so fuck off. And you said break the Foxy's back? That's not what we meant! And the only cross-reference is what they've already prescribed. That's the doctor's job. That's why they always ask for up-to-date medicine list. I also found out that when you get a prescription for stuff, like I had for, like, the Schedule 2 or whatever, opiates, they print the prescription on, like, special paper. And I only found this out on accident because I put the paper, like, next to my router while I was trying to see if there were any router issues. And so they print the prescription on special, like, heat-sensitive paper that has, like, a seal on it. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool way to make sure nobody's, like, forging these things. Rollerblading is so much fun. It is. I fucking loved rollerblading, dude. I would basically spend half my week when I wasn't in school either rollerblading or playing Dance Dance Revolution, man. One doctor at the clinic giving you meds you're allergic to, and when you say that won't work, well, if you're not gonna work with us, I can't help you. Yeah, but they were like a DEI Nigerian. They probably had like a doctorate degree that's as worthwhile as if I printed one out on Google, right? Like after my experiences with the urgent care clinic, I pretty much don't trust urgent care clinics even more than I don't trust regular doctors. Most vegan substitutes for meat dishes are bad, to be honest. Very random, but also yes. Would you rather rollerblade these days if you could? If I didn't have any back issues, abso-fucking-lutely, I would still be rollerblading. Stop noticing. Prescription forgery sounds like a good business venture. Probably not so much, because I don't know how you would forge the heat-treated paper, man. It's probably not a good idea. That's like a shitty vegan soy bacon. Ew. Could I still DDR even? I still have my old DDR pads. I've always wanted like the specialty metal ones. I don't know how expensive those are in current year. When I get a house, I might look into trying to get the metal pads. Since I live in a like not first floor apartment, I would not be able to play DDR without being an obnoxious tenant, so I haven't played in years. Full-blown DDR machine would be lit. Also true. You think they're still exactly as expensive, 1 to 2K? Just for the metal pads? Really? There are 2 Nigerian doctors, a genius with 160 plus IQ, and a moron that got their kids to do their assignments. There's no in-between. Also, basically, when a doctor walks in and they're, like, obese and unhealthy, I just immediately discount what they have to say. I just feel like, I don't know, if you're gonna be a doctor, I feel like, I don't know, you should probably be in decently healthy condition, minus things that are out of your control, like, you know, hereditary diseases and shit. Do you trust doctors to shave your extra spine bones without leaving you a cripple? If I can avoid surgery on my spine, I'm fucking going to. I've only ever heard nightmare scenarios about that. Kirsche, I still have pain. Doctor, have you tried not being a female? Pretty much. Pretty much. I've told before.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is
Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. Clouded Sensorium, thank you for that resub on Kick, my guy. Thank you for the 3 months on Kick. Kirsche DDR foot cam stream, let's go. You're gonna have to wait for me to have a house, which hopefully will happen this year. I know I've basically been looking for an entire year, and I've only found 2 that I liked, and you know, the first one was in New Jersey, and I wasn't prepared. Didn't really know what was going on with mortgages, so I lost that one. And then I lost the other one I really wanted that was really close to my family because the seller's agent was fucking retarded. Very sad. Foot cam featuring cheese ball, true. And real, holy shit. Average IQ in Nigeria is 68, number 112 on the world stage. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if that's true. Speaking of things that chat tells me that's not true, somebody came in chat the other day and had mentioned that, like, Black Lives Matter had 2 of their 3 mansions burned down, and they were like, oh yeah, the Quartering was the one that tweeted it. Apparently that's, not correct. Apparently that's fake news. Apparently that's just completely fucking made up bullshit. Didn't really happen. Unlucky! Real estate agents all deserve to be strung up. They're all horrible. Well, while I agree with you for like 99.9% of real estate agents, I have very much loved the one I've been working with. She has been nothing short of fucking wonderful. She even sent me a Christmas gift. She didn't have to send me anything because I'm just like a fucking client. I haven't even paid her yet because I haven't bought a house, right? She not only got me a Christmas gift, but it was a Christmas gift of like something that I actually like. Like, she knows I'm looking for Victorian houses. She knows I go antiquing. She knows I've been looking for like different sets of like 1800s and early 1900s China. And so she got me a set of MZ Austria like unique plates. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That's the sweetest fucking thing. This woman is wonderful. What a joy. Yeah, like, it wasn't even just like, oh, here's like a consolation card, thanks for being a client. It was like an actually tailored gift. That's how you know you got a great rep. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, she's definitely a good real estate agent. She's wooing the Kirsche. Can you have her number? She's married. Sorry, chat. She's already married. Tell your agent chat wants hugs. Any new houses? Winter is a really bad season for real estate. It's really good for buyers because houses stay on the market for ages. But there's not really too many new properties that come on. I check every single fucking day, and I have like 5 different places that I check, plus the mailing list that my real estate agent gives me. Nothing really new catching my eye, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I had to be married or gay. She'll get back 100 times as much profit on that gift if you buy something through her. I mean, yeah, but I'm sure she's not thinking of that. At any point in time, I could just give up looking for a Victorian and get like a $500,000 condemned crack shed, right? Kind of married or really married kind of like really married kind of married, like ride or die kind of woman. Victorian houses have gone into hiding for the winter. There was a cool one that came on the market in Concord that kind of looked like a castle, but it was in a really bad state. Like, whoever lived there did not take care of it very well, so it needed a metric fuck ton of repairs. And I cannot afford, like, an $800,000 home plus hundreds of thousands of dollars of repairs on a mortgage. It's a little bit too much debt for me to take on, right? And it didn't have a yard. It was like 8,000 square feet. So I was like, there's 2 things that just eliminate it right there. And she took the vows. She's sticking to it. Yeah, exactly. 500,000 can only get you a crack shed. Fucking inflation is brutal. I have had to show off a handful of different like crack sheds that have gone up for sale in the New England area. Because a lot of I've gotten a lot of comments of people being like, oh, Kirsche's bragging about how rich she is because she's trying to buy an expensive home. Just get something cheaper. No one wants to hear you complain about not being able to afford like a hugely expensive homes. Fuck you. I was like, yeah, sure, I could move to like Minnesota or Iowa, but like I want to live near my family, and I have to make this point to you that like cheap homes do not exist in New England unless you're buying a like cockroach infested crack shed that needs to be torn down and rebuilt, which will run you millions of dollars anyways for all of the new construction and permits. A 500k crack den? How about this 800k crack castle? And Concord's a little bit far from where I'd want to be anyways, but like I would be okay being a little far if it was like the perfect house, but it was far, it was in a huge state of disrepair, it had no yard, like too many strikes. It's out. Unfortunately, the cheap Minnesota house that you found, I recently sold. I don't want to buy the Rakita Poly house. No, thank you. The castle. You're kind of thinking of moving to Montana, building a homestead. Your family can come visit you. Yeah, Montana's really beautiful. That would be, if I wasn't trying to live like near my family, Montana would probably be an option. I think of all the Concord grapes. A lovely Victorian crack McMansion. There is a lovely Victorian in Lowell that I would die to have, but it is way out of my price range by a ridiculous amount. Like this, I think I've talked about it on stream before. Lowell is one of the poorest and most crime-ridden towns that's not like a gang town in Massachusetts. Like, you're not going to be paying a lot of money to live anywhere in Lowell if you have half a brain. And this is a really nice house. I'm not trying to discount the house itself. It's very nice. It's
Don't forget that no matter how many fake leftist mansion burning stories there are, the location of LA is far more liberal than conservative, so no matter what, the ones most impacted by the Palisade fires are going to be liberal voters.
The Spider Guy, thank you for the 25. Yeah, James Woods, I think, recently said that his house actually didn't fully burn down. So he really fucking lucked out. Really fucking lucked out. Oh my god, Lowell, it's been a few years. Yeah, Lowell is not a great place. Not a great place. This house is fucking gorgeous. The people who live there took very good care of it. It still has like its original woodworking. They kept everything like very preserved, if not restored. It is a beautiful Victorian property. but it's 1.8 million. And no one, like, even if I could afford, like, in some sort of magical dream world that I could afford a mortgage even for 1.8 million, I would not spend that much to live in fucking LOL. What a dog. Munya. I love butter dog.
Beating the square.
Dressed glass, thank you for beating the square with the butter dog. It's like removing the snow from your car using a toddler. Median cost of new build houses in your area of Washington State are pushing over 600K. Yeah, the new build properties that pop up in like Mass and New Hampshire, they're typically around like 1 to 1.4 million. And there was one that popped up, and I know, like, if you catch a new build, like, before they actually start building it, like, before they even put the foundation on, sometimes you can convince the builder to change the build plans. And so I had talked to my real estate agent about this, and she was very much like, probably going to be in your best interest to, like, get something that's already built, because, especially due to labor shortages, everything is really, really expensive for new construction. This new construction came on that was like a little bit cheaper than what usual new constructions are. It was around the square footage that I'd be looking for in a house. And so I was like, can we reach out to this construction and see if they've put down a foundation yet? And if they haven't, what would be the cost of the build plans that I want? And I sent her a couple of build plans that I had found that would be like reasonable for what I could afford and reasonable for like what I wanted aesthetically and architecturally. And she came back to me and she was like, so I contacted them, I got in touch, and even though for this build plan, right, and when they do these build plans, they're just like incredibly basic, like builder grade, everything is just very, very basic. So for like the plans that you sent, even though they're like basic for those plans, they're not the bare bones like skeletal builder plans that are typically given for these cheap plots. So if you were to do this, not only would you have the cost of the build plans, but they would want 1.6 million to build this property. I like nearly had a heart attack. I was like, all right, okay, so new construction, not an option for me. Got it. We're gonna just throw that entire thought out into the garbage can. We're just never gonna think about that again. That's not possible. First house in Minecraft basics? Yeah, pretty fucking much. That's a good agent. Again, she has been wonderful. She has been wonderful. It's always more expensive than you think it is. Yeah, and like I've talked about like maybe I should just do a new construction, like maybe it would be cheaper because everything in New England is so expensive. And now that like she had actually reached out and I have an idea of like what it would cost construction wise, it would not be cheaper. It's not cheap. Fellas, can we get some slaves? Oh my god. Vermont is too far from where I want to be, but yeah, Vermont has decently cheap places. If you go really far north in New Hampshire, they also have decently cheap property. But I'm trying to live near my family. If it weren't for my family, I could just move somewhere where a nice Victorian house wasn't an astronomical price and it was only like 300,000 or 400,000. Right. Only in heavy brackets, but that is like literally the cheap side of housing in current year, unfortunately. Can't you just build a hobo shack in unreachable land in Nevada? You still don't get American homes, make homes out of cinder block, concrete, and steel, and the costs are a tenth of the price? I don't know. That's because Americans like houses that can burn down or get hit by wind. If only you didn't have a family. Isn't South Maine like an hour from Boston? Yeah, and South Maine is also ridiculously expensive. If you go a little bit further northeast in Maine, it starts getting wicked cheap, though. And wood is nowhere near as plentiful as it is in the US. Just get your entire family to all move somewhere else. What the fuck? Monkey99, thank you for that 3-month resub on the kick. Thank you, Monkey. Mr. Monkey Man. Live in a tofu dreg building like in China where everyone is a kung fu master and can pick apart the concrete. I don't think I want to do that. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub on Kick. Thank you, Anonymous. That's funny. Anonymous gave a gift sub to Anonymouse. At this point, it might be cheaper to move the family instead.
You've been a bad girl.
I also, actually, I have a tab for this. Hold on. I unironically have a tab for this. Where is it? Where is my tab for this? Because I saw this video on Twitter, and I was like, this is basically how I grew up. This person said, this level of urban social cohesion is basically impossible now, even illegal. Almost nobody under 60 has experienced this. You have to be 99th percentile wealthy. The places in LA that just burned down seem to be among the precious few where it was still possible. And my account would be yeeted into the shadow realm if I said what I think should happen to the people who enabled their destruction. And I was not incredibly wealthy growing up, as you guys know. My dad's side of the family was very much, you know, manual laborers, working class. But they lived in a very nice neighborhood. They were able to get, you know, decent prices on their property and their houses. So I lived in a very, very, like, high-trust neighborhood. Very, very socially cohesive. Like, we knew everybody. Everybody in my town knew absolutely everybody. Even all of the homeless people had, like, their own special little nicknames, and everybody knew who everybody was. Let me turn off my background music here. Hold on.
This is your house?
This is my house. This one right here. We moved in 26 years ago. And we did the floors, and we put in windows and doors and painted, and just put, my grandchildren loved it. My son and my daughter-in-law, my family, we hosted
I tried turning it up.
Eve and Christmas Day here, and everybody was here. My little house that I loved. My husband just has 4th cancer surgery. I poured everything into it. My nephew.
And this like, my grandparents would do the same thing. Every holiday, every birthday, everyone who still lived in the area, which was basically my whole family, would come to my grandparents' place. And we would always have, like, big family dinners. We would always celebrate. Everybody would catch up and whatnot. This is legitimately heartbreaking. Yeah, and I saw someone in chat trying to make, like, a trailer park joke, and it's like, no. I legitimately never thought I'd even be able to live in my hometown because of how expensive it is. The last house I remember selling there when I was in high school went for, like, 1.7, 1.9 million or some shit like that. Like, it was... I genuinely, even as a teenager, I was like, I'll never be able to afford to live here. It's just an impossibility. It was just affordable back in the day when my grandparents moved there.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
I really am. I don't even know what to say.
That's okay. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just... We haven't been sleeping. We haven't slept. We're staying at a hotel. We have nowhere to go. We don't know what we're doing. We were close neighbors. Buzz and Todd. His mom passed away and they took over the house. John just lost his wife that he adored, but was taking care of that house. She was a Superior Court judge. And Beverly and John, so much love. She was so incredible.
I was like, I can even still remember all of my neighbors, all of, like, the male people that I would talk to, all of, like, the bus drivers that, like, even when my regular bus driver wasn't able to make her rounds because she was sick or whatever, the other bus drivers that would take her place. Like, I could even still, like, close my eyes and envision my street and be like, yeah, we had this family that was, you know, across the street and to the right. And, you know, their mom, she was a cafeteria lady in a different school district. And her kids went to a different school district, but sometimes we would play together outside. And her husband, unfortunately, died early of some cancer. She never ended up remarrying. It was just her and the kids from that point forward. The family to the left of them, they never had any kids, but they were like a librarian and a doctor. The house next to them, I was too young when that family moved out. But then a younger family moved in. They started having children. They started renovating their property. They started, like...
Doggo.
Unfortunately,
my hometown isn't worth going.
Sorry, it's really loud because I cranked the volume for the video. Bagels Thank you for the 69. Thank you. Unfortunately, your hometown isn't worth going back to anymore. Yeah. Like mine definitely would be. It's still held up all of these years. It's just an impossibility to afford living there. Like, I'm pretty sure if like my grandparents like sell the house and then split it between the kids as like a will kind of thing, like no, I don't think any of us in the family could afford to buy out the home. Like not a single one of us. When you lived in the Philippines, you met a dude who lived with his wife and 3 to 4 kids in a little shack by the port on a tiny island. He was like, this is my 11th house on this spot. We have to rebuild it every hurricane season. Jesus Christ. Your hometown is filled with insane leftists. Yeah, I mean, I talked about how, like, my school district was very, very left-leaning. I was in a very blue area. My town, mostly not blue, but the school district was a conglomerate of multiple towns put together, so. Can your family help with the house? Are they going to live with you? I mean, if I found a place that had, like, an in-law suite or something, which would be rare for a Victorian. Like, you basically get 2 types of Victorians, right? You have the people who cared about their Victorian and it's either restored or maintained in its original look, or you have the boomers who bought the Victorians, gutted them, made them like white and beige monstrosities for multiple families to live in. Like, there was one beautiful like Queen Anne Grand Victorian directly in the area I would have liked to live in, and it was massive, and it wasn't even super expensive. It didn't need tons of repairs, so it was like I could have afforded this. Unfortunately, it had sold like several months before I had started looking for homes, and I decided, you know, I want to hate myself, so I'm gonna see if like it was a company or something that bought it. It turns out that the person who bought it intended on retrofitting it as a multifamily complex to sell to renters coming to the area. There was another beautiful Victorian that was in the same position as the one that I was just speaking about in the same exact area that was bought by a company in order to make into a long-term stay facility for the local homeless. And it's like, you don't need to take these historic properties and destroy them for that purpose. You can have a new construction. You can have a regular looking fucking home for these purposes. Like, why destroy these historic properties? It doesn't make sense to me. So many of the old farmhouses back home have been destroyed. Yeah, it's upsetting, to say the least. That happens to a lot of Victorians in San Francisco. They did it to your grandma's house. You don't even want to see what they did to it now. Yeah. Large Victorians turned into multiple apartments is unfortunately pretty common. It really is. It's very sad. And then they end up falling into disrepair because the people renting don't care about the history or the carpentry or the effort that went into making the interior of that house what it is. There are 2 types of Victorian homeowners, ones who keep them original and ones who need to be removed from the gene pool. I'm gonna finish this video and then I'm gonna show a house that's in the area that like I would like to live in, kind of. It's a little bit far, but it's like, I'm not gonna buy this house, and it makes me angry whenever I fucking look at it, so it's not like a Doc's kind of worry. It makes me fucking mad when I think about this property.
I just can't believe they're all gone. Like,
they're all gone. See, Debbie and us and Tina, our children went to school together from kindergarten. Our kids are in their 47 years old. And Debbie's 47-year-old son tragically passed away last August. Her oldest child. Her grief is so deep, I can't imagine.
And that's how it is in my grandparents' neighborhood. Like, the people who live there, they grew up, like, you know, not like from kids, but they built their lives around each other. They had their kids around each other. Their kids grew up all together, and then they had grandchildren, and everybody just lived in the same neighborhood. Like, this is the kind of social cohesion that we're missing today. We don't really have this in too many areas. Like, if you go out into super rural areas, it's still there. And if you go into like super wealthy neighborhoods, like this guy said, it's still there. But the places that were built on like working class, middle class Americans that had this social cohesion, like where my dad's family lived, that's like, I don't know where you can find that or afford that anymore. Your family sold your grandparents' house before you could take it over. The only thing you find solace in is the family who bought it takes good care of it and treat it with the same love. Well, that's at least a small silver lining. Your boss owns multiple homes and flips them to look generic and cheap and then only rents out to immigrants. Jesus Christ. Notices it's because the women talk to each other. Not just the women talking to each other, like the men will like help each other with construction projects, and like on my street there were like boating things as well. But everyone also had binoculars, right? So even if you didn't want to like intrude on you know, one of your neighbors maybe having, you know, some sort of life crisis or whatever, everyone had fucking binoculars, man. Everybody was watching if something was going down at your house. Like, if there was, like, an ambulance or a fire truck at a neighbor's house down the street, my grandma would be like, oh, yo, get me my binos. I need the binoculars. I gotta see what's going on. Imagine you have ancient buildings like castles in your nation and people decide to demolish them just to replace them with bland commie blocks. Yeah, I'd be really fucking mad at that as well. I'm feeling on the renovated Victorian houses. Let me see if I can remember that Victorian I was talking about. It is in New Hampshire. Shoo. I think they also removed all of the pictures on Zillow, because I think they realized, I think like the people selling the house, or maybe the real estate agent, had like a moment of fucking clarity where they realized, oh, maybe people don't want to buy this house because we've made it look like fucking trash. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. And I've brought up this house before. Yeah, there's no more images on fucking Zillow. That's hilarious. I've brought it up before, but this house was for sale last year, and I was on the fence about it because the interior was already pretty gutted, pretty not so great looking. But someone else bought it and they fixed the wiring issue. So the house was still on knob and tube wiring. So they updated the electrical. That was the only thing done. And then they put it back on the market for like $180,000 more than what they bought it for. I was like, there's no way that rewiring the electrical, like, what, why did you even do that? Like, what? Knob and tube. There are a lot of old Victorians in New England that are still on knob and tube. Oh, this is the old interior. Oh, so it was even, man, I guess before they made it, awful and white, it was already a multi-family rental, which that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I didn't know that. You grew up with the knob and tube. Okay, here we go. I found the images of it. Do they have more than one image of the outside of the house? View photos here. Okay, yeah, they do. Okay. So where's my browser? Here we go. So as you can see, it's a nice large Victorian property. It's a very cute house. It's got the nice, you know, stereotypical tower. You can see it in like a Casper movie or something, right? It's pretty. It doesn't have like the biggest yard, right? It's like a little triangle bullshit thing, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It looks nice, yeah. It looks nice. It's a nice little cute Victorian house. And then you get to the inside. You get to the inside. I guess at least they kept pocket doors, even if they destroyed the original ones. And I guess they kept the banister. That's pretty all right, I guess. I don't know why they painted the stairs that way. I don't know why everything here is fucking white in your Victorian house. You fucking freaks. Why would you do this? Dark mode needed. Don't you like white? I hate millennials. I hate millennials and their love of white and gray and beige. Why would you do this to a Victorian? It makes me so fucking upset. And my dad went to see this house and he was like, oh, you know, the kitchen was really nice. I'm like, yeah, the kitchen is nice. It's expensive, but it's also fucking bland and modern. Why does it look that way? Why does it look that way? It's just like, oh, so many pictures of the fucking kitchen too. I was like, well, we need a colorblind society. Stop being a bigot. It's okay to have a white house. It's like, why would you do this? There's no more wainscoting. There's no more wood paneling. They even removed like the original crown molding and stuck some basic ass bitch shit in here. Like, why would you do this? Why would you do this? The white just makes the room look so much bigger. My real estate agent has also mentioned, she's like, a lot of people, if they have like bold colors in their house, if they have like a nice put together colorful property, a lot of real estate agents will even tell them, hey, before you sell your property, repaint everything white or beige or dark gray or some inoffensive color. Because when people are buying houses, they don't want to see bold colors. They don't want to see character in the house. They want to see blank slate so that they can imagine what they can do to the house. And I'm just like, I fucking hate humans. I just hate other human beings, I think, actually. I look at this whole house and it just makes me so fucking sad. It's like, why? Why would you do this? Like, every fucking wall is some color of white or gray. Every single fucking door. Every single fucking, like, detail, except for the one staircase they left intact. And, like, now that looks out of place because everything else is so fucking white. Why would you do this? Looks like an IKEA home. Yeah, it's like one of the fucking display places at Home Depot. Millennials have no personality. Their homes must reflect this. I hate. Why would you do this? It makes me so upset. Blue Gray's 2020s beige. It looks like an insane asylum made by IKEA. Ooh, they went really bold in this closet. Look how dark that beige color is. Oh, I was really breaking the mold there. Base soda, thank you for the 10. Where are all the clocks? Oh my god, it's just fucking... it's like, it's the same exact fucking hardware in the bathroom vanity as in the kitchen. You couldn't even have a different type of, like, style in your bathroom. It has to look like your fucking kitchen. Why are people like that? Yeah, zoom it. Zoom in on the marble shower. White is okay, but you need color from something. Even the pictures on the wall are some muted color. Yeah, it's... Like, if you have a little bit of white or beige, that's fine. Like, it can do well as an accent color. But, like, just swashing your entire house like this, and especially if you're removing like original elements from the home, please, man, please. It just looks so bad. This is like the room with the most character, and it's like a dirty, covered in fucking outdoor dirt room. Wasn't there a Mitchell and Webb skit about this where the realtor's forced to kill the guy who likes a non-white bathroom? I have no idea. I don't know who those people are. Patel paints belong to the toilet. It's just like the house on the outside is beautiful. It's a beautiful home. But then you look at the inside and you're like, what the fuck happened here? Who allowed this? Who allowed them to ruin this property? It's like using a computer in light mode instead of dark mode, but in house form. The worst part is that you could see the house looking so much better. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Who needs SSRIs when you have muted colors all throughout your house, keeping you numb and subdued? True. True. I was like, I got so excited when I found this house and then I saw the interior and I was like, oh. Thank you. The old house was painted the same color as the outside and looked really warm and friendly and ready for family. Like I said, I found pictures like just now, unfortunately, where prior to this millennial white renovation, it was a boomer renovation built for multifamily, but they had left in like the wood paneling and the crown molding and the actual details that they were still there, even though they had renovated into being like multiple family. So the people who had lived there previously, who turned it into a millennial white hell, just removed like the other 2 kitchen units and remade it back into a single family home. This breaks your Gen X mind. Tell the seller you'll pay the list price if they make it into a Victorian interior. Do you have any idea how much that would cost? For the record, Mitchell and Webb was an absurdist skit comedy series from the UK featuring a hilarious guy and one closeted communist. It's where the Hans Are We the Baddies skit comes. Oh, okay, I've seen that. First thing you did when you took over your parents' house was to paint away everything black and forest green. Homes like those do nothing for you, so you'd never look at them. The houses are for Victorian gremlins to nest in. We should leave them for you and your kind. Exactly. See, thank you. See, thank you. If you know you wouldn't like it, just don't buy it. Don't ruin it, you know? Is this also a consequence of the fluoride in the water? Fucking probably. I have to believe it is, right? Nobody would willingly do this. Buy your investment vehicle. Had you the money, you'd buy that house, find the original blueprints, and stealth restore it to look like a proper Victorian. If I found a Victorian that was like decently priced, but had like that kind of millennial destroyed interior, I would do the exact same thing. It's just that most of these properties are priced at around like an astronomical amount that wouldn't be worth buying the house and then restoring it. At least for someone in my financial bracket. If I was like I'm a millionaire. All right, if I had the money, then maybe. But like I could not justify that expenditure at this point in my life. You're glad someone else remembered the clock wall. I still can't believe that house sold as fast as it did. That clock house was fucking crazy. I felt like I was going insane. Activate cat. Yeah, he heard me take a sip of my drink with a straw. I can't leave drinks on my desk with straws in them because Cheemsball will jump on my desk and steal my straw. Where he brings them, I don't know, but when I move out, I'm sure I'm going to find a nest of straws somewhere. Are porches still a thing being built on new houses in the US? Some of them. Some of them. You're going to fight like hell to take over your paternal grandfather's house? You'll be damned if it gets turned into a soulless husk. If I'm in a financial position to do so, I would like to do the same thing. For my Meme and Pepe's house. How many straws does he have? That's a great question. Help. You know what would make this house perfect? Paint that makes my eyes bleed. True. Help. You think Victorian homes are meh and not worth it? You'd rather build a modern home, not the dull style though? Y'all enjoy your museums with beds? You see, and that's perfectly fine. If you don't like Victorian homes, that's great. But like, don't buy one and destroy it, right? Leave it for the people who actually enjoy that type of architecture. He's building a straw fort. What's the point of anonymous gifts on Kick if you're throwing up, or if you're still showing up as a top gifter? Kick is really silly. Kick does have some very silly things to it. Like, the creator incentive program thing is like, you get paid based on the amount of viewers you have, but only if you're streaming on Kick. So like I multi-stream, so I have to make sure to turn it off every time I stream, or else I get in trouble. And like I've forgotten to turn it off once because I forgot that it's a toggle off and not a toggle on, which I think it should be a toggle on, and you shouldn't have to remember every single stream. So I forgot once when I first started streaming on Kick, and then one of the times I had internet issues and my Kick VoD split. Like I didn't know that the incentive program would turn back on from a VoD split, and so I didn't know I had to turn it back off. They email you pretty fucking quick if they realize, hey, this fucking person is multi-streaming with the program on. No money is for you, which I'm not complaining about that. I agree. Like, if they are going to give money for streaming on Kick, it should be someone who is just streaming on Kick, not a multi-streamer. So I'm not upset about that. But I think the program should be a toggle on and not a toggle off. The fact that it is on by default I think is a big problem. It should be off by default, and you should have to remember to turn it on. Def should be opt-in rather than opt-out. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. They really don't treat small streamers well on the alt platforms. I mean, I don't think I would say that. I just think that, like, from their perspective, if you have to remember to turn it off, that probably would encourage more people to just stream on Kick instead of having to remember to turn it off every time. But it's like, it should be an opt-in thing. And I don't think that's even for small streamers, because you have to be, like, verified in order to use the KCIP, I'm pretty sure. Constant reminder. Does any platform treat small streamers super well? I don't think platforms treat large streamers super well, even. Like, look at how many times I've contacted Twitch support. Look at, like, even my Mythic manager contacting Twitch support for me about my front page thing, and them almost being like, oh, well, from your question, it seems that she specifically oriented a sponsorship for her front page day, so we're gonna have to remove her front page day from her. And my Mythic manager was just like, wait, well, what do you mean? That's not what I said at all. So it's just like, I don't think even if you're like a medium or large streamer, any of these platforms give a single fuck about you, right? Like, your old neighbor's house was borderline original 1897. It had knob and tube installed at some point, along with central and forced air heat, original wood floors, crown moldings, and even leather and plaster walls. Or lather and plaster. I was like, leather. The current owners did horrible things to the interior of that house. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. YouTube's okay for small creators that are really into making videos, and that's about it. Streams are all over the place and mostly terrible. And Kirsche, she did the right idea, but it's gross. AI ruined Batman video? What the fuck are you talking about? Has Mythic gotten me the sick salsa sponsorship yet? Did I, like, transport to someone else's chat? What is happening? If you could afford it, would I buy a castle or build your own? I don't think building a castle in current year would go very well. It probably wouldn't stand the test of time like the castles of Eld. So I feel like if I could afford to, I would want to buy an already established castle, as it were. Funny enough, you can actually buy castles in, like, the French and Italian countrysides for less than what it costs to buy a house in most states in America. I find that very interesting. I guess the price is just your freedom, right? Just need enough slaves, like back in the day. Most platforms only care if you have the right opinions that brings in the delicious BlackRock money. Getting the castle dungeons to pass zoning laws would probably be tricky. There's castles in the US. There are some castles in the US, but they are astronomically expensive. And then have to pay the house every couple of months in legally mandated maintenance. Nobody, Kirsche wouldn't discriminate. It's our platform, not us. If you could afford to build a castle, build the castle. I don't think building a castle in current year would be well. Like, think of how many issues, like, even our wooden box basic bitch houses have with new construction. And then think of trusting those people to build a castle instead of a basic bitch wood box. Ain't no way, dude. There's a creator on TikTok that compares the cost of European castles to homes in Toronto and Vancouver. It's depressing how much nicer the castles are for cheaper. Yeah, I actually looked at, like, just random Italian houses in general, and I got really depressed really fast at how nice and affordable the homes are in Italy in comparison to what I would have to spend on crack sheds in the US. If you want something well done, you gotta make it yourself. Yeah, and I'm not a mason, you know, I can't lay brick. I can't lay stone. They'll spend so much just heating the castle. Well, that's why they had tons of fireplaces. You gotta get a whole racket of slaves to chop that firewood for you. Everyone wants to live in the US, and we make it easy to do so, unfortunately. Think of all the free real estate on Mars. US home prices are fucked unless they're allowed to crash, and that's never happening since everyone's insurance, retirement, and pensions are tied in. Yeah, looking at the explosion in home prices since COVID has been also very fucking depressing. It's truly bad in some places. 300k in your area will get you a 40-year-old house that needs 200k. I would die I would commit murder to be able to buy a house for $300K that only needed $200K in renovations. Are you fucking kidding me? That's like a dream in this current market. That is not true. You do not know what truly bad is. Kirsche, it's time to take Grandmama and Papa and Dad back to the old country, Italy, with you. Massachusetts is ridiculous for houses. Most go for 750 to 1 mil. Even like the new build houses that look like garbage that go for that much make me really upset. They make me really upset. And then I see like, you know, average size houses going for like 3.5 million, and I'm like, why? Why are you like this? Unfortunately, Kirsche bleeds red, white, and blue. She'll not leave the US. I just can't see myself living anywhere else. But I'm gonna complain about how fucked up our certain things are here. 300K, best I can do is a cardboard box under the bridge. Comes with a free fire barrel. If I considered a nice hole in the ground instead, I mean, at this point, it might be the only affordable option, man. You'll move to Greenland once we own it. I love how everyone was, like, getting super pissy over Trump making jokes about buying Greenland. And then, like, the leader of Greenland was like, yeah, I mean, if Trump really wants to, like, we could strike a deal. I'm sure, like, everyone who was pissy about it just had, like, the biggest surprised Pikachu face. Renovating homes and other aesthetic phenomena, shitty random modern art especially, confirm to you that millennials have no sense of beauty. Hard agree, unfortunately. Why are my people like this? You'd move to Greenland as long as it's affordable. 51st state, let's go. Fucking poor fucking Puerto Rico. I mean, how Greenland told him that they'd never become part of the U.S. There was the Greenland leader was like, yeah, if Trump wants to make a deal, we could make a deal. Like that. I was been going on Twitter for like a couple of days now. It's also funny to see the post-national state of Canada reviving their national pride. Probably just saying outrageous things to distract the mainstream reporting from his actual policies. I feel like there's no way that he's actually going to buy Greenland or annex Canada. Like, those seem like very obvious jokes to me. Whether you should be joking like that as a president or not, I guess, is a different conversation entirely. But, you know. Denmark's prime minister was like, hell nah. And then the Greenland people were like, maybe we want this. Hear how much bitching is going on about being a 51st state. Your friend watched the Foxy for the first time yesterday. I didn't think he got the best first impression from the Commie Square. Yeah, yesterday was pretty okay. Commie Square didn't attack us too much until the end of stream, unfortunately. Is that really a joke when you're saying you won't exclude using force or economic sanctions to get what you want? I don't remember him saying he's going to use economic sanctions to annex Canada or buy Greenland. Even Doki, not political, had a good laugh about Trump making Canada the 51st state. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. It's like, Canada, you're so fucked up. How about I just make you part of the U.S.? Trump wants Greenland in order to get America off Chinese rare earths, which Greenland had millions of tons of. Interesting. He only said he wouldn't rule it out, which is a fair statement. I mean, fair. Did I see Gavin Newsom signs executive order suspending environmental permitting and review requirements so LA residents can build their homes faster? No, I did not see that. You're from Puerto Rico. Believe me when you say if Greenland ends up as a 51st state, you move there, you live in the cold. Very beautiful place. Moving from the mud hut to the snow hut. Beautiful. I would do it. I'd live in the igloo. And controlling Greenland cucks China going through the Arctic. You need to manifest destiny. The whole Northwest is part of the world. You hate that people pretend that Trump is the first president to propose acquiring Greenland. It's been proposed many times since the Cold War began. I know almost literally nothing about Greenland, so I would not know. I wasn't paying attention to politics that long ago. It's the art of the deal. He's performing a big ass, so anything less in terms of trade is more preferable. Maybe we won't annex Canada. Maybe we won't buy Greenland. But the United Kingdom, we once escaped and fought a war, and now maybe it's time to buy that soil back. Maybe it's time for the United Kingdom to become rightful American clay. The son has surpassed the father. And everyone will be like, that actually does sound a bit better than taking both Greenland and Canada. Okay. Time to annexed. The UK needs liberating. Maybe if we fulfilled our obligations of securing the border, we wouldn't have to make these threats. Maybe we should secure the border. The sun will never set on the American Empire. Notice she says she wasn't paying attention, not I wasn't born yet. I'm a Skewky, don't out me as a vampire, okay? People can't know that I was alive during the bubonic plague. The only things you know about Greenland is that it's massive, and for some reason people really like fishing out there. Thanks, GeoGuessr. I know that Greenland is the icy one and Iceland is the greener one. Like, there's still ice on Greenland. I mean, ice on Iceland, obviously, but it has actual green areas. The US hasn't even cleaned up their waste since they were last on Greenland. I don't even know what we have in Greenland, I'm gonna be really... America shall reclaim its birthright and acquire all of the biscuits and tea. Speaking of biscuits and tea, since I'm not being attacked by the Red Square of Death, I can finally finish going through all of my California Fire tabs, because I had a metric fuck ton of them. And then I would like to get into some DEI nonsense after that. Tea! Cannot emphasize enough how many shitlibs live in Canada, even Alberta, they're the majority. Yeah. Greenland isn't that massive. The map projection we use makes it look massive. It's just kinda big for an island. I don't know, it seems pretty big. It seems pretty fucking big. Did I hear Pocahontas and Gavin Newsom tried to pass off a donation link on Twitter leading to Act Blue as a relief for the LAFD and wildfire victims? No. No, I don't think I have. How is this related to biscuits and tea? Well, you know, throw them in the ocean, light them on fire, either way. So this was back a few days ago, while the fires were still happening. Confirmed Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass was out of the country attending a presidential inauguration in Ghana. It's also being reported that her 2024 to 25 fiscal budget included a $23 million decrease for the Los Angeles Fire Department. Poor K. Poor K. Don't say that. Don't tell me Red Square happened as soon as I started yapping. Help. Pesky climate change taking away the 23 million. Yeah, exactly. Funny how that works. I still don't understand why a mayor needs to attend a presidential inauguration in another country. It doesn't really make sense to me, but you know, what do I know? I'm not a politician. And we have the two articles here. We have Mayor Karen Bass to attend inauguration of John Dramani Mahama as Ghana's president, which, didn't some people say that this was like the first female leader of Ghana? John does not sound like a female's name. Chat, were you lying to me again? Were you lying? She's no ambassador. Gonna waste people's money on something? She prefers her kin over the people as she oversees. Yeah, right? DEI president. It's, Joan in French. I don't know anymore, man. Wouldn't it be spelled Joan and not John? Bass, I don't know how, fish woman. Proposed city budget includes more funding for LAPD and cuts for the LA Fire Department. But why? John is a bald man. I'm gonna look up the name. I'm gonna look him up. I'm gonna look at John Dramani Mahama. John Dramani Mahama. Yeah, this doesn't look like a woman, chat. I don't know about you, but this doesn't look like a woman. Why were there so many people? Why were there so many people when I was first talking about the California fires saying that the mayor of LA was attending the first female president inauguration in Ghana? Where the fuck did you guys get your information? Where did you get this info? How can you tell with such confidence in current year? Check the vice president. Let me type in vice president. Vice president. I don't, it doesn't tell me who the vice president is. Images, maybe? BBC? Oh, is this in Pigeon? Oh my god. Okay, so the only article I could find was in Pigeon. Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang John Mahama running mate for the December Ghana 2020 election. Wait, 2020? July 6th, 2020. This isn't even current! This isn't even... Where the fuck are you getting your information from? What is happening? It's like, this makes even less sense for the mayor of LA to fucking go to Ghana for. Not the gobbledygook. I don't fucking understand, man. I don't fucking understand. That's just the mayor of LA in a different dress. Alright, well, the president of Ghana, as expected, not a female. Trump should annex Zimbabwe instead. Binary mind, what is this? What is this? Women this week. Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang elected as Ghana's first female vice president. December 2024. What the fuck? Where's this BBC article I just had open? Where's this fucking BBC article I just had open? This was from 2020. This was from 2020. 2020. This go be the first time under the Fourth Republic way major political party select woman running mate. The two top parties for Ghana way-form government never select woman as running mate since 1992. For the NDC, this be historic. Ayo. According to leading NDC MP Okudetso Ablakawa, we want the first political party to produce female vice president for Ghana. We make fired up. We make gingered up. I don't think he can use that word. He revealed his choice for DEMA National Executive Committee meeting today. NDC members they hope say the academic background and intellectual strength of Professor Nana Opoku Agyemang go shore up the fortune and appeal of the NDC in the 2020 elections. John Mahama post the election on social media say the National Executive Committee of One Great Party, the National Democratic Congress this afternoon unanimously endorsed my nomination of Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang as my running mate for the December 2020 election. Nana, distinguished scholar, a conscientious public servant, then role model, he added. Prof. Opoku Agyemang be the first female who managed public university for Ghana when she served as vice chancellor of University of Cape Coast around 2008. During the Mahama government between 2012 to 2016, she served as education minister under EN leadership. So, Mahama was already the leader of Ghana previously from 2012 to 2016. He ran again in 2020. Mahama won 2012. Opoku Agyemang was appointed to head of Ministry of Education. She held the position until the party lost power in 2016. She also served as Ghana's representative to UNESCO's executive board, a position she was elected to in 2009. Okay, so then Mahama led from 2012 to 2016. He lost in 2016. He ran again in 2020. I guess. Did he win in 2020? John Mahama Wikipedia. I hate using Wikipedia, but this is just like the first page here. Born, blah, blah, blah. Assumed office, January 7th, 2025. In office, 2012. In office, 98. In office, 2009. Okay, so it looks like he ran in 2020 and didn't win in 2020. But then he ran again this year and won this year. So this woman was his running mate as vice president in 2020 and they didn't win. And then they ran him and this woman again in 2024 and then they won. Okay. Now I understand what's going on. Still don't think the LA mayor had any reason to go to this fucking inauguration. Like, if she wanted to, on her own dime, sure, fucking whatever. But if she was using, like, government funds to take this trip, absolutely not. It took 4 years for the recount. And Kirsche for vice VTuber of Twitch. Oh my god. Welcome to Women Around the World this week. Ghanaians celebrate win for gender inclusivity in politics. What a fucking article, man. Oh boy. Women in Kenya protest for government action to end femicide. I was like, this is one of the countries that probably actually needs some kind of like equality help as far as women goes based on this. It's like, as a Westerner, whenever I see like gender inclusivity, my eyes just glaze over. and I become irate. The LA mayor went for the photo ops. Daniel's here. They have the 199. You can't tell if I was reading or having a stroke. I don't have the correct accent to be reading pidgin English.
This is a public service
so it probably just sounds kind of funny.
Issue and chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful less than 3.
You're super duper mega cute and wonderful less than 3, Bailey. Sorry, I forgot to turn down my volume. It's down now. Thank you. Thank you, Bailey, for the heckin' 25. And California paid for the woman to be vice president, so the mayor went to see their investment. I'm gonna need a source on that, sir. Okay, you can't just say that. Gonna need a source, sir. And then another tab I have here, James Woods. James Woods posting the Los Angeles Fire Department fire chief from the LAFD.org. Priorities stated in her bio below. Refilling the water reservoirs would have been a welcome priority too, but I guess she had too much on her plate promoting diversity. And from the LAFD.org, it says creating, supporting, and promoting a culture that values diversity, inclusion, and equity, while striving to meet and exceed the expectations of the communities are Chief Crowley's priorities, and she is grateful for the opportunity to serve the city of Los Angeles. Hot take. Maybe women shouldn't be firefighters. I guess if you're like one of those beef-caked up women that can actually, lift a fully grown adult male with no problems, like, yeah, sure, you should be able to have the job. But if you're not capable of doing that, or even more so saying that it's the man's fault for being in a fire in the first place, maybe you shouldn't have that job. I feel like there's a lot of people who want, like, the status and prestige that comes with having certain jobs, but they don't want to actually do the job that comes with having those jobs. If the woman wants to do the man's job, she needs to handle a man's workload. Exactly that. It's the same with police officers. It's the same with military. It's the same with the Secret Service agents. If you cannot hold women to the same standards as the male agents, they do not belong in those positions. That means there will be less women in those positions, but it means that those women in those positions will be the most competent women for the position. Holy discovered Africa English. What the heck? Show me a woman plumber. I'm sure there's a couple of them. I'm sure there's a handful of those. Much like female mechanics. They're kind of mythical, but a couple exist. Hey, yo, we're the female construction workers. You would trust Jupiter to save you from... Yeah, I would trust fucking Jupiter from crime boss Rocky City. She'd be able to save me from a fire. She'd be like, hey, yo, how'd your bitch ass get into the position in the first place? Fucking we'll get you out of here, idiot. Throw the women to the sewers of equality. The mechanic, a lady from Dead Rising 3. I mean, like, real women, though, not like video game women. Those aren't real. Jupiter could princess carry you out? Yeah, exactly. There's fucking so many steroids, man. Ryan Crowley, thank you for the 20 Foxy tax. Also, no relation to the DEI hire. I like that you have to specify now. This is your life. I'm sorry. Thank you. I have another tab here. We have bulldozers being used to remove abandoned cars out of the way as the Palisades fire continues to rip through Southern California. Fires grown to a whopping 1,300 acres as wind speeds continue to increase. Actor Steve Guttenberg is urging locals to keep their keys in their cars if they choose to leave them in the middle of the road. What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot. This is not a parking lot. We need people to move their cars. If you leave your car behind, leave the key in so the guy like me can move your car so these fire trucks can get up there. While he has a point, I feel like if you're already the guy in this bulldozer, you're probably not going to get out and check these cars for keys. You're just going to keep bulldozing them out of the way. Maybe I just have a little bit of a jaded perception, right? Like, I could be wrong. Maybe he would get out of his bulldozer and move the cars individually. But I feel like that's a very low chance. Maybe this will do a huge number towards people leaving California for good. You see, that's not a great idea, right? Because a lot of these people who do end up leaving California have gone to cities in Texas, have gone to cities in Arizona, have gone to cities in Colorado, and they've brought their shitty voting habits and their shitty policies with them and started ruining these cities in other states. They don't seem to realize that the horrific conditions that they're fleeing are machinations of their own design, unfortunately. We have to deal with those idiots. Yeah, please God, let them stay in California. Like, if they want to move out and they understand, oh, I voted for this, maybe I shouldn't vote for this in the place I moved to, otherwise it'll become more of the same. If they understand that, then sure. But if they don't, please quarantine them in California and don't let them spread their plague elsewhere. Hope insurance pays them nothing if they try to sue the bulldozer. The judge throws out the claim. It's like, I can partially understand if you have to leave your car, like, right, if you, I guess, didn't think that a fire would happen, because who plans days in advance for this, and you run out of gas or some shit, like having to abandon your vehicle, right? Sometimes there's no other option, unfortunately. But it's still just like, if you abandon your vehicle in a time of an emergency crisis, I don't know how much you could expect to get back from it, right? They will never understand that their voting has consequences. They're already blaming global warming, believing it. There are a lot of people who are angry at me for saying that this fire wasn't global warming. In the middle of the road, pull it over to the side. That's true. That's true. You could take the extra couple of minutes to pull over, not even minutes, like a couple of seconds to pull over on the side of the road. Don't gotta make it perfect. Don't gotta make it a perfect parking job. These are cars parked in an emergency fire road specifically supposed to be open for... Oh, that's even shittier. I didn't know they had special roads just for fire trucks. If true, that's even shittier. Gutenberg got involved? Huh, good for him. You thought he was dead already? I don't know who he is. I don't know who Steve Gutenberg is. Must suck to be homeless and be named like global warming. Global warming with a blowtorch and a can of hairspray. Yeah, I have a tab for that somewhere in here too. I've even collected tabs after the fact. We watched this video already of those guys when I was having red square issues. This is Altadena above Pasadena right now. Winds are absolutely amazing. And I liked some of these still photos, right? Because they seem like out of an apocalyptic movie or video game, right? Like they seem so surreal that they're almost not believable, right? Like it just looks so fantastical. It's hard to imagine that this was something that like genuinely happened. So I did bring up a couple of these photos. It's like a scene from Constantine. Makes sense with those winds. Yeah, I mean it does. It definitely does. And this was other people who were trying to leave their house during the fires. A video of the moment my friend and I abandoned his house after we tried to save what we could. Please be praying for him and his family. Location was north of Rustic Canyon. And the amount of fire that's here is a little... Like, not just the actual blazing fire, but like the things that are embered.
Alright, dude. Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro. I'm sorry. Tried our best. Yeah, when this tree falls, it's over.
Like, all of the ash falling around them is kind of crazy. Like, all the, like, little ash and sparks and shit.
Sorry, bro.
Like, these trees on fire. They're like something out of a horror game, man. Like, I could not imagine having to be in this situation.
Gotta get out of here.
I'm gonna rewind a like second here. This tree, like not even fully on fire. It looks so surreal, man. It's snowing fire, yeah.
Holy shit! Did that tree fall?
That's crazy. Have I seen the clip with Joe Rogan where he said last year? Yes, I have that in a tab. I have that in a tab as well. Do you love how Biden pointed out? It wasn't the empty reservoirs that were the problem. It was no backup power to the pumps that fed the hydrants. Well, there were empty reservoirs. This was Meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. She boasts about being the first female and LGBTQ fire chief in the LA Fire Department. Promoting a culture of DEI is her priority. Does this make you feel safer? Kristen M. Crowley is the 19th fire chief with the Los Angeles Fire Department. With her wife and children by her side, Chief Crowley took the oath of office on March 25th, 2022, becoming the first female and LGBTQ fire chief in the LAFD. And then we read this already from the other post from James Woods. And then here's a little clip of her talking.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I said, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Out of 30...
I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough. Whenever we go through like the Bridge articles and seeing all of these like diversity metrics and goals, and especially in the like CAA talent agency report, when they talk about differentiating shows coming out that are either somewhat diverse or very diverse based on how few white people are in a show at any given time. Yeah, we already know that it's never enough. We already know that, but it's still cathartic in a way when they just come out and say it.
300 city firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. She's quick to point out that doing so has a greater purpose, attracting the best and brightest for the job.
Oh, there's that fucking lie again. Just like the H-1B visas, the best and brightest, eh? Yeah, I just don't believe you.
They feel included, they feel valued, and they feel part of a cohesive team.
The chief also checks another box when it comes to inclusivity and diversity at this department.
I'm so glad she checks boxes instead of actually being able to do a competent job.
She's a proud member of the LGBTQ community.
That just kind of opens the door of people that thought, wow, I didn't even know that that was an opportunity for me.
Get the fuck out of here. You're gonna tell me that gay people were like, I would love to save people from a burning building, but unfortunately I'm gay and so I can't do that. I would never be accepted as a gay firefighter. I don't give a shit if the man saving me from a burning building sucks dick or fucks pussy. Okay? If he can save me from a burning building, that's all that fucking matters. I want to scream. Oh my god. Interesting bar name. The Flaming Gays. You want that on a t-shirt? These people are going to burn civilization to the ground to have their ideals. They would likely rather live in a dirt shack. I don't know, man. It's just fucking... How can you say this with a straight fucking face and people take you seriously with your fucking subway train ticket teeth there? How much did those veneers cost? Getting carried out of a fire while having dick sucked does sound like an amazing experience. Not at the same time, you freak. I mean, that isn't a straight face. Fuck you. That's a where's my cheeseburger based dad. Firefighters already failed the straight guy test. They're government employees. We have a little Alex Jones clip here. Trump describes the dawn of America's golden age that we're about to enter. Oh, this has nothing to do with California, I don't think. I don't know why this is in my California tabs. I'll have to take this out, put it somewhere else. This is not California. We're gonna skip over this one. Sorry, but I thought I organized these. Footage from inside the Palisades fire, entire neighborhood cooked. So this is after a lot of the fire had passed. No sound. It's kind of depressing. Like, just so many houses completely fucking gone, dude. Damn, Stalker 3. I know, they really made Stalker 3 realistic. Let's be honest, it could have been a worse tab that slipped. That's true. It could have been something really strange that I slipped in there. I'm lucky it was just Trump. Looks like Hiroshima. It's not... I mean... I guess I haven't seen too many, like, actual pictures from the time. So maybe it kind of looks like that. I know TV shows kind of embellish it a little bit more. Yet I wanted to say not as irradiated, but then I was like, okay, well, most of what I've seen of, like, Chernobyl and Hiroshima and Nagasaki were, like, in TV shows and in movies, and that's probably not accurate to real life, so maybe it doesn't look as irradiated as, like, media would have you believe. I don't know. Oh, and you can still see the fires, like, fucking on the other side of the area. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tokyo fire bombings would be more accurate. The grass is still green, for crying out loud. Well, that's why some of the trees are still standing as well, right? Like, healthy trees are very water dense. So even if, like, all of the houses burned down, the houses are all dry wood. So they're going to burn much harder and much faster than healthy trees that are water soaked, basically. I thought the grass was painted green. Wonder if the green grass is actually just fake. I mean, I don't know, because, right, wouldn't fake grass also fucking light up like little party streamers, right? Jack Manson, thank you for the 5. You live in Vermont. Your friend who lives in the UK called you in a panic to see if you're okay from the fires. How do I respond without sounding like an asshole? Be like, hey, yo, buddy, I'm glad you're concerned for me. Thank you for checking in. But I actually live on the other side of the country. I actually live nowhere near those fires. That has to be real hot to get healthy trees to get more than singed. Yeah. Have I seen the tweet on X with Zelensky saying he wants and offers to send Ukrainian firefighters to help California? How bad are you at your job, or how hard have you failed your state when a nation at war offers you help? Actually, I can commend that. Especially because California stupidly sent firefighting equipment to Ukraine when they can't get their own fires underhand. So if he actually was like, hey, we'll send help back your way, I can commend that. Europeans don't understand America from east to west is like Portugal to Russia in distance. Yeah, it's fucking huge. To be fair, why should he know much about America from where he is? Well, I'm not saying that the UK guy should know where Vermont is. Did I see the houses of 8 Ukrainian generals had burned down in the fires? Look, man, you guys already got fooled by the fake news of the Black Lives Matter manners. I'm not going to believe you when you say that Ukrainian generals also had houses burned down. I'm going to need you to give me a source that's not just a screenshot. Yo, do you want your shit back? Yeah, pretty much. Shit ain't fooling my ass. Yeah, right? Yeah, right, chat. Don't get fake news. Don't get fake news. My source is Senator Armstrong. To be fair, Vermont sounds Canadian anyways. No, it doesn't. They can't have our superior maple syrup. A Ukrainian general just flew over your house. They were the aliens all along. How much of this is malice and how much of this is stupidity? I feel like once stupidity goes beyond a certain point, it's indistinguishable from malice, so it doesn't really matter at that point, right? Every house from Chautauqua, I can't pronounce that, on Sunset to Village burned down. Ralph's and Gelson's gone. I'm assuming that's a store. Palisades Village, all there and stayed intact. Car wash gone. Pally Eliminator gone. Gas stations gone. All of Alphabet Street gone. Library gone. Look like spooky horror trees. Stupidity is inconsistent. Malice is consistent. I would guess that would depend on how stupid someone is, right? Stupidity could certainly be consistent. Alphabet Street. I'm assuming it's not like alphabet gay alphabet. I'm assuming it's alphabet like tech alphabet. I could be wrong. It could be a gay alphabet. It is California after all, but yeah, I'm assuming. You guess house prices will drop in this area? Ooh, I feel like probably not. Especially, I was seeing a lot of tweets. I don't know if I have one pulled up in a tab, but like, landlords, people who are selling like rental properties, when they were selling rental properties and stuff for like $18,000 a month prior to the fires, they've now increased it to like $30,000+ a month. Because now all these people are looking for temporary housing and places to stay since their homes went up in flames. And so all the people trying to rent are now incredibly gouging the area. You think BlackRock already's been buying there? Oh man. They often have A Street, B Street, etc. on some of the planning grids. Oh, okay, so like literally alphabet streets. I'm used to like the A, B, C, or like first Ave, second Ave, third Ave, whatever, being like the super poor areas. I don't know if that holds true in other states, but usually those are like, you don't want to go there because you're going to see a lot of heroin needles and drug raids and, you know, prostitutes in a drunken, drug-fueled stupor wandering around the streets. It's the tree streets in your town? I don't know what a tree street is. I don't know what a tree street is. It's almost like these fires were on purpose over all these years. I don't know how many were on purpose, but I know there's been some that were like, oh yeah, we found the guy who set the fire. People standing at weird angles. Tree streets in Nashua? I don't know what those are. I've never lived in Nashua, so I don't know the names of streets in Nashua. Raising rent makes sense since the supply got greatly diminished. Yeah, but it feels like a little bit of a kind of bad timing, right? Like, do you really need to increase the rent from $18,000 a month to $30,000 a month? Is that really necessary? Some were on purpose, some were accidents, some were just nature being nature. Yeah, absolutely. Especially since there's a lot of, like, eucalyptus trees that were given to California that were planted, and those things, like, need fire. So I've been told by Australians. Source of the screenshot that claims that 8 Ukrainian generals lost their houses at the LA fires is allegedly a Russian Telegram group. Ukrainians say it's fake news. There are no trustworthy sources about that news. I'm just gonna choose not to believe it then, because, like, why would I? I'm not gonna believe a screenshot from a Telegram group, man. Tree Street, Maple Street, Pine Street? Oh. I know like a Pine Street Park, but I think that's the only Tree Street thing that I've seen. Landlords raise rent for destitute people. Why do they hate us? It's just, it's like, I mean, I guess you could say, yeah, some of these people can probably afford it based on where they lived, but it's like, I don't know, that still kind of rubs me the wrong way, man. I wouldn't want to see, like, in a poor neighborhood, right? Like, if this was happening, I don't know if this was happening in North Carolina when those people lost their homes from the hurricane, and they're still rebuilding. They're still rebuilding from that. But I wouldn't want to see people there being like, oh, before the hurricane, rent was $1,400 a month, but, you know, post-hurricane, we're going to have to charge you $4,000 a month, right? Like, I wouldn't want to see that either. And in poor places, it's all just gone. Freshly burnt land spot. The warmth costs extra. We have some more, like, just absolute destruction. I cannot imagine the cost of rebuilding here. Landlords and real estate agents are heartless vampires. Stake them all. Save my real estate agent. She's a nice lady. Apparently Malibu is just gone. Yeah. Yeah, there's been some aerial shots of Malibu, and it is basically just scorched earth. You know, if the houses weren't spaced about a spit's distant apart, it might have been different. I also really hate that. And you see a lot of houses placed in this manner in New England as well, where, you know, it's a big house, and it's got, like, literally no yard, and its windows are basically right up against its neighbor's windows. I get it when you're tight on space, you either do that or you build up. But I think it looks really bad. It's definitely not a house I would pay money for. Especially in areas like fucking Portsmouth. If you look at, like, Portsmouth or Weymouth or, oh god, what's another one that has, like, super, like, Beverly? Like, yeah, you can find houses that are, you know, more out in a suburban area in some of these places, but a lot of them are the super, super close, like, clustered together, right up against your neighbor, zero fucking lot of land. And it's like, in those places, like Portsmouth, like Weymouth, those houses are still gonna run you, like, $1.2, $1.8, $2 million. And it's like, what? Why would I want to spend that much money to, like, literally look into my neighbor's house and have no yard? Like, I just don't see why people want that. Maybe I'm just crazy. No, gosh, not Weymouth. Space between houses wouldn't have mattered. The area that burned had a lot of eucalyptus trees and uncleared brush. Yeah, I mean, it was still a fire trap. I also like complaining about how close together houses are. I hate it. Oh yeah, we are golden scam training. Oh, the golden kappa emote. Why the fuck would you want to live in frickin' Beverly, though? Because Beverly is a coastline town, and a lot of people do like that waterfront property. They don't want to just be on the Merrimack, you know. They want to have ocean. Brush is cleared now. Yay! You account for all the problems. It makes sense why a lot of insurance dropped the fire insurance. I like I said on side scrollers, I think it looks really bad that a lot of the insurance dropped like a couple of months or like right before this happened. But like, it's more the policies in California than the insurance company's fault specifically. If California is essentially pricing insurance companies out of being able to give insurance in California, I don't know what really can be done other than tell your politicians, hey, you keep fucking this up for all of us. Maybe stop it. Maybe stop doing that. Like, it's very easy to hate insurance companies, and I personally do not like running any kind of defense for an insurance company, right? Like, fuck them. But this is more to do with California policy than it is with insurance companies being shitheads this time. It's their fault with voting and mismanagement in California. Yeah, that's something you can blame the people for. But again, it is not all of the people. You can't just say everyone in California voted for this, because there are a lot of people, and James Woods is a very good example of this. Adam Carolla, another good example of this, dealing with the fires. They're not people who voted for this. And I'm sure there's many more average people who aren't celebrities who didn't vote for this kind of stuff. Many tried to recall Newsom years ago. Yeah, I remember the recall. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you. Thank you, Heapstar. Thank you, Heapstar, my guy.
This one goes out to the illegals who will be employed to rebuild, and the developers who will lose billions on permitting costs.
Think of how many Americans could get construction jobs rebuilding there instead, though. Think of being able to employ Americans to do that. It would cost more because you're not using cheap imported labor, but it would be putting back into your own economy. It's awful because they make insurance mandatory and they still reject your claim. Yeah. Yeah. Also, you guys are going fucking crazy. Let me help pause here for a second. Let me pause the California tabs to thank you fucking beautiful babies for a second here. Someone tell me Kirsche caught that clip of the California governor pretending to get a call. I don't have that in a tab. So if somebody has that, I would love to bring that up. But yeah, imagine running away from your constituents pretending you're on a call with the fucking president, dude. How much of a coward can you be? Mars Syndrome, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning, my guy. Thank you. Ikaron Hate, thank you for those 10 fucking gift subs, you thick baloney smuggler. Thank you. Burn Bridges Brightly. California's had enough of that, sir. Thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Fifth Venom, thank you for that gift sub to Cube210. Thank you, Fifth Venom. I'm in the mom in the miss. Thank you for the gift sub to Megamet EXE. Thank you. Vouch, thank you for the gift sub to 830 Runner. Thank you. Insane Paco Taco, thank you for the 100 biddies. Gold Scam Train, woohoo. Foul Natick Doge, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you for 5. 427 Arbach, thank you for the 10. Kirsche's got extra bones effing her stuff up. Here I thought the back pain was just due to her massive knockers. Jokes aside, according to your mom, that kind of bone stuff runs in your family too. It's kind of unfortunate. Kind of unfortunate. Mine, like, I guess if I had gotten older, I probably would have gotten the spinal arthritis anyways, since it runs in my family. This is like the cope that I'm telling myself. And that I just got it early because of my rollerblading accident causing all of that, like, degenerative bone issues. So, you know, I just got it a little early. You know, I got a pre-order ticket to spinal arthritis. And, you know, finally have my prescription filled, so... thankfully, I should be fine when I go on my little mini trip thing the end of the month here. She's coping. You gotta cope when you've been dealing with back pain for as long as I have, as young as I have been dealing with it, you know? You have a degenerate spine, yeah. The disease is degenerative. It would have been a problem eventually, so the sooner you can get it under control, the better. Yeah. Yeah, the VTuber can hold so many bones. She's got fucking early access to arthritis. Thanks, I hate it. Ask me about the wildfires. Thank you for the $4.99. There's irony in that the left were mocking towns being vandalized during the Floyd riot, saying they have insurance, and now their stronghold is on fire. Yeah, a lot of these people using the, well, they have insurance line, gonna find out real fast how much that's actually gonna help. The DLC aware. Dressed Glass, thank you for those 1,000 fucking biddies. Thank you. Scum Evil, thank you for the 5 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Artemis Kane, 89, thank you for the 5 smuggled gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Oh, wait, what? Thank you for the 200 biddies. Mr. Bigglesworth, thank you for the 100 biddies. Cat Pee Fetish, my favorite on-the-ground correspondent, thank you for the gift sub to Jesus. Thank you. Virtual Deet, thank you for the 19-month resub, Mr. Programmer Man. Thank you. Scooter, thank you for the 5. The nighttime videos of the fires are so tragic, but metal as heck. Yeah, there are a lot of, like, unfortunate photos that go very hard. It's kind of like my favorite assassination. I don't like phrasing it that way, but I don't know how else to say it. The Russian ambassador to Turkey, his assassination... very unfortunate. Wish it didn't happen, but the pictures that came out of that are, like, so surreal that it doesn't feel like a real event that happened. The McDonald's sign is pretty hardcore. Yeah, I think I have that in a tab somewhere as, like, a video, because, like, the wind was crazy. The wind was crazy. That kill was Kino's straight out of Hitman. Like, yeah, it just doesn't feel real. You saw a photo of a helicopter dropping water on some fires in California. Super scenic. Yeah. Desert Ghost! Hey, thick baloney smuggler, thank you. Thank you for the thick schmeat of those 20 gift subs, Desert Ghost, thank you. Ashura86, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. The Mad Matter, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Keegs SK, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Nepal, thank you for 5 gift subs. Huge, thank you. Spider God 99, thank you for that gift sub to Sloppy Facial. Why you gotta make it sloppy? You make it sound like a YouTuber. Koi Kitsu, thank you for the gift sub to Madman Picos. Thank you. Have I seen the Dark Souls 3 meme? I have not. I got a hiccup. Hold on. Okay, the hiccup stopped coming. Thanks, I hate it. Red Crow, thank you for the 200 biddies. Thank you. Ask me about the wildfires. Thank you for the 199. Y'all here for the LGBTQ? Look, all I'm saying is maybe they make some great spare ribs. Magic Man, thank you for the 19-month resub. Kirsche, you can't pull. She's one of the good ones like that. Look, I like my real estate agent. She has not done me wrong. I have no complaints. She didn't even make me sign a bad contract like the New Hampshire one did. Some fat gay ribs. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Unsmiley Man. I don't know. I'm a big fucking smile. Thank you for the member. Switched your insurance to State Farm like 2 days before the news dropped. Not sure how you feel about it, but you saved $700. Jesus. My insurance friggin' dropped like a rock when I had my old vehicle. I was paying like an astronomical amount for like a 2002 fucking shitbox car in Massachusetts. When I moved to Georgia, it went down to like, it was like $200 or $300 for like 6 months. I was like, God damn, I was being robbed up north. Holy shit. Skeptical Panda, thank you for the 2. You know, Twitch is basically a cam site, but come on. What do you mean? Cult of Personality, thank you for the 2. Did I see that the California fires were started by Sam Hyde? He can't keep getting away with it. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Breaking news, 8,000 square foot mansion belonging to famed Ukrainian general Samuel Duma Hyde among properties burned down by LA fires. I'd believe that. That sounds like a real and true story, fact-checked by the ultimate schizos. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. They make fun of us for map ignorance. Turn around! Kai, thank you for the 10. These people are in for a rude awakening when they have to deal with all the red tape, when they have to rebuild. He thinks that a corpo is going to buy it for pennies on the dollar for the land. I really hope not, but, you know, I don't have much faith. Desert Ghost, thank you for another thick fucking schmeedy 20 gift subs. Thank you! Thank you, Desert Ghost! Fucking going crazy, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Fernando01, thank you for the 100 biddies. No shot in hell they're gonna be able to rebuild all those houses. A restaurant next to your old job spent 3 years just trying to build the restaurant because all the permitting and loops they had to jump through. Yeah, it's not gonna be a fun process. I do not envy anyone who is in the position of needing to rebuild. Koi Kitsu, thank you for another gift sub to goodness me. Thank you. Thank you, Koi Kitsu. Blanc Lutre, thank you for the 27-month resub. The McDonald's video goes hard, just like the Foxu. Thank you. Thank you, cutie. High Wind, thank you for the 347. Funny that some of them have no insurance anymore, too, because of their government. How long until they rebrand this as the Week of Hope or something? This was actually a necessary fire for us to build back better, you see? WJ Jello, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Speaking of Jello, I bought more boxes of pudding recently. I haven't needed to restock my pudding in many years. And they changed their box art. It's like this weird purple goopy box now. And I still can't find butterscotch pudding fucking anywhere. What? Why is butterscotch pudding so fucking hard to find? They don't have it at, like, any of the grocery stores around me. The last time I found butterscotch pudding, it was at Walmart, like, 3 years ago. Maybe they still have it at Walmart, but, like, why is it so hard to find? Do, like, people just not eat butterscotch pudding anymore? Like, fuck vanilla pudding, that shit's disgusting. Chocolate pudding's pretty fucking good, I like that. But butterscotch is peak. Butterscotch is peak pudding. Why is it so hard to find? Only hags like butterscotch. Hey, fuck you, buddy! I'm not talking about Werther's Originals butterscotches. I'm talking about butterscotch pudding, you shit. You joke, but it's very sad. You can picture them gaslighting people in the future with that rhetoric. It's a week of hope. Yeah, I hope not, but, you know. Used to get banana pudding, and now whenever you mention it, people think you're crazy. Sorry, Kirsche, but butterscotch is only for the elites now. Fuck the elites! I will throw their butterscotch in the ocean so that us poors may consume it again. Most Bostonian pudding ever, butterscotch? Really? I feel like something with molasses in it would be more Bostonian, right? Man, it would have been so cool if I was alive for the molasses flood that killed people. Imagine being able to be like, yeah, I survived the molasses flood. Was I there? No, but I was alive when it happened. Who needs butterscotch when you have the butter? Can we have the butterscotch dog? You were gonna say the flood. Yeah, I fucking love molasses. I was talking on a stream recently about how, like, my grandma used to make me molasses chocolate chip cookies whenever I was sick, like with a tummy bug. And so I was like, I should probably make myself some of those cookies. And I have 2 jars of molasses in my fridge. One that's like half full and one that's like a fourth of the way full. Because you don't really use that much molasses when you make a batch of cookies. And I was like, I wonder if that's still good. I wonder if I can still use those jars of molasses, because I'm pretty sure one of those jars I bought, like, literally in 2015. And the other one is probably, like, somewhere around COVID time. And I looked at them, and the dates for expiration aren't until, like, next year or 2028. And so I was like, huh. I guess they are still, I guess I can still use them. Fuck yeah. Molasses needs refrigerate. Yeah, after you open molasses, you're supposed to keep it refrigerated. You're supposed to store it in a cool, dry area. Grandma's get the tapioca. Oh, dude, tapioca is fucking disgusting. I cannot stand tapioca or pistachio. Those are like old people food. Already talked about this last week. Did we? I don't remember talking about butterscotch last week. Did I put the ketchup on the cookies? No, you don't put ketchup on cookies, you fucking freak. You fucking freak. Oh, open your hype chest, chat. Open your hype chest to get you funny golden kappa. It makes you feel like you're playing a video game. The molasses we did? Yeah, I did. I said that. I said we talked a few streams ago about how my grandma used to make me the cookies. But I didn't give you the update on how I can actually use the molasses in my fridge because it's not expired yet. Open your scam chest, chat. Pistachios are yummy. You're just brainworm. I'm not brainworming, but I did buy my grandfather pistachios every single year with his other Christmas gifts. Make kombucha or kefir out of molasses? No, thank you. No, thank you. I remember butterscotch pudding. I used to use it to butter the dog. Jesus Christ. Dressed Glass, thank you for the 1,000 biddies again. Thank you, my guy. Azure Worm, thank you for the gift sub tie. Squirtle Momo, thank you. Forbidden Gabagool, thank you for the 100 biddies. I don't know why you made that noise. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. No. Adrian Cruz, thank you for the 100 biddies. What a year it's been! It's been less than 2 weeks. Oh man, I'm already exhausted with 2025, man. Kirsche is a granny confirmed. Hey, yo, I'm gonna make you the best trifle you've ever had. This trifle's gonna have cake marbling, alright? It's gonna have some nice, moist, dark chocolate cake. And it's gonna have some nice, moist angel cake. And it's gonna have some whipped cream and some strawberries and some raspberries. And it's gonna have butterscotch pudding in between those layers. And it's gonna have... What's that fucking shit called? What's that stuff? Oh god, I can't remember what it's called. It's like crunchy stuff, but it's not chocolate. Toffee. It's going to have toffee in there, chat. And you're going to love it. It's delicious. I have special bowls because I used to make trifles all the fucking time. I'm a trifle fucking master, okay? Whenever we had like work functions and I needed something large to bring to the work function, I'd be like, trifle. It's trifle time. I make a super delicious butterscotchy chocolatey trifle and a super nice white cake fruity trifle. They're beautiful. They're amazing. Toffee isn't crunchy. What the fuck is wrong with you? Toffee is crunchy. Walmart has the butterscotch pudding. Go get it, you gooba. I don't know if my Walmart will have it. It did 3 years ago, but we'll see. Well, it is critically moist. I made it in Asmongold's basement. Grandma material. You love you a good fruity whipped creamy trifle. Do trifles are made? Does she mean truffles? No! I don't mean truffles! I mean trifles! How have you never heard of a trifle? I feel like I have this conversation every time I talk about trifles. Trifle. Images. Every time I talk about trifles, there's a couple of people who are always like, do you mean truffles? And I'm like, no, I mean trifles. These are trifles. These are trifles. They are layered desserts that have cake and pudding and whipped cream and berries, sometimes marshmallows. You can have like chocolatey ones. They have like brownies. They can have toffee pieces. Depends on what you want in them. This one looks like it has Oreos in it. It all depends on what you want. This is beautiful. I'm not a big fan of kiwis. Don't take those out. Maybe put something else in there. I wouldn't put Jell-O in it either. I don't like Jell-O. I'm not a Jell-O. Oh, this one's beautiful. Look at this. It's got like the little roll cakes in it. That's so pretty. That's so beautiful. You knew what these were, but not what they were called. Yeah, they're called trifles. They're called trifles. And they are wonderful. Trifling trifle. Never heard of it before. Looks amazing. They are very good. They're also very hard to fuck up. So if you are not well endowed in the baking area, you can go ahead and make yourself a trifle. Very easy, very scrumptious, and people will be like, wow. Wow, oh look, you could even get like a little UK flag Great British trifle. Hey, look, it's a parfait. No, parfaits have yogurt. Parfaits have the yogurt. These do not have the yogurt. Put beans on that one. Ew. Ooh. Ooh. Ginger snaps in a trifle, man. Ooh. Now, I really want to make a gingerbread trifle. I don't think I've ever made one with gingerbread. Why haven't I? I love gingerbread. And I love trifles. As an autistic texture eater, anything that's like super moist and creamy is really great mouthfeel. So having trifles has always been fucking beautiful to my mouth. Well-endowed baking sounds like something you'd see on the hub. No! I put the pudding on throne. Aw, look at the little baby trifles. They're like, it's a little too much effort. Just put it in a big container. Yeah, help! I don't know how I feel about grapes in a trifle. Because grapes have that, like, nice, like, poppy texture. Like, you bite into it and you get that, like, snap to it. I don't know how I feel about that. Autistic texture eater. How do you serve it? With a spoon. So, like, you basically put out this giant cylinder with your trifle in it, and then you put a spoon next to it, and then people spoon it out. It's not gonna look pretty once people start, you know, scooping it out of there. But, like, it's meant to be eaten, you know? It's not meant to look pretty forever. Like tapioca, ew. Yeah, I have these, like, footed trifle bowls. Oh, panettone trifle. It's really hard to find good panettone. I don't know how to fucking pronounce that, but it's hard to find good ones in the US. I also have a trifle dish like this. It's like crystal. I'm fucking serious about trifles, chat. I'm serious. Orange peel on it too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Panda Tony. Hey Tony, where the pan at? I'm gonna just keep looking at trifles if I'm allowed to. Aw. I really like how these ones look with the roll cakes. These are wicked fucking cute. This one has chocolate oranges on it. Bro, did you know that they make mint chocolate oranges? Which is kind of weird because I was like, wouldn't the mint and the orange taste really bad together? But it's actually just a ball of mint chocolate shaped like an orange. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold up, Mr. Chocolate Orange Company. You can't just keep calling it a chocolate orange when it's not even gonna have orange flavor. Oh, that seems a little weird. That sounds weird to your tongue. Your future fiance will put the surprise ring in a trifle. Please do not put my engagement ring in food. There's a good chance that, like, I'll find it because I like smushing my food on the roof of my mouth because of the mouthfeel. But still, you know, better safe than sorry. Right, better safe than sorry. Oh. I got really excited because this looked like it had little gingerbread men's on the top, but it's a picture for ants. This one has people buried alive! Oh, I like that one. I want to bury gingerbread men alive in my trifle. Look at how happy they are to get eaten. Oh, that is so cute. Oh, I'm gonna have to make a gingerbread trifle sometime this year. I'm gonna have to do that. This one has a little forest. This one's got a little fucking forest on the top. That's so cute. Oh yes, the 6 foot under trifle. Chat, I need to stop looking at trifles. I love them so much. I love trifles so fucking much, man. I have to stop. All right, we gotta go back. We gotta go back to the California fires. The future himbo will be dumb enough to try. Well-meaning, but a bit retarded. That's how I like them. You need to send in a photo of the trifle your mom makes. Oh, hell yeah, do it. Do it. When I get my Victorian house, am I gonna have to give us cooking streams? Yes, absolutely. I've wanted to do cooking streams for a while because I really do like cooking and I have no time to do them. So it would be really, or like I have no time to do cooking anymore. So it'd be really nice to do cooking on stream with everyone. I could do like family recipes, I could do meal prep, and I could encourage people to eat a bit healthier. And I think it would be a lot of fun. I really like how Onigiri has her setup as well, where it's like partial real, partial 3D background, and then her model, but then like her hands are like there. I don't know how she set it up, but it looks amazing, and I would love to figure out how to do something like that. Cooking with Kirsche, yeah. Yeah. You like it when you can see as little of the real woman as possible. No real women, only anime women. You think she's got a blue screen suit? I mean, maybe. I have no idea how she has it set up. Maybe once I am in a house and I can think about doing cooking stream setups, I can reach out to her and maybe she'll let us in on some of her secrets and how she sets it up. I don't know if it's like a patented thing that she wouldn't want to talk about or not, but like I can try asking. Top of the camera is cropped digitally. Blue suit. Wouldn't it be green suit? Am I crazy? If you had a wife, you would help her cook every so often. Yeah, doing cooking stuff together is fun sometimes. Sometimes. If it's like average every night cooking, as like, you know, if I'm the one cooking, don't come in my kitchen. It's a war zone. You hear there's a fire sale on houses in California. Jesus Christ. What else do we have in my California tabs, man? Just left the hellscape, formerly known as the Pacific Palisades, where I've lived for 26 years. I'm mad at what I saw. Politicians have failed us. Unprepared, unimaginative, understaffed, now overwhelmed. Heads must roll for this disaster. I hope he means that. I personally saw 100+ homes fully engulfed. Rick Caruso, LA, just mentioned water wasn't working in the fire hydrants. Took this video around Poly High, total destruction. It's still like, I feel like I overuse the word surreal in current year, or even last year. But that's what a lot of this shit feels like. It just doesn't feel real to watch it, you know? And like seeing all of this like ash burning in the ground and in trees, like it just looks not real, man. It looks like something out of a movie or a game. You shit on California a lot, but you genuinely feel bad for him right now? Yeah, like I'm not gonna, if it was Black Lives Matter, I would cheer for their shit burning down, but I mean it's not, so I'm not gonna be happy for anyone, even if I dislike them or disagree with them for losing their entire livelihood here. There's more from yesterday. Sunset and Marquee in the Pacific Palisades.
Following units information on a 415 man active road rage in the area of Sunset and La Brea.
Active road rage. Like some dead island looking stuff, man.
73157 Job 2, last seen making a turn onto Fuller, about by 40 years. Information on the 1656.
I'll reiterate it because I see some of you guys saying 2/3 of the mansions that did burn down. That's fake news. It's not real. It didn't happen. That's not a real news article. You got if you believed that, unfortunately. Christopher Nolan better make the best movie ever out of this. Oh no. New Fallout VR from Bethesda. This was another really cool. There was pictures of this going around, but I took the video. And I didn't take the video. I put the video in a tab because it also looks it looks really cool for an unfortunate situation. This is also ear rapey, so let me turn that down. It's like orange on fire sun with the sky just filled with smoke. The city skyline just highlighted by the disaster. On the scene, Foxu! Maybe one day, man. Black Lives Matter founder Patrice Cullors lost 2 of her 3 Los Angeles mansions consumed by fire. I'm gonna say this very slowly for the room temp IQ retards in the back. That was fake news. There was no source. No Black Lives Matter mansions have burned down currently. There are no sources. There are no facts pointing to that being true. Stop believing fake news in screenshots without sources because it reinforces your biases. But Kirsche, I did have breakfast. There's still time. You do wonder how much random incriminating evidence burned down in the richest parts, though? That's an interesting thing to think about. Pacific Palisades has been wiped off the maps. This is after the fires have finished raging through this one area.
Okay, I guess let's park along this street, yeah? And then, Dave, if you can, just go ahead of us and try to set up a signal.
Right here. This is where it's gotta be.
Why he talking like that?
Oh my god. What? I've never... Look at this. Beyond comprehension.
Oh god, I didn't even notice the like water fucking water pipe burst behind this area of the house. There's some literal Fallout footage. Yeah, it's depressing. It's very depressing. And then we have Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass freezes up, getting absolutely cooked by a reporter. Yeah, help for her horrible policies.
You owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning. Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today?
She looks like she is trying to mentally disassociate out of this position, and if she can will this reporter out of existence, that she would.
Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
If I lived in this area and this was my mayor and like I was watching this, I would feel nothing but unbridled rage. Like I don't know how anyone could look at this and think of any kind of defense for this woman in any way, shape, or form. Like it's just mind-boggling. Why is she even in this position in the first place if she's this incompetent? Man, this reporter's tall.
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
Literally trying to fucking escape the building, man. Actually trying to escape. This is what happens when you hire people in positions that they are not qualified for. This is what DEI style hiring gets you. People who are not leaders, who just want the status of being a leader and using your tax money to do whatever the fuck they want, while rules don't apply to them and they ruin your lives. Do not let these people into these positions. That's not to say that there aren't corruptions elsewhere. There's obviously corruptions elsewhere. Luckily for her, everyone's TV burned to dust, so nobody locally saw it. Jesus Christ.
Hold on 1 second.
Madam Mayor, just a few words for
Why are you helping her escape?
Return to deal with the catastrophe.
Why are you helping her escape, you fucking cuck? Holy shit!
David, as you say, she wasn't very keen to answer any of your questions there. And fire chiefs are also admitting that they just don't have enough personnel to take out the fires.
Yeah, they're fighting all sorts of challenges. They're talking about a water shortage. There are reports of fire hydrant failures. They've been unable to use firefighting aircraft for much of the day due to the smoke that is billowing ominously from the hills where the wildfires are raging. And I suppose despite that political storm, this is, of course, at its heart, a human story, because we've now 80,000 people evacuated. Tens of thousands of others are on standby to be evacuated. 2 lives have been lost in the Eaton fire, which is what's causing the consequence behind us. The city's iconic landscape almost shrouded completely by the smoke. And they're really...
Guys, I'm gonna be real with you. Let's be honest. In her position, what would you literally... anything that you could say? Maybe that you fucked up. Maybe that you shouldn't have been in Ghana while your city was on fire. Maybe that some of the policies you put into practice weren't as good as you maybe thought they would be. Maybe that you've made some mistakes and that you're not qualified for this position anymore, and that you're going to resign and let somebody else who can possibly do a better job take over. Part of being a good leader is understanding when you are out of your depth and that you are incapable of doing a duty that you have been assigned. Unfortunately, a lot of these people who get into these positions, once again, they don't want to actually do the job. They just want the status and the prestige that comes with the job. she's not going to self-reflect. She's not going to resign unless literally strong-armed into doing so.
Just taking it one step at a time, hoping at some stage the wind's going to change direction or to die down, and that they're going to be able to get this fire under control.
You've done things before. The disaster happened. The disaster. So ominous. It's like, nobody likes being wrong. Nobody likes admitting that they fucked up. But it's part of not only being a mature person, but especially if you're in a position of leadership and your fuck-ups affect other people, having the humility to be like, hey, I did fuck up. And then either realizing it's on you to fix this, or that you can't fix it and you should let somebody who is more capable do so. In her shoes, you would have just told the truth that you don't care about the well-being of those non-urban people and you only have contempt for them. I mean, we all know that that's how she feels. That's not even like a gross assumption. That's just like, it's pretty obvious by her actions that she doesn't give a shit. I plead the fifth. Don't worry, she'll be re-elected. Oh my god. I just keep thinking about that Supamea person that those people thought was a good idea to elect in the first place, and then she just entrenched herself and was unable to be removed for so fucking long. Can't make this up. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is going Joe Biden, not knowing what she's saying. They didn't write the web address in her script that she's stumbling on, and she told everyone where to get help from. All of this can be found at URL.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance. Right now.
Come on, lady. Come on, lady. Like I do that kind of shit as a streamer, but me fucking up acronyms and me fucking up shit that I'm reading in my chat doesn't have disastrous consequences and policy on people in a city. Like, come on, dude. You have coconut head. It's justified. And I also don't think I'd make a good politician. I know where I would not be a strong candidate. Some of the damage could have been prevented and reduced, but the current policies are making so a crisis like this affects even more people. They're fucking terrible. Kirsche reading the emotes. Exactly. You almost got me with that one. I have an excuse though. The emotes don't show up in my chat. URL. Oh, United Resource Legos. Got it. You could use your science computer to donate to Act Blue. Oh, it must be wild to be able to show your IQ using your hands. Jesus. And then, Razor had a good post here, I believe. Someone said, some of y'all need to look at yourselves in the mirror. If you're laughing that California's on fire, they're still Americans and most importantly, people. Well, I agree. You shouldn't be laughing. I agree with Razor that the only people who need a long look in the mirror right now are Californians themselves. I disagree that, like, the mayor and the governor don't need a long look because, yes, they were elected and they were saved from recall. So, yes, the people need to do self-reflection, but the mayor and the governor are also culpable. They're also bad people. When you elect bad people, you share some of the responsibility for the bad decisions that those people you elected cause. But that doesn't mean that the people who caused them are completely free of anything just because they were elected. This was utterly preventable. California repeatedly elected not to prevent it. Very unfortunate, yes. You wish you could move out of California, but you have your whole family network here? That really sucks. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, of course. Ultra-realistic lasagna. You just screenshot that post and put it on your Facebook. Your shit-lip relatives will seethe. Oh, my God. Macaque! Thank you for the 6 months of cocking around here. You're a goof-ass, but you're also cute, so that makes it okay. It makes it okay, not just because I'm cute, but because when I'm a goof-ass, it doesn't have negative repercussions for an entire city of people. It just kind of makes me look like a retard for a couple of minutes, you know? if it had repercussions for other people like that, I would no longer be a goof ass and there would be some problems, you know? Your ass do have googly eyes. Your artard, true. Watching him destroy the monarchist in the comments is gold. I don't like monarchy because I'm an American, but I'm not educated enough on the nuances between having a constitutional republic and a monarchy to be able to argue in favor of one or the other, right? I just like, I don't think I'd want to be ruled by a royal family. It's just kind of like my opinion, man. Bring a clown on the internet. Being a clown on the internet's funny. Being a clown as a mayor is disastrous. Exactly. Exactly. How does monarchy work out for England right now? I'm not sure exactly how England's government completely works. But I don't think the monarchy is like complete power, right? Like they have like a parliament and shit, right? The monarchy isn't in charge of fuck all. Like I'm pretty sure the UK is like the parliamentary thing, and then the monarchy is mostly ornamental at this point. I could be wrong. There could be some things that they do legally, but I thought that it was mostly ornamental. UK royals only have the power to veto. That's basically it. Monarchy in the UK is basically figureheads nodding and smiling at the commoners. The king could elect to dissolve the parliament according to their docs. UK is barely a monarchy. They're a figurehead monarchy at best. UK is fucked because of the cucking of the monarchy. How did it work out for the Romanovs? I don't think they had much of a choice in that matter. They still got the UK Parliament to rely on. Oh wait, they voted to not investigate the decades-long grooming and rape gangs. Never mind. Yeah, that was a very weird decision. Theoretically, they could take back power or dissolve them. Old royal heads like the Duke still own mad stuff like public land and lakes and their respective resources. Yeah, but that's not... I mean, I guess if they're owning the resources, that's a thing. I was thinking like legally kind of stuff. They don't even use the powers they technically have. I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I don't know the intricacies. Much like the average British person doesn't know the intricacies of like American government, and I wouldn't fault them for like not knowing about how our branches work. Right? It's like I don't know exactly what the royal family does in England either. And back when royalties had power, it was the royal family, nobility, or the church. The first two you needed to be born into. The third was nepotism. Yeah, I was pretty sure that most royal families in most European countries at this point are like ornamental figureheads, and they don't do much in ways of legality. Who cares? I mean, wasn't one of the princes spotted at Epstein Island? I don't remember. UK royal family is basically a tourist attraction now. All the ducks in England belong to the crown. So does that mean every time you steal a duck from the park in England, it's not actually free? You're stealing directly from the royal family? Living in the UK and hearing work colleagues talk about the US Electoral College as if their seats in Parliament makes me seethe silently. It's only the swans, not the ducks. Oh. I mean, I guess that makes a little bit of sense. Swans are very pretty. You stole the duck from the royalty based. Isn't King Charles like 25% co-sanguineous? I don't know what that means. English monarch can do something, but choose to let them do whatever. Prince Andrew is the islander. Okay. The gay duck. The gay necrophiliac ducks? They don't do much, because if they did enact their absurdly strong power to abolish existing political structures, the monarchies anywhere would get obliterated. Interesting. Ducks are edible. Bad choice for the House of Wales. Queen of England is on Canadian money because Canada is an autonomous possession. Now, I remember Canada used to be owned by the crown, much like prior to the American Revolution. We're back to CK-esque spurging about royalist bloodlines. Swans are also geese that are actually a threat if someone tried to steal them. Are they? I've never held a swan before, but I feel like it would feel very nice. I've held a goose before, and it felt very nice, except for its feet. Its feet feel very weird. I don't like the feel of goose feet. Speaking of goose feet, Fox 11, Los Angeles newscaster, was asked by a random man why the fire started. We saw this on side scrollers, but it's fucking hilarious. So I'm gonna play it again.
I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was
Fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You're the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There, you know,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the,
Unacceptable. Gina,
Unacceptable. It's like when you're a Twitch streamer and someone says something super out of pocket and you're like, you're repressing the desire to laugh while also saying, I disavow. The fires are because of all the flaming gays. The man who actually lit California on fire. I know, right? Who of you guys did this? And then this was the Joe Rogan clip people were talking about. The LA fires predicted with incredible accuracy by a fireman who spoke to Joe Rogan. And the Joe Rogan clip is from July 19th, 2024.
I talked to a fireman once. This is one of the reasons it freaked me out. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. And there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds. And the wind's just blowing embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up, and they're landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up, and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do.
You just have to evacuate, right?
Nothing they can do. I talked to a fireman.
And I feel like this isn't like super prophetic because this is basically what people have been telling California since like 2017 or some shit. But it's still interesting that it was like less than a year ago that this was being talked about. Kirsche, the first VTuber on the Joe Rogan podcast. Let's make it happen. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Hopefully I'll have a 2D model. Maybe one of my models will get finished before then. I just want to say that the Danish queen is endearingly known as a chain smoker. Oh my god. Maybe have local government build with fire-resistant materials or clear the dry brush in the hills. No fuel, no fire. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 5. Playing boat women while listening to the Foxu. It just built every boat woman on the current gacha banner at once. I have a tip for being my lucky Foxu. Hell yeah! Congratulations. I didn't know a new event started. I'll have to check in with my slave, Nimothy. Jamie, pull up the clip of Kirsche choking on Jell-O. Oh my god. Insurance risk management guys knew this would happen and pulled out before. Yeah, that's why a lot of people lost their insurance, unfortunately. Who knew firefighters needed a firefighting infrastructure? I know, it's crazy. Who thought you would have needed something like that, man? It's a rerun event. Oh, okay. A king can dissolve the parliament, but it was only ever been done at the behest of the prime minister, which Tutir Kier won't do, obviously. I feel really sad when I think about the UK. Like, I make a lot of jokes about how I prefer to think about them not existing, but it's like, I genuinely do hope that the people who still care about their country over there on that little island can somehow do something to take their country back from the people who have stopped at nothing to destroy it over many decades. I think Americans would build their cities out of something other than wood after Chicago burned down in the 19th century. We have very plentiful wood here. Plus concrete buildings are typically ugly as fuck, so, you know. We're firing the prime minister in 2029. Pretty much Airstrip 1 at this point. California after Kronos escapes Tartarus. I don't understand that reference. Jamie, pull up Kirsche's VoD of papers, please. Good fucking god. What else do I have here? What else do I have in my California tabs? Another LA newscaster clip. I had this twice. I liked that the gays started the fires so much I had it twice. We have the Adam Carolla clip here. Adam Carolla rant from a hotel after the LA wildfires are forced to evacuate from his home, where he predicts Hollywood leftists will be so frustrated by the rebuild that they will not vote Democrat. You guys all voted for Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. You all voted for Gavin Newsom, and now you fucking get what you get. He went full Joker. You fucking get what you deserve! Now that your house is on fire. So here's what's gonna happen. All these people who are deep blue Democrats are now going to have to pull a permit to rebuild, and they're going to get the 28-year-old bitch from the Coastal Commission telling them to go fuck off. And then they're going to go vote for Trump or whoever's Trumpian next. When they start getting the regulation, they're going to go nuts. And then when they start running into the bureaucracy and the red tape, they're going to start going nuts, and they're going to vote for Rick Caruso next time. They're going to find out that they're going to get bit by their own snake. They're going to convert, and I'm telling you, these are the bluest people on the planet. And they're going to be fucking ripshit pissed when the City and Coastal Commission tell them to fuck off. We're going to have to restructure the whole thing because we can't have 9 angry lesbians controlling everything that goes on in Malibu, the Palisades, and Santa Monica. This is why Californians pay the highest taxes so that their government can completely fail them in their time of need.
Who lost their $20 million homes on the ocean side of PCH will be knee-deep in the permit process. They will be trying to pull permits when the guys in the Winnebagos will have been back
Winnebago.
for months.
I love the word Winnebago. It's fun to say, and it doesn't sound like it's a camper. It sounds like some sort of weird food dish. The Winnebago. I would like to order one, please.
Months before those guys ever get a permit. As a matter of fact, good fucking luck. Because here's the deal. Alan Hamill and Suzanne Summers moved because they could not get a permit to rebuild their home of 40 years on the ocean on PCH, right? So here's what's going to happen. Let me just give you guys a little primer of what's going to happen. You know how Bill Maher seems real conservative now when he's like arguing with Jane Fonda about regulations, too many regulations, like strangling everything? Because remember, when Bill Maher tried to put solar in his house in Beverly Hills, that's when he turned against the government. Because he saw what the government and the overreach of government and overregulation does. He got strangled.
Wow. When your policies start applying to you, you start wondering if you should start advocating them completely anymore. Wow. I feel like a lot of these people who advocate for destructive policies should genuinely be forced to see the repercussions of these things. Like when Ron DeSantis sent a whole bunch of illegal migrants up to Martha's Vineyard and they all freaked the fuck out. Like, if you're going to advocate for these things, you should understand the repercussions of them.
It took him 3 years to build a solar shack. He had a whole countdown on his show, you know, day 1,000 since I've got my permit for my solar. He turned. Okay. The people who live in Malibu, who live in Santa Monica, who live in the Palisades, those are some of the most progressive blue voters in the world, or in the United States. They are...
Well, to be fair, the United States is the world, let's be honest.
a bastion of blue. So what those guys did is all the people in the Palisades, I checked it out. It's about 80% blue, 80% progressive, 80% Democrat. Now, these pussies are all sitting around crying about Karen Bass, water pressure, how come the forest wasn't cleared of all the brush, what's happening with the infrastructure.
Which are reasonable things to complain about. However, and I'm sure he's about to say this is what those people voted for. Not all of them. I'm sure there's a couple of them who did not. But overwhelmingly, this is what those people voted for. This is what they voted to not recall even. So, kind of a little bit of reaping what you have sown.
You guys all voted for Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. You all voted for Gavin Newsom. And now you fucking get what you get. Oh, now that your house is on fire, well, now you're thinking about something else. Now you want to know what's going on. What's going on around here? You didn't give a shit about what was going on when other people's houses were on fire, but now you care. So here's what's going to happen. All these people who were deep blue Democrats are now going to have to pull a permit to rebuild. And they're going to get the 28-year-old bitch from the Coastal Commission telling them to go fuck off.
Come in, NIMBY.
Then they're going to vote for Trump or whoever's Trumpian next. You see, they're going to get turned. They're going to get turned hard because, as I've always said, live in the rent control apartment in Santa Monica, fine, good. We know how you vote. Go deal with the city. Try to pull a permit. These are going to be thousands of homes, super wealthy people, and these people don't want to live in Van Nuys. They like it where they are.
Can you imagine if in our lifetime we see California flip to a red state? Well, I don't think it'll happen because I don't think enough people in California are capable of that much like self-reflection, right? And there's way too many blue no matter who people, but could you imagine just how fucking crazy that would be?
They love Malibu. They love the Palisades. They love Santa Monica. There's going to be a whole bunch of rich people, and they're going to go, I'm rebuilding, and I want to rebuild as fast as I can. And between the part where they go in to planning commission and plan check and initially and try to pull a permit to the time the first load of lumber, the first load of 2x4s is dropped off on their lot where their house formerly stood, it's going to be 3 years. And 1,000 permits and 1,000 arguments and 1,000 discussions with the Coastal Commission, not to mention little tidbits that they didn't think about.
In my lifetime, Cali was a red state. Okay, not all of us were alive when Reagan was president. All right, not all of us remember Reaganomics from being there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Imagine if you're old enough to have seen California be red before. Imagine it going red again. Thank you, Axel Jessen. What do you mean I can face the consequences of my actions? Munya! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you. Thank you, Quebec. Thank you, Quebec, for the 101 slaves.
Fox Tax. Hope you're feeling better and good luck with your house shopping.
Thank you. I look forward to being in debt for the rest of my living years. Thank you, Quebec. Thank you. Wasn't Cali red when Arnold was governor? Well, that was like 2010. No, was it? I don't think it was. I don't think it was. Am I crazy? Red, quote unquote. Arnie may have been a Republican, but he was hard blue. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember it being blue back then. Sorry, red back then. I can't tell my colors apart. I'm becoming Ziz. He was governor, but the rest was blue. And I'm sure it was more like a novelty as well. The purple state. Arnold is almost as ESL as you. True. True, and his accent's funnier than mine. Arnie was a Republican, but by California standards. Oh no. It was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Reagan went to the Bohemian Grove. Axel Jessen, thank you for the 2. You're only 32. Shakes fist in old. When was California red? I don't remember that. He served as the 38th governor of California from 2003 to 2011. Republican governor does not equal red state. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Vermont's governor's been a Republican for years. That's New Hampshire is typically a blue state as well, but they have Republican governors. In a galaxy far away. Went red during Reagan elections. Yeah, but Axel Jessen wasn't alive for Reagan if he's 32, right? That was before then. Cities are always blue hellholes. Reminder that California voted to ban gay marriage in 2008 with Prop 8, and then their Supreme Court turned it down. It went red for George H.W. Bush. Okay, alright. Maybe. I don't remember. We can flip New Hampshire. God, I fucking hope so. God, I fucking hope so. Crumbles to dust. Arnold was not a proper Republican. You remember Cali being red in the 80s as a kid. He want it back by any means. Mercenary 21, thank you for the 5. Being from New England, I would love to see New Hampshire and Massachusetts be solidly red states. But Mass going red, like New Hampshire going red is like an unironic possibility. I could genuinely see that happening. but mass going red is about as unlikely as California. Like, if mass went red in my lifetime, I'd be like, God damn. God, how many Asians did we need to import for this to finally happen? It could go red if you blow up Boston. Look, people already tried that. It's not a good idea. New Hampshire is one of the least blue East Coast states, to be fair. It is, to be fair. A mass going red would take an act of God. Yeah, basically. Remove New York City and New York is red state. A bunch of libertarians live in New Hampshire. It's a possibility. Imagine if Mass, New Hampshire, and Cali all went red. I would not know what timeline I'm living in anymore if that happened. Mass could go red, but not in the kind of way you want. And Boston just needs some more tea parties. It'll be fine out. Yeah, we need to tap into our heritage, man. Vermont is surprisingly pro-gun for a blue state. It is. It is. I will agree with that. This place is going red, Foxu. Your drugs are too strong. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying it would be crazy if they did. Imagine if the squares go red. You don't bring that bad juju here. Nelson Rivera, thank you for the 5. The Richard of consequences rarely arrives lubed. A freaking screw tube. True and real.
Like Carson Daly.
Hey, I know that
You want
name.
a swimming pool. Yep. Got to be double hulled. Really? Yeah. Well, why? Well, what if water leaches out and gets into the groundwater table? Carson Daly had to build a swimming pool like a modern day oil tanker. Had to put like a double hulled. That's all right. It'll just cost $500,000 for a swimming pool. Like that, they're going to be, when they start getting the regulation, they're going to go nuts. And when they start running into the bureaucracy and the red tape, they're going to start going nuts, and they're going to vote for Rick Caruso next time because they want to get. That's all Trump says is we're going to pull back the regulations. We're going to free people up. They're going to find out. They're going to get bit by their own snake. They're going to convert. I am telling you, these are the bluest people on the planet, and they're going to be fucking ripshit pissed when the city and the Coastal Commission tell them to fuck off. And by the way, I don't think the Coastal Commission is going to okay anyone rebuilding any of their houses on the coast because they say they're in the business of protecting the coast. They're in the business of getting you to leave. They will get their wish, which is no buildings. And they're going to make it hard for everyone. And then we're going to have to restructure the whole thing because we can't have 9 angry lesbians controlling everything that goes on in Malibu, the Palisades, and Santa Monica.
As like, there's probably a little bit of copium in here. I agree that people are probably going to be super pissed once they realize the kinds of things that they're going to be held to the standards of that they voted for. I can agree with that assessment, but I don't know how many of these people will be capable of thinking that they are partially to blame for voting in the people who caused all of these policy. I don't know if they're going to be capable of that, man. The Council of Angry Lesbians has spoken, and no one listened because they were all women. They'll go full communist before they vote for Republicans. Oh my god. And Californians yearn to be serfs. They love licking the boot. It's a weird mentality that is hard to understand. Coastal Commission and the AQMD, Air Quality Management, are going to red tape people out of California. I can only imagine. L Monster, thank you for 5. If having disasters in blue states will slap Dems into common sense, I wouldn't want it to happen, but red wave gotta start somewhere. It's like we all have different disasters depending on where we live. And again, I mean, we're focusing on California because it just happened and it is a disaster. But like even Biden was just like, oh, we're going to spare no expense in helping California rebuild. And it's like, well, what about people in like North Carolina and South Carolina and Florida who are still affected and still rebuilding from the hurricanes? They got like a $700 or $750 loan. They got ignored by FEMA. They were left like stranded for ages. Like what? Why aren't we giving them the same level of support? The North Carolina situation was absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, especially when people found out that they were genuinely like withholding aid from people if they were like Republican. Like it was fucked. Unfortunately, the Cali plates keep showing up in your area. Unfortunately, tires, windows, and gas siphons have gone up for Cali plate vehicles by 300%. What the fuck? What the fuck? We have a brutal video. Anchor says, despite what you've heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they're running out of water. Cut to the reporter on the ground. Reporter says, firefighters have told me they have no water to put out this fire. This is Mayor Karen Bass tweet. Evacuees in the Palisades fire, please head southbound on the Palisades Drive to westbound Sunset Boulevard. Southbound Pacific Coast Highway, PCH is closed between blah blah blah. Topanga Canyon Boulevard is closed. Westbound I-10 is closed. Please avoid the fire's area and help us facilitate evacuations.
Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso criticizing the city's response to the windstorm and fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
The real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spreads so quickly. And the second is you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Despite what you have heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water.
And let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She is live in Pacific Palisades. I know your signal's not the best, but Gigi, what can you tell us?
Well, firefighters have told me they have no water on this block, and you may be able to make out the understorm that we're in the middle of right now. This house going to be a total loss. They have no water.
Streamer quality. Yeah, she's getting red squared.
They are standing by because they're trying to save the home that is next to it.
I just like, you know, from playing, you know, city builder games and whatnot, like propaganda is a big part. Propaganda is a big part of like you keeping control. So like I should be more used to mainstream news networks basically just being used as propaganda to lie to us at this point. But it's gotten pretty fucking ridiculous. It gets really ridiculous when you are lying in real time and then get proven wrong in real time by another reporter. All right, like, come on, man. You're surprised they didn't instantly cut the feed? The fiery but mostly peaceful, avoidable natural disasters that were definitely not set by people. Not exacerbated by terrible policy. Literally 3 seconds later. And we got Anna Kasparian here. California, and especially LA, please pause video, is controlled by Democrats. They are responsible. No more passing the buck. Our mayor, who was in Ghana as fires exploded in our city, cut the fire budget by $17 million. Endless amounts of money funneled to bullshit, scammer, homeless nonprofits. We're the highest tax, yet we have encampments and squalor everywhere. Even worse, we don't have enough firefighters to respond to the absolute disaster we're experiencing right now. Rather than conserve the record rain we got last year, we just drained it into the ocean. We're a failing city run by a sick excuse for local government. You want to radicalize people against the modern Democratic Party? Send them to LA. And this is in response to a tweet that said one billionaire couple owns almost all the water in California. In 1994, the Resnicks secretly seized control of California's public water supply. I don't know anything about the Resnicks. You love watching Anna Kasparian slowly turn into a neocon. Okay, don't send it to the water treatment plant. Wow, what the hell made the commie turn? I don't exactly remember. I know we talked about it when she started turning, because she started getting attacked by people in her own party for noticing something very baseline. 1994 was 30 years ago. Firefighter with no water is like a firefighter on a movie set. All they can do is stand there and look pretty. And then we have a state to probe why the Pacific Palisades Reservoir was offline and empty when firestorm exploded. And we have an LA Times article here with an image of the empty reservoir. which there were even people in chat earlier on this stream saying that the reservoirs weren't empty. So I don't know where you got your information, but you know, I got some pictures and some articles here. A large reservoir in the Pacific Palisades that is a part of the Los Angeles water supply system was out of commission when a ferocious wildfire destroyed thousands of homes and other structures nearby, Los Angeles Times found. Officials said that the Santa Ynez Reservoir has been closed since about February for repairs to its cover, leaving a 117 million gallon water storage complex empty in the heart of the Palisades for nearly a year. HP2A says 2022. Updated January 10th, 2025. Not a reservoir, that's a skate park. Why do you keep giving me pop-ups, man? The revelation comes amid growing questions about why firefighters ran out of water while battling the blaze, which ignited Tuesday during catastrophically high winds. The Times reported early Wednesday that numerous fire hydrants and higher elevation streets of the Palisades went dry, leaving crews struggling with low water pressure as they combated the flames. Governor Gavin Newsom on Friday ordered an independent investigation of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power over the loss of water pressure and the empty Santa Ynez Reservoir, calling it deeply troubling. The pic caption 2022. I don't think it matters if the picture is from 2022. If, again, this is an article from January 10th, they are saying that the reservoir has been empty and closed since February 2023, I'm imagining. It's not February 2024, sorry. It's not February 2025 yet. And then again, even Gavin Newsom is ordering an investigation into why it was empty. Billionaire couple are super Dem donors. They're close friends with Rep Feinstein. Oh. We need answers to how that happened, Newsom said in a letter to leaders of DWP and LA County Public Works. DWP spokesperson Ellen Chang said, "We appreciate the governor's letter and believe that an investigation will help identify any new needed capabilities for water systems to support fighting wildfires." DWP officials have said that demand for water during an unprecedented fire made it impossible to maintain any pressure to hydrants at high elevations. Had the reservoir been operable, water pressure in the Palisades would have lasted longer on Tuesday night, said former DWP General Manager Martin Adams, an expert on the city's water system. But only for a time. You would still have ended up with serious drops in pressure, Adams said in an interview Thursday. Would Santa Ynez Reservoir have helped? Yes, to some extent. Would it have saved the day? I don't think so. A DWP official acknowledged that the reservoir's absence likely contributed to some diminished pressure and dry hydrants in the upper regions of the Palisades. And it's like, I don't think everyone is going to say that, yeah, this one reservoir would have just solved the issue entirely and everyone would have been fine. No one's homes would have burned down. I don't think anyone would be claiming that. But it's like, if you are not clearing brush, if you have a reservoir that has had delays and whatnot on its repairs, if it's empty, if it's not operable, that's going to compound with the issues. And this was something that people replying to my tweets could not comprehend. Along with breakfast, they don't seem to understand that a series of choices can compound with one another and make a situation far worse. A lot of these people just saw the word Ukraine and wanted to freak out and be like, it's not Ukraine's fault. We're giving them artillery and military equipment. And why do you want to blame Ukraine for the fires? And so I'm not blaming Ukraine. And we didn't give them artillery from the fucking fire department, you mongoloid. We gave them firefighting equipment. And if that was the only thing that happened, yeah, sure. Maybe it wouldn't have had such a large impact, but it's the firefighting equipment that we sent away from California. It's the empty reservoirs. It's the not burning of the brushes. It's the cutting of the fire department budget. It's the firing of firefighters and not rehiring them until they get a COVID shot. It's the DEI hiring that you're focusing on, not hiring competent firefighters able to do the job, but hiring people based on check boxes and looking good for virtue signal points who can't do the job or won't do the job because, oh, you're a man, you got yourself into the fire, fucking get yourself out, right? Like it's all of these decisions together compounding, making this fire as bad as it is. It's a lot of straws that piled up and broke the camel's back. Yeah, exactly. It's just a typical misrepresentation of the argument. They pick one detail to hyperfixate on. Yeah, exactly. But Kirsche, they'd rather die of smoke inhalation. During the next donathon, we need to fund the Foxu a newscaster model. True and real. True and real. Let's not forget the smelt. Literally everything that could have gone wrong compounding on the exact worst day. 100% human error mixed with bad fucking luck. Yeah, exactly. Damn that fish. Yeah, the fucking fish thing I always forget to mention. However, a spokesperson for the utility said in a statement that DWP was still evaluating the effect of the reservoir being placed offline and that staffers were conducting a root cause analysis. Our primary focus is to provide water supply throughout the city, the DWP spokesperson said. The system was never designed for a wildfire scenario that we're experiencing. It's still a reservoir that provides water to the fire hydrants. It's still another source of water that could have been used to fight the fire. It doesn't matter if that wasn't its primary usage. Emptying of the reservoir began in February after a tear in the floating cover measuring several feet allowed debris, bird droppings, and other objects to enter the water supply. DWP drained the site to avoid contamination and comply with water regulations. DWP sought bids for the repair in April at a cost of up to $89,000. In November, the utility signed off on a contract with a lakeside firm for about $130,000, records show. At a cost of up to $89,000. So that was their ceiling. So how did they end up signing for $130,000? That's We did a study and found we did nothing wrong. Yeah, basically. The status of the repairs is unclear, and the DWP's employee union leader condemned the months-long wait to restore the reservoir. It's completely unacceptable that this reservoir was empty for almost a year for minor repairs. Gus Corona, business manager of IBEW Local 18, said in an interview with The Times, "This work should have been done in-house, and they shouldn't have depended on a contractor to do it. I truly believe it's something that could have been avoided." And it's just, again, like, anything the government does is incredibly incompetent. We've read stories of, like, people fixing potholes on their own, or, like, fixing staircases on their own, and then the government comes in and uses money to destroy it, because they're like, well, we can't verify if it's up to regulation, and we need to be the ones to fix it, slowly and inefficiently, and with more money. Joseph Ramallo, a chief communications officer for DWP, said the reservoir was scheduled to reopen in February. Do they mean February this year? Whether the reservoir would have had a meaningful effect on fighting a blaze of such intensity remains unclear. Fuck you. Researchers said urban water systems like DWP's were not designed to fight wildfires that overtake whole neighborhoods. Water pressure in the Upper Palisades is sustained with 3 storage tanks, which hold 1 million gallons each. The tanks, part of a network of more than 100 across the city, are located at successively higher elevations in the coastal hilly neighborhood, with water pumped up to the tanks and then flowing down by gravity to maintain the pressure. By 3 a.m. Wednesday, all 3 tanks had gone dry. DWP Chief Executive Janice Quinones said the tanks could not be refilled fast enough, and the demand at lower elevations hampered the ability to pump water to tanks at higher elevations. In one case, DWP crews attempting to reroute water to refill a tank had to be evacuated. Quinones said 4 times the usual demand for water on the trunk line over a 15-hour period led to drops in water pressure. Had the Santa Ynez Reservoir been in use during that period, Adams estimated, that demand might have just been 3 times as high. Water in the reservoir would have fed the firefighting equipment and helped pump stations push the water to the storage tanks. But the reservoir wouldn't have lasted forever and would not have been a fix-all. Eventually, you would have gotten to the same place. Adams cautioned that he was basing his assertion on a rough estimate and that he had not calculated the specific amount. The National Weather Service had warned of life-threatening winds before the fire broke out, at a time of the year when rainfall has normally made the hills less likely to catch fire. By then, Adams said, the DWP's options were limited. He noted that fire risk is not exclusive to the Palisades, but is present across LA County. Had DWP held water in the reservoir with a ripped cover, an ill-advised move for several reasons, the water would have been legally undrinkable except in emergencies. While the utility could have started filling the reservoir over the weekend before the extreme winds, the process takes a month and would still risk contamination to the area's drinking supply. Adams agreed that it was unlikely the water could have been added fast enough to be useful. They would have been betting that there would have been a fire that wipes out they would have been betting that there would be a fire that wipes out the whole neighborhood, which of course no one has ever seen before. It would have been a strange bet. And I don't think, like, I think this kind of like pushes away again from like government inefficiencies. If the issue started in February of last year, and that's why they emptied the reservoir, they didn't start the bidding to fix it until April. Why was there that much of a delay? And then from April 2024 to now, it's still empty and inoperable. Why has it taken so long? Even if they weren't betting on any kind of fire, why were they dragging ass on fixing it in the first place? How the fuck did the commies do a better firefighting job back in Chernobyl? God forbid the fire get an icky stomach. Oh my god. RJV33, thank you for the 500 biddies. It was handled extremely poorly. Yeah, it was like every wrong decision you could make basically had been made here. Fluxer Enjoyer, thank you for the 19.99, my guy. Thank you. Ammonia. Where was I in this article? The reservoir is one of several operated by DWP across the city, which have a combined capacity of more than 4.1 billion gallons of water. Including aqueduct reservoirs, the city can store more than 91 billion gallons across its vast infrastructure. The Santa Ynez complex at 117 million gallons is among several sources of water in the area, including a large pipeline from Stone Canyon and a smaller site, the nearby Palisades Reservoir. The utility designs the system with redundancies and multiple sources of water. In a statement, the agency said that none of its infrastructural assets failed Tuesday and early Wednesday, but that the intensity of the fire disrupted the contingencies in place. I would like to know more about this. What contingencies were disrupted by the intensity of the fire, and why do you not have better safeguards in place in an area that we know catches fire frequently? Galleons, they're holding Spanish sailing ships. Look, the Boston debuff just takes a hold sometimes. Adams said that if the Santa Ynez Reservoir had been in a normal use with a fully repaired cover, the water level would likely have been well below maximum capacity. In the winter, water levels are kept purposely lower because of a seasonal decline in water use by residents. If water remains stagnant in a reservoir, there's a risk that chloramine, the chemical used as a disinfectant, will break down and chlorine will evaporate, leaving behind ammonia that could foster bacterial growth in the water supply. You would not have had a whole pile of water just sitting there. That's the battle in water storage. You've got to keep your tanks and reservoirs fluctuating. Furious residents have pointed to the lack of water pressure as one factor contributing to the destruction of 5,300 homes and buildings in LA, Santa Monica, and Malibu. Civic leaders like LA City Council member Tracy Park and developer Rick Caruso have pointed to the issue as a sign of poor infrastructure upkeep, which is true, and I think very obvious to anyone looking on. Corona, the DWP union chief, welcomed the probe called for by the governor. I'm glad the governor is stepping in and looking into why this happened and holding people accountable. Place right next to water catching fire every year can only be deliberate. Haven't seen this much fire since Woodstock. Oh my god. Icky, thank you for the 7-month member. You've lost galleons to me. Where's my my ships then, eh? Where are my ship fleets? I gotta rule the seas. And just suck Newsom's D. No, thank you. You'd love it if it became Mad Max in Cali. What a weird thing to want. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this is the McDonald's thing. I don't want to have this too loud. Oh god. Wind gusts are devastating. It's a hurricane of fire. It's a video that goes hard, unfortunately. The nuggies were too spicy. It's a cool video in an unfortunate situation. Red sun over paradise. And then we have this video. This is who the real Karen Bass is. Are we actually surprised? No wonder she didn't bother to offer an empathetic response to her constituents. She needs to be fully investigated. I do not know who Errol Weber is, Right, this says Errol Weber, a documentary film producer, director of photography, cinematographer of the Oscar-winning Music by Prudence, Sundance-winning American Promise. So, I don't know who this is. I don't know how trustworthy they are. Possible grain of salt. I don't know what sources he's going to pull up. So let's take a little ride, chat.
1983. Remember this date, but first, let me introduce you to Karen Bass. Back in the 1970s, community activist Karen Bass went on at least 15 trips to Cuba, many with a group known as the Venceremos Brigade, a Marxist group started by the Castro regime to subvert American interests, weaken democracies, and spread communism around the world.
I'm not surprised, right, if true, that it would be people in California who are communists that are in power. Activist, I immediately believe this.
Founded in 1969, the Venceremos Brigade organized trips to Cuba every year for half a century. They attracted the most radicalized and delusional segments of the American left, including overtly Maoist and pro-Soviet communist groups. In fact, a Los Angeles police investigator who infiltrated the group testified to Congress saying that to be a member of the brigade, you had to be confirmed as a Marxist-Leninist, as a brigadista, and then moving up the ranks to organizer for the Venceremos Brigade. Karen Bass visited Cuba.
I love how communists have always used that language, right? She became an organizer. Ah, yes, simply an organizer. Nothing scary about that.
Cuba every 6 months. Their mission to
I like how he did put a tweet there from her showing that she was going on these trips to Cuba. So that's good that he put some sources in there.
Young, impressionable American leftists in terrorist tactics and guerrilla warfare. Members of the Venceremos Brigade were even taught how to make bombs.
Jesus Christ.
Karen Bass admits, on her many pilgrimages to Cuba, she went to see Fidel Castro speak several times, even calling him charismatic. And upon his death, praised him, saying, "The passing of Commandant en Jefe is a great loss to the people of Cuba," even though the people of Cuba see him as a dictator who
See, I would have liked a source for this, right? He's saying that she said that, but where did she say that? Is there like a tweet? Is there like a clip of her like saying this at a podium somewhere? I would have liked if he included that.
impoverished their island. Another group, the M19, took its belief in revolutionary anti-imperialism to extremes, violent extremes. The M19 was the first and only women-created and women-led domestic terrorist group. Since their founding in 1978, M19's tactics escalated from—
Was M19 the one where that lady that I always forget the name of was pardoned by Clinton? Was that M19? Or was that a different group?
robbing armored trucks.
That was it? Okay, I am remembering correctly then.
Building their own explosives and carrying out terrorist bombings. From 1983 to 1984, M19 bombed an FBI office, the Israel Aircraft Industries building, the South African consulate in New York, DC's Fort McNair, and Navy Yard, which they bombed twice. But that wasn't enough for them. On the night of November 7, 1983, the M19 called the US Capitol switchboard and warned them to evacuate the building. Minutes later, the M19 bombed the north wing of the US Capitol. November 7, 2023.
I mean, I guess at least they told people to evacuate, question mark? That seems like a weird thing to— hey, can you evacuate the building? We're about to bomb you. That seems like a strange thing to do. Knowing the followers of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, you believe anything that he's saying? I mean, like, yeah, I kind of want to look up a couple of the sources for this when we finish the video, because again, I wish he would have included them instead of just being like a listen and believe kind of thing.
I'm loving this.
Desert Ghost, thank you for the 2,000, 3,000, holy shit, yeah. Holy shit, yeah, thank you for the 3,000 total biddies there. He sent 1K and then a 2K after that. Thank you. Thank you, Desert Ghost. Fucking thick schmeat, man. Thank you. Karen Bass was an insurrectionist. Will she be disqualified under the 14th Amendment? Probably not, right? Jesus Christ, it isn't like the diversion, usage, and storage of water is what we have been doing since society began on the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers of Mesopotamia or anything.
Marks 40 years since the M19's bombing of the US Capitol. Members of the M19, like Susan Rosenberg, traveled to Cuba.
That's the lady!
And were radicalized by the
Susan Rosenberg's a lady I always forget the name of. She was pardoned by Clinton and then later went to work as the treasurer of Black Lives Matter.
Benz Ramos Brigade. The South Los Angeles Benz Ramos Brigade was led by Karen Bass, who is now mayor of Los Angeles.
Is there source for that, though? Hold on.
Was led by Karen Bass.
So, the South Los Angeles Venceremos. Let's see if I can find a source here. I think I saw someone post a link in chat. Yeah, I did. Someone posted this link in chat from 2020. VP contender Karen Bass, Cuba baggage, a burden in Florida. This is from August 6th, 2020. Until recently, Robert Lewis had never heard of Karen Bass, the California congresswoman in contention to be a Democratic presidential candidate, Joe Biden's running mate. I didn't know Biden wanted this woman as a running mate. I don't remember that at all. The recent college graduate had long heard stories from his grandfather recounting the days of oppression in Cuba under Fidel Castro. When he learned that Bass had called Castro's death a great loss, the 22-year-old considered it a disregard for the plight of those who suffered at the hands of Castro's government. Let's see this link. Fidel Castro, who defined U.S. for 50 years, dies at 90. So if I look for Bass, embassies. So it doesn't have Karen. So it doesn't have anything from Karen Bass here. This is just an article about Castro's passing, unfortunately. Through the stories from my grandparents and because of my upbringing, it makes me feel like their experiences were my own, said Lewis, a political independent who's still weighing his choices ahead of the presidential election. Lewis's reaction is a blow to Democrats who in recent years have tried to pull young Cubans in Florida away from the Republican Party, the political home of many of their parents and grandparents. The next generation is less focused on the past and open to change, Democrats argued, as President Barack Obama embraced engagement with Cuba and in 2014 declared he would bury the last remnant of the Cold War. Barack Obama also ended the wet foot, dry foot policy, which I'm pretty sure would make any sane Cuban never want to vote Democrat ever again. Like, I can't imagine knowing that Obama did that and then being like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I will vote for this party. It's because Cuban immigrants are mega based. Wet foot, dry foot. To the best of my memory, wet foot, dry foot was a policy where if Cubans were able to escape Cuba and they set foot on American soil, they were able to claim asylum from political persecution because of their oppressive regime in Cuba. And Obama made a deal with Cuba at the time he was in office, saying that he would no longer grant asylum to Cubans seeking it in the United States. And in fact, when Cubans were caught in U.S., they would be returned to Cuba specifically. Makes you think. Recognized oppressive regime. Yeah. Even Wikipedia has that Karen Bass was an organizer for the Venceremos Brigade in the 70s. Ooh, shit. Thanks, Obama. Yeah, I even remember when I found out about that, I was like, that seems kind of weird. Why is the party who's just like, yeah, we need to welcome all illegal immigrants. We need to open our borders. We need to stop deportations. Why is this party canceling an actual asylum program for people who are actually fleeing oppression? That doesn't make sense to me. Propaganda around Obama is so strong that a lot of people still see him as a saint with no scandals. Because escaping communism is bad. Yeah, right? Is that oppressive regime part open to UK residents? Obama was anti-illegal immigration back in the day. I feel like he was anti-illegal immigration mostly in words. Like, he was the original, like, kids in cages thing. But I feel like if he genuinely wanted to end illegal immigration, he would have. Same with the Republicans who had been in power. They talk a lot of game, but they don't remove benefits from illegal immigrants coming here. And if they keep the benefits, then they're going to keep coming. Obama's like their pope, and Floyd is the martyred angel. Obama was anti-illegal immigration the same way he was anti-war. Yeah, drop them drones on them kids. Obama has record-breaking deportation statistics about whom he was deporting Polish people and stuff. What the hell? Base's comments provide fresh evidence to the contrary. While polling shows young Cubans in Florida are open to new policies, they also remain skeptical of the Cuban government and, experts note, wary of politicians who aren't. Even for some young Cubans, the Congresswoman's remarks are troubling and a reminder that Castro still stirs strong passions. This whole paragraph is basically just like, yeah, the new generation of Cubans are so far removed from having lived under an oppressive communist regime, we can probably convince them to start voting for people who were heavily in support of the communist regime back in their home country. They're like, yeah, you know, they're more susceptible to propaganda now because they don't know what it was like. Holy shit. Say it ain't so, Joe, said one poster on a Facebook community called Cubanos con Biden, a 6,000-member group partially run by the Biden campaign. It has been dominated by discussion about Base in recent days. I'm going to keep pronouncing her name differently every time I say it. Hispanics account for 1/4 of the population of Florida, a critical presidential battleground. 1 in every 5 of its 13 million voters. Pew Research Center estimates that nearly 1/3 of Florida's Hispanic voters have roots in Cuba. And this doesn't talk about Bass. I don't really care about the voting scene in there. Same poll for Trump. That's not necessarily evidence that Bass and her comments would hurt Biden's chances in Florida, noted Guillermo Greenier, the poll's lead researcher. Rather, he said, it's likely that many Cuban-American voters have already solidified around Trump. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care about this. I want to know more about Bass. Lesson learned. No offense was intended. Let's see. Bass had walked back her remarks made after Castro's death in 2016 that the passing of Comandante El Jefe is a great loss to the people of Cuba. No offense was intended, Bass said on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday. Lesson learned, wouldn't do that again. Talked immediately to my colleagues from Florida and realized that that was something that just shouldn't have been said. Realized that that was something that shouldn't have been said. Not that she didn't believe it. Not that it was wrong to say, but that it shouldn't have been said out loud because it was bad optics. This is what happens when you notice how they play these games. She didn't consider herself a Castro sympathizer, she added. My position on Cuba is really no different than the position of the Obama administration, who ended wet foot, dry foot. Doesn't consider herself a Castro sympathizer, yet she was with that terrorist group. Very interesting, woman. I feel like if commies didn't lie, they just wouldn't be capable of speech. The apology wasn't helped by trips Bass took to Cuba as a member of Congress to learn about the country's healthcare system and as a young activist in the 1970s. A Republican Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, a Cuban-American, has called the Congresswoman a Castro sympathizer. Bass is hardly the only Democrat to be hit with the charge. Senator Bernie Sanders, independent Vermont, independent, earlier this year came under fire for a television interview in which he lauded Castro for a literacy program and asserted that it was unfair to simply say everything is bad in Cuba. Sanders lost Florida by nearly 40 percentage points in the Democratic presidential primary in March, with Biden garnering 62% of the vote. Such comments are not a problem with Cuban Americans, said Ferdinand Amandi, a Miami political consultant who's a Democrat and is of Cuban descent. Yes, Cuban comrades. The situation will be normalized. These statements are not a problem. Bass's comments could peel away support among other Latinos, especially those from Nicaragua and Venezuela, who fled the oppressive conditions of their native countries. The litmus test in Florida is do no harm because it's a state that is always decided by the thinnest of margins. Just taking off the table any segment of the Florida electorate could prove fatal. If chosen as Biden's running mate, Bass could become the first woman and first African American elected vice president. You see, them saying this, right, like, we all joked about how Kamala was basically, like, the checkbox for his running mate, and she wasn't really qualified at all. It's kind of funny that they were already trying to fill a first African-American elected vice president even before settling on Kamala, they were like, these are the immutable characteristics we need to run. They don't need to be qualified. They just need to check these boxes. She's on a short list of women, including U.S. Rep. Val Demings of Orlando, who are said to be finalists for the Bass and Demings are finalists for the job. Who the fuck? I don't even remember these people. For some Democrats of Cuban descent, Bass's past remarks aren't enough to determine their vote. I would still support Biden regardless of who he chooses as the vice president, said Adam Schwartzbaum, a 35-year-old attorney in Coral Gables, whose father and grandparents arrived in Miami after the Cuban Revolution in 1961. This is a man who probably hates his parents for leaving Cuba, and he wants to be under the Cuban regime, but he thinks that he would be in a position of power in said regime. Is of Cuban descent, translator's note, hasn't experienced the wonders of communism himself. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's also an interesting last name for someone of Cuban descent. We celebrated when Fidel Castro passed away. We still see him as a dictator who really impoverished the island. His real worry is that Republicans would use Bass's remarks as a distraction from what he called the more important goal of electing Biden. Right now, the focus is to move Trump out of office. Holy shit. What, get him to date a femdom if he needs to be owned? What the fuck? What the fuck? So, hold on. I want to search Karen Bass. This doesn't help. Oh, wait, here we go. This is all about the fires recently. Well, it's a Glenn Beck post. Glenniel Beck. I've already forgotten the name of that group, so I don't know how to spell it. Venceramos. There we go. Venceramos Brigade. Glenjamin. This is from 2020. Okay. There's a lot of LA mayor's ties to violent radicals exposed after fires, but it's like this is again like an uninformed voter kind of issue. I feel like when you vote for someone, you should kind of know who they are.
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
I don't really understand how you end up voting for someone who like previously had ties to radical communist terrorist groups. That seems like rather crazy to me. Just like a little bit. So here's another article on it. Okay. Yeah, it's like there's a bunch of articles from 2020 when she was being posited as like a possible Biden running mate. But like even I memory hold that, I guess, because I don't fucking remember that. And I am someone who actually pays attention to politics. So it's like the people who don't pay attention are at an even further disadvantage. So this was also from 2020, July 2020. When Karen Bass went to work in Castro's Cuba in 1973, Bass, who's now a potential Biden VP pick, traveled to Cuba with the Venceramos Brigade. I didn't have any illusions that the people in Cuba had the same freedoms I did. Karen Bass, the congresswoman from California, is in contention to become Joe Biden's running mate. There are good reasons for this, as she is reliably liberal, she chairs the Congressional Black Caucus, and she shares a history of family loss with Biden. She's also the only person on Biden's list who spent part of the 1970s working construction in Fidel Castro's Cuba with the Venceramos Brigade, a group that has organized annual trips to Cuba for young leftist Americans for half a century. The Biden campaign knows about Bass's history with the brigade, which began as a joint venture of the Castro government and Students for a Democratic Society, the leftist anti-war organization that gave birth to the Weather Underground terrorist group. Oh boy. She told Biden's vetting committee weeks ago that this was probably going to come up. So far, it hasn't been a deal. Wow. Well, imagine that not being a deal breaker to the Democratic Party. In fact, her potential to drive up African-American votes might help in Florida among voters who traditionally haven't been paid as much attention in the state. Oh, hold on. I have to go to the archive for this because there's a paywall. Hold on. Hold on. Ein Moment bitte. You don't think blowing up infrastructure counts as construction aid? All right, here we go. Bling. No! Why you do this? Why does it open things when I click? It's a reflection of the changing politics around Cuba that Biden would consider a running mate whose past might hurt his chances in Florida, where anti-Castro Cubans are still an important constituency. In 1992, being associated with the Venceramos Brigade was enough to prevent Jonetta Cole, the then president of Spelman College. Spelman College, I'm pretty sure, is an all-female college. I can't remember if it's like a feminist college specifically, but I remember this, and the only reason I remember this is because there was a shitty car parked at a gas station where I live like 5 years ago that I took a picture of because it had like the craziest fucking radical bumper stickers I had ever seen someone plaster on their car. Like the feminist and like inclusivity equivalent of like having KKK bumper stickers, basically. And then they also had a piece of paper on their window saying that they'd been illegally parked there and that their car was going to be towed. So I thought that was funny that they came from an all-woman college. Schizo raps go hard. Yeah, it was pretty fucking crazy. Who was coordinating education policy for Bill Clinton's transition team from being nominated to serve as Secretary of Education. Which, like, I feel like if you're associated with a terrorist organization, that should preclude you from serving in any governmental capacity. Call me fucking crazy. But if you're part of a terrorist group, maybe you shouldn't hold positions in a government. Base recognizes that the issue still matters. When I called last week and told an aide I wanted to talk about her history in communist Cuba, she quickly scheduled a time to talk. But Base believes that, in the midst of a pandemic and an economic crisis, many Americans have more pressing concerns than what she did in Cuba 47 years ago. What she did in Cuba 47 years ago is still tied to her political leanings today. All right. She will be part of why we have economic crisis today. She is currently why Californians are experiencing economic crisis from a fire today. Like, I don't understand how she's just like, yeah, you know, my political beliefs haven't changed, but what I did 47 years ago doesn't matter. What the fuck? Florida State Senator Annette Taddeo, a Democrat who was born in Colombia but represents a swing district where many Latinos and Cubans live, agrees, but worries that Base's spot on the ticket, given her history in Havana, would be a game changer in Florida, certainly among the Hispanic community. There's no question that Democratic Party policies, the resonance of anti-communism, and America's feelings about Cuba have all evolved since Base first visited the island. Democratic Party policies and the resonance of anti-communism have all evolved. That's one way to put it, I guess. The question now, as Biden makes his choice, is whether they've evolved enough to put Base on the ticket. There's been a shift on how to engage with Cuba, but there hasn't been a shift in Castro's popularity, argues Ferdinand Amandi, a Florida-based Democratic consultant and pollster of Cuban heritage, whose past clients include Obama-Biden campaigns, referring to comments Senator Bernie Sanders made in March that it's unfair to simply say everything is bad about Castro's government. Amandi added, fairly or unfairly, Karen Bass's history on this subject makes Bernie Sanders look like Ronald Reagan. If Biden picks Bass, he'd be betting that Amandi and people who agree with him are overestimating how much voters still care about Castro and communism. And wow, the party who keeps instituting policy that ushers in parts of communism and who supports organizations like Black Lives Matter, who are avowed Marxists trying to push cultural change in America's fabric. Wow, they're betting that America's feelings on communism have changed? Wow, I'm so surprised. What a shock. Base's high school in Los Angeles was the kind of place where students were always striking or boycotting something, she told me. Her Spanish teacher, like many of her teachers and other leftist radicals of the 60s and 70s, talked warmly about Cuba, where Castro's revolution was less than 2 decades old. This wasn't uncommon. Some Americans on the left, including some black activists, celebrated the Cuban Revolution and the toppling of the Batista government as the end of a racist system. Cuba is a shining example of hope in our hemisphere. Stokely Carmichael, the founder of the Black Power movement, said in a 1967 speech in Havana. The best way to think of Base's politics at the time and now is as a black activist who is deeply concerned about what the activists are raising today: systemic racism. Oh, she's not a communist who agreed with policies in Cuba. She's just a black activist who wants to dismantle systemic racism. It's not real communism, you guys. So much Cuba hope. She told me, I was also deeply concerned on the international front about issues like apartheid in South Africa and supporting the independence movements in Africa. And a lot of the times that did not align with US policy. I wonder if we can find her saying anything about Nelson Mandela, man. It was in this atmosphere, and with Castro scrambling to fulfill a promise of a 10 million ton sugarcane harvest, that Students for a Democratic Society organized the first Venceramos Brigade. The Cuban government was eager for the help and especially for the opportunity to bring sympathetic Americans into the country. Venceramos translates to either "we shall overcome" or perhaps more poignantly, "we shall triumph." The first group, which called itself an anti-imperialist education project to protest the U.S. blockade of Cuba and show solidarity with the revolution, headed to Havana in the early 1970s. The members of the group, mostly students, lived alongside Cubans and initially focused on harvesting sugarcane. Dick Cluster, what a fucking name, who traveled to Cuba with the first group but has never met Base, told me to think about the group in the context of the time, and especially the anti-Vietnam War movement. Young leftist Americans were suspicious of what they saw as American imperialism. They believed they weren't being told the whole truth about the world. The impetus for going to Cuba was, let's go see what it really is, Cluster said. And we're certainly interested in the idea of socialism, since capitalism might be part of the problem. That's all they can do is fucking lie. That's all they can do is fucking lie. They're like, we weren't actual communists. We were just curious. And, we're against the American imperialism, man. It's used in hell for soils. Holy shit, KB, did you actually find her making a statement on Nelson Mandela? Jesus Christ. July 19th, 2022, Rep. Base statement on Nelson Mandela International Day. Today, Rep. Karen Bass, D. California, chair of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, issued the following statement. Why the fuck is this woman, who's part of a terrorist group, given so many positions of power in the government? What the fuck is wrong with average Americans electing these people? Do some fucking research on who you're voting for, I beg! Advancements in humanity never been better with democracy. Like, I'm sure some people know what she did and vote for her based on that, right? I'm sure there are some people who are like, yeah, I support this. I would love the communism. Thank you very much. Most people are low information voters. Today we honor and celebrate the legacy of historic world leader and human rights champion, Nelson Mandela. Yes, human rights champion. Kill all of my political opponents. Umkanto ve Sizwe. Human rights champion. President Mandela served his country of South Africa and the world as a stalwart defender of social justice and equality by dedicating his life to promoting peace and leading the fight against apartheid. The Mandela Day theme this year is do what you can with what you have and where you are. The theme is timely and rings true as the world is dealing with so many challenges, including the battle against the COVID-19 pandemic, responding to the ongoing global food crisis and countering increasing armed conflicts throughout the world, particularly in Africa. I ask that we all take a moment to ask what it is that we can do for our neighbors. President Mandela was the prime example of what it truly means to help others. Yeah, help others on fire, maybe. And on this Nelson Mandela International Day, and every day, we should all follow that example. See, and this is where my brain short circuits, chat. Because it's like, I believe in freedom of speech. I believe that people who are retarded like Karen Bass should be able to say these retarded things so we can point out, hey, communism has never worked and just makes everything worse for everybody. Why the fuck would you try to usher in this ideology here? Stop it, you absolute room temp IQ person. But when it gets to the point that they use so much subversive language that even people who agree with me that communism is bad will tell me that I'm like making a boogeyman out of something like Bridge, and oh, they're not actually lying or going underground, we're winning, and you're trying to discount the wins that we're getting against these people. And it's like, man, no. How do you convince these people that the communists are just doing what the communists always fucking do? And if you can't convince them, things are just going to get fucking worse. And it's like, what are you supposed to do about that? But like sit and wait for the Dark Ages. The I told you so doesn't even feel good at that point because we're all sitting in fucking rubble, man. Starbuck, man. Oh, Starbuck made a tweet about fucking Amazon getting rid of DEI. And I'm not a man, but I wanted to punch some fucking drywall, dude. I don't get angry easily, but the amount of misinformation that Robbie Starbuck is peddling in, I've sent him all of my sources. I've sent him everything I've read and watched on Bridge. He hasn't responded yet. So, I mean, we'll see. Maybe he'll read it. But, like, the shit that we've read that Amazon is doing, and the fact that they started months ago, and again, Amazon was someone years ago who started renaming their, like, diversity, equity shit to, like, belonging and inclusion. They were already changing the language. And so for him to come out and be like, oh, I reached out to them, they didn't answer me, and then in an article, the reporter's just like, well, Amazon had started changing this stuff months ago, but like, we got to give the credit to Robbie Starbuck, and it's like, they're not changing anything. They're not, I'm gonna go fuck, no wonder James Lindsay's fucking crazy and talking about Archangel Michael. Nobody fucking listens. When it comes to commies lying, that's what they do. Amazon doing that is a no-brainer. Yeah, Amazon changing the language and going underground is a no-fucking-brainer. Amazon partnered with that stupid fucking DEI measuring company. They're not dropping the measuring company. They're not dropping their measuring statistics. They're not dropping their builder program. They're not removing any of this garbage. What the fuck do you mean? I was like, I get so angry. Because it's like nobody fucking listens. I'm just a fucking anime clown, dude. Why am I the one with better information than all of you fucking political pundits that should be smarter than me? I don't understand. We love when Foxu gets passionate. I'm seething. I need to start coping, man. I need some fucking Copacabana. Nelson Mandela was a terrorist and South Africa was better off as a whole. Nelson Mandela was a very shitty person. You are correct. Back to this fucking Karen Bass. No cope, only seethe. I was like, I don't, KB, I'm gonna ask you for it in like our little DM chat because I'll miss it because I want to finish reading this article. Could you post the link to like that Robbie Starbuck tweet? Because I don't have it in a tab. I closed it because I was just so fucking mad. I was so fucking angry. I was like, I try my best to all, like, whenever I talk about this Bridge shit, and I'm like, please stay vigilant. Please don't celebrate fake victories. Please don't think that this is, like, over now. Don't listen to the people telling you it's over because they want you to stop paying attention. I'm not trying to, like, black pill people. I don't want you to feel hopeless. But it's like, if you believe in these fake victories and you get Trojan horsed later, not even if, when you get Trojan horsed later, because we know what they're fucking doing, it's going to feel even worse. Like, I don't want people to lose hope. I want people to keep noticing and keep fighting against it. I'm not trying to demoralize people. And the fact that there are people that keep saying that's what I'm trying to do also drives me mad. Don't drop the soap. Where were we? Where were we in this fucking clusterfuck here with Dick Cluster? The brigade immediately became a Cold War obsession in Washington, where opposition to Cuba was as much an issue for Democrats as Republicans. The year after the first group returned, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover included the brigade in his annual report, writing, "Although some of the young people have rejected the communist propaganda and revolutionary philosophy directed against them in Cuba, many of the brigade members enthusiastically have adopted the anti-United States stance promulgated in Cuba, and have aligned themselves with the violence-prone Weathermen and other extremist groups. Bernadine Dorn, who led the Weathermen, helped facilitate the first brigade group's trip to Cuba." When I read Hoover's quote to base, she said that she felt like the first part of it applied to her, but the second part didn't apply to anyone she'd met on her trips to the country. In 1972, a House subcommittee published a report titled "The Theory and Practice of Communism in 1972, Avenceramos Brigade." In a hearing leading up to the report, Richardson Pryor, a Democratic representative from North Carolina, said he hoped he would learn whether brigade members were idealistic, even though misguided, young people who wanted to go down to help with the crops with a regime which they were sympathetic for, or whether they were interested in sharpening their revolutionary talents and perhaps exporting revolution. During the hearing, a sheriff's deputy from New Orleans told the subcommittee that he had infiltrated the group. Useful idiot seems to describe her better than radical. I feel like she's not an idiot because she knows what she's doing, but she's an idiot because she's very bad at implementing it.
Thank you, Massive Doggo! Thank you, Massive Doggo, for the heckin' 100 slaves! Thank you!
Lady Kirsche, these slaves will stay vigilant and be ready for thy command.
Oh, I like that. When I get my Victorian house, I'll change my pronouns. I will be Lady Kirsche.
Thank you, Massive Doggo, for the Bigoo slaves! Thank you! Thank you!
It's time to accept the fact that you are in fact not retarded and are in fact big-brained. I don't want to envision a world where I am considered a big-brained person. That would feel very depressing. That would be a very depressing reality to have to think about. New Orleans told the subcommittee that he had infiltrated, or a deputy from New Orleans told the subcommittee that he'd infiltrated the group and been subject to extensive questioning and indoctrination sessions. To be a member of the brigade, you had to be confirmed as a Marxist-Leninist, and that's what that guy in that video told us. The New York Times wrote up his testimony under the headline, "Undercover Agent Tells of Cuba Trip with Red Youth Unit." After Bass graduated high school, a classmate who had traveled to Cuba with the 1st Avenceramos Brigade connected her with the program. She decided to go, and she was 19 the first time she landed in Havana in 1973. She remembers spending her time in Cuba building houses, work she compared to that of Habitat for Humanity. This is just going through. She saw Castro speak. This is a very long article. So this is like super long, detailing like everything that she did in Cuba. I just wanted a source proving that it was true. And I think we got that. I'll post this archive link since I'm not finishing reading it in chat if you guys would like to have this article specifically on Bass's time in Cubano. Unfortunately, it seems to be true. Let me see where we left off in my California tabs. Here we go. Axel Jessen, thank you for the 10. Rightoids are squeetarded. They're dropping DEI as the same as whenever a leftist says anything vaguely right-wing and everyone goes based. They're lying and going underground. Thank you for the 10. I just like it. It boils my body. Not from the fever of my health issues, but from the fever of frustration. And especially, like, to be told by people, like, oh, you're just making assumptions. And it's like, it's not assumptions. I'm literally reading what they're saying. I'm listening to their videos and the words coming out of their mouths, how they are lying, how they are changing the language. This isn't me being schizophrenic or making shit up. It's like, anyone can read this shit. Anyone can read it. Did I see Andrew Tate is running for Prime Minister of the UK? There's no way that's true. There's no fucking way, dude. Iridescence, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member on the YouTubes. And also thank you for the 10 Iridescence. While driving, you saw a 2010 soccer mom van with a bunch of stickers like, "We're the witches you didn't burn at Salem. Magic is real," and left-wing political stuff. Of course, the driver was an awful. Is that a fluent white female lesbian? I can't. I'm really fucking bad at acronyms, man. I'm really fucking bad at acronyms. Lotus Eater's already covered it. He's running. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why? There's no way that Tate could get elected to anything, right? Like, they might vote for communists, but they wouldn't vote for that, right? Amazon is literally a keynote speaker at a bridge event in March. Yeah. I went over the keynote speakers before. Amazon literally having people going to the bridge retreat in May to speak at the bridge conference. Oh, but no! I know Robbie Starbucks says Amazon's getting rid of DEI! We're winning! We're winning! Woo! I'm fucking gonna lose my mind. Big news! On December 4th, I notified Amazon that they'd be an upcoming focus for us in 2025 as part of our project to expose woke companies. Today, they're announcing a halt to some DEI policies, and they've removed language about DEI goals and transgenderism from their site. Amazon has not, however, listed what those changes are going to be, and they've not communicated those there's been no communication, and they haven't said what they're going to change, but we're winning! Oh, we're winning another victory for Robbie Starbuck! If they do not specifically state what these changes are, I'll proceed with our report later this month exposing their woke policies, practices, and failures, because the public deserves to know if these policies still reflect Amazon's views. He hasn't released any of his reports for any of these victories he's claimed to have, which aren't actual victories, every single fucking time. If they don't, then Amazon should say so. For clarity, I've only shown part of my correspondence below to verify what I'm saying. This is Brian Ovalsky, SVP, Chief Financial Officer at Amazon. Hi, Brian. You may know my work as I'm responsible for the recent elimination of woke policies and DEI at Walmart, not true, as well as eliminating woke policies at Toyota, not true, Boeing, not true, Lowe's, not true, Jack Daniels, not true, John Deere, not true, Harley Davidson, not true, Tractor Supply, that's the only one that I've seen that looks like they might actually have gotten rid of this shit, and many more. My investigative reporting team is working on a story about Amazon for the future, but before we deeply build the story, we wanted to inquire if Amazon is ready to make changes to their woke policies, or if they're still committed to DEI, funding pride events that expose kids to sexual topics, marketing and selling sexually inappropriate merchandise to kids, separating employees into groups by race and sexual preference, using far-left language with employees like Latinx, giving preferential treatment to quote-unquote diverse suppliers, blah, blah, blah. He sent this on December 4th. And then on January 10th, we have an article here. I don't know from what website exactly. Amazon is halting some of its diversity and inclusion programs. Amazon.com Inc. is halting some of its diversity and inclusion programs, a move that coincides with activist pressure on U.S. companies to abandon efforts to build a more diverse workforce. In a memo to employees, Candy Castleberry, a senior human resources executive, said last month that Amazon was winding down outdated programs and materials. And as part of a review of hundreds of initiatives, including ones that had completed their work, the team expected to complete the consolidation by the end of 2024. I've been saying for all of 2024, they're not getting rid of things, they're consolidating them into the rest of the fucking company. I've been saying that because they've been saying that. They're still saying that. I'm gonna fucking morb, dude! Amazon wipes language on trans people, DEI goals from corporate site. Do these people even read what they post? I'm trying so hard here because I sent Robbie all of my shit that I've looked at. I've sent him all of the bridge information, and it's I don't want to be a super hard ass, but how the fuck can you keep claiming this shit, man? How can you keep lying to these people? I don't get it. It's Foxy time, she said as she began to foxy all over the place. I'm so out of my mind. Do I have Do I have an Amazon article open here? This is the thieves disguised as blah blah blah. Discount storefront. No, I don't have a specific Amazon article open because I know I read something. I know I read something recently. I'm gonna lose my mind, chat. I'm gonna lose my mind. Let's see if it's in here. Yesterday. Yeah. Was it this? So Grums made a tweet as well. Grums, I'm sorry, you're also fucking wrong. DEI is toxic. Amazon winds down programs, calls them outdated. They removed much of the virtue signaling, and The Verge is reporting it, which is even more remarkable. No, The Verge is reporting it because they're part of helping this go underground, so we don't keep noticing. That must sting for them. No, it's part of the plan. Literally, again, I don't have like a journalist friend to talk to know how much of this I can like show that I've recorded, right, from like specific meetings. But they even said that articles and journalists need to do a better job of accurately reporting what's actually happening, because they keep reporting that there are like DEI programs that are being like completely gotten rid of, and that's just not true. Like they know this is not true. They know that we are not winning. They know what these companies are doing because they are the ones pushing the initiative. And they're saying that journalists need to stop being taken advantage of and reporting that these things are going away when they're not. Unfortunately, game companies have yet to get the memo. It's toxic to your brand and your legal health to promote DEI in 2025. Square and Capcom are both getting DEI infected, and it's sad to see. And I sent Grums all of my bridge stuff, like, way long ago. So, I mean, there's stuff that he's missing because I don't send him a DM every time I find new information. But I sent him the large bulk of my information, like, ages ago. What does this say? Amazon is winding down some of its DEI programs. A memo sent to Amazon employees said the company is ending outdated programs related to representation and inclusion. Like Meta, Amazon is ending some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. In a memo sent last month, Candy Castleberry, so that, again, they were doing this before Robbie Starbuck ever reached out to them. And again, we knew that they had been doing this for at least since 2023, according to Amazon's own internal memos of them changing the language because they already knew that equity was becoming a divisive word and the work was important to continue and the language used did not matter. Amazon's VP of Inclusive Experiences. They have a VP of Inclusive Experiences, and you're saying that they're winding down their DEI programs. Like, I can't tell if these people are being willfully ignorant or like, are you being malicious? Like, what is this? What even is this anymore? I'm losing my mind. The company has been winding down outdated programs and materials related to its efforts around representation and inclusion, as reported earlier by CNBC and Bloomberg. News of the December memo comes just hours after Meta confirmed a report from Axios detailing the company's plans to eliminate its DEI program entirely, citing the legal and policy landscape. I definitely do not believe that Meta is going to be eliminating DEI policy. I do believe they would be removing their DEI program because, again, that is part of the plan. Corporations outside of tech are also stepping away from DEI, with McDonald's and Walmart also scaling back programs. I'm so glad they're stopping the use of Latinx. That's what's important here. As noted by CNBC, Amazon also recently removed sections from its Our Positions page, which outlines the company's stance on various political and social issues. An archived version of the page from November 2024 shows two separate sections with the headings, "The inequitable treatment of Black people is unacceptable," and "The rights of LGBTQ+ people must be protected." The current page removes both sections in favor of a single sentence reading, We also believe that inequitable treatment of anyone, including black people, LGBTQ plus people, Asians, women, and others, is unacceptable, and we advocate for policies designed to remove barriers to equity and create an inclusive environment for all employees. Grums, are you fucking illiterate? Are you fucking illiterate? You're wearing glasses in your profile picture, I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God. If I was black, I would do the fucking read meme right now. Like, this happens every time I read one of these tweets. And it's like they just paste shit and they're like, yeah, we're winning, they're getting rid of it. And then in the thing that they paste, they outwardly say, no, we're not getting rid of it. We're just doing more of the same. We changed a little bit of the language. You're too fucking dumb to notice. Ha ha hee hee. We're going to continue doing the work. Like, I don't like being like a bitch to people, but this is getting fucking absurd, man. Alex Jones mode active. I'm gonna rip off my fucking shirt. English, motherfucker, can you read it? Don't morb, Kirsche. I've been screaming about Bridge for over a fucking year now. And people are still not able to read black and white fucking text on their screen before making posts about how we're winning and DEI is going away. And please, ampersand, reading is very hard. The company also replaced a section heading stating diversity, equity, and inclusion are good for business. Amazon winds down programs, calls them outdated. Unfortunately, games companies have yet to get the memo. It's toxic to your brand and legal health to promote DEI. Robbie Starbuck, big news. Big news. They're announcing a halt to some DEI policies. The company also replaced a section heading stating diversity, equity, and inclusion are good for business, and more fundamentally, they're simply right with we are committed to creating a diverse and inclusive company that helps us build the best range of products and services for our broad customer base. Grums, you had this information for months now. You know what this is if you've read all of my shit on Bridge that I sent you. What is this fucking tweet? What is this? Why? In other words, they aren't fucking they literally said we are committed! We're committed to continuing it! I hate being an anime woman sometimes! For Kirsche's sake, stop spam reading, save the Kirsche. I was like, again, I don't want to be a bitch to these people, right? Like, I don't want to be like an asshole, but it's been a fucking year. You have this information. He's even replied to me at other points and been like, you were right about this. It's like, yes, I was, because I'm not predicting things. I'm just showing people what these idiots are saying. I'm not like a clairvoyant fucking mystic. I'm just reading and listening to what they're saying. You need to call them out or this will continue. It's so frustrating. Anime woman debuff hitting hard. And it's like, again, I don't want people like black-pilled. I don't want them like, nothing's ever gonna happen. This is hopeless. It's like, no, it's not hopeless. It's not. You can see that with shit like the Bud Light boycott. You can see that with shit like Ubisoft going completely fucking under. You can see when we make tangible efforts. But celebrating false victories for the sake of morale doesn't help anyone. Lying to people and saying we're winning when companies are literally doing the haha, we're doubling down, we're actually committed, but we're hoping you're gonna tell all your idiot conservative viewer base that you're winning so they stop paying attention. I was like, fuck. Don't accept what people spoon feed you. It should be a pretty goddamn basic principle for everyone. It's not even like spoon feeding, man. It's just like basic reading. Like, this isn't even hard to grasp, man. Even if Grums didn't have all the information on Bridge that I gave him months ago, it still says in plain text, we're committed to creating diverse and inclusive company. All they've done is change the language back to what it used to be. This isn't even new. This isn't even new. This is just prior to being equity. Work with Savvy to make her webs showing the infiltration. You two will feed off of each other. That's like, let me bring up the Bridge website again. Let me find wearebridge.com. Because when I see some people talking about Bridge, they give the incorrect like information about Bridge. They don't talk about this Bridge. They talk about like the years ago Bridge that was just like a benchmarking kind of thing. And it's not that Bridge. It's a different Bridge. Grums is a dev, not a paranoid. Correct, Fox girl. It's not paranoia if it's real. Oh god, Bridge 25. Where are the speakers here? Where are the speakers? Fucking Control F. Amazon. Is it AWS? Is it not here anymore? Is it not here anymore? Saucony, Colgate Palmolive, GM, Sonos, Gale, UTA. If Amazon pulled out of this, I will be incredibly surprised. Did they change it? If Amazon pulled out, I will be incredibly surprised. Bridge attendees. It does have a shorter list of speakers. Tiger, do you posted screen caps on the Grums tweet. Do you have where I was talking about the Amazon, AWS, Amazon is there? Am I just blind? Oh, yeah, AWS is here. These are the Bridge attendees though. They had a speaker. They had a speaker. So this is attendees. So they still paid to be here and they still paid to send people. But they had a speaker. This is also 2024? Oh, yeah, that's true. That is 2024. Where's the 2025? I know I fucking brought this up on stream. I know I went over this. These are the 2024 speakers. I'm losing my mind. Where are the 2025 speakers? Tiger Knock, thank you. Quest an invite. Who should attend Bridge? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm just blind. Thank you. Thank you, Tiger Knock. It's this lady right here. Amy Horn, customer service evangelist? Customer experience evangelist? What kind of fucking title is that? What kind of fucking title is that, man? Yeah, okay, so they do still have, she's on the steering committee, so it's not even just a speaker. She's on the steering committee. I was gonna say, I'm going fucking crazy. I can't even fucking find where I talked about this lady before. Yeah, it's not a religion, she's just an evangelist. Don't worry about it. A pompous one, this crap is also their religion. There's only one kind of evangelist you want to hear from. I kind of want to Google this term. And see what fucking comes up. A customer experience evangelist is a customer who is so passionate about a brand that they become a brand ambassador and spread the word about the brand to others. Oh, so they're like a content creator? They're like an influencer, but like religious? Customer experience evangelists are often highly satisfied customers who are willing to share their positive experiences without being prompted. So, how did she end up getting hired, man? This is a LinkedIn post from 2 years ago. And this is an Amazon thing. I wonder if this kind of folds into how Cheryl Dijja and some of the other people on DEI After 5 we're talking about how part of the importance of embedding the work in the DNA of a company is not only to make sure that everyone at every role in your company is doing the DEI work, but also that it's reaching your customers and consumers, and you're also helping transform their mindsets. I wonder if this is kind of part of that. The role of a CX event. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I was not ready for that jump scare. This is April 27th, 2022. If I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times. Customer experience isn't my job. Customer service owns the customer. Rolled my eyes typing that. For anyone reading this, no matter what you do at any business level, we're all in service of the customer. Everything we do affects that relationship. I work at a Fortune 200 gas and electric utility, for those who don't know me. I've held over 10 different jobs in my 24 years there, but my passionate advocacy for the customer has been constant. I'm the person in the meeting asking, what would the customer think? What's the value to the customer? Or, my all-time favorite, have we asked the customer what they want? The picture shown is how I dressed for our 2021 Customer Appreciation Week's Spirit Day. How fucking terrifying. And also, they made it, like, the Google definition made it sound like it was just like a random customer that the company picked to be some sort of figurehead. But this is a woman who's just like, yeah, I've been at this company for 24 years and now I am this special customer experience evangelist. My neighbors and family know I work for a utility, and if the power goes out, I get a text asking me if I know what the cause is. Now it is my job to determine why the lights have gone out, when they will be back on, and communicate this to them. Nope, it sure isn't. But it is my role as a customer service evangelist to direct them for help. Every time I receive the call, I provide them with the website to report the outage, instruct them to report it, and take advantage of other notification offerings from the company. Now, I could tell them that's not my job and I have no idea, call the 866 number, but that's not what an evangelist does. The Oxford Dictionary defines the role of the evangelist as a zealous advocate of something. If you want a customer experience program to succeed, cultivate employees that have a passion for the customer and help them put a seat at the table for the customer. The executive chairman of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, is famous for leaving an empty chair at the conference table, referring to it as the most important person in the room, the customer. And then, hold on, before I show this page. Yeah. This is an Amazon book, so this isn't what I'm looking for. Amazon. The Cult of the Customer. Creating Customer Evangelists. More Cult of Customer Nonsense. These are books. I don't want books. This is another LinkedIn. Where does it say? So they've had this terminology. Ooh, oh, holy shit. Okay. So I brought up this guy's profile on LinkedIn. He works at Chainlink Labs. I don't know what that is. Chief Developer Relations Engineer at Chainlink, previously Amazon, Microsoft, blah, blah, blah. I don't know who this guy is, but we're just using him as an example here. If you scroll down, it says Amazon, 10 years, 10 months. He started as a principal technical evangelist at the Amazon App Store, and then chief evangelist at Alexa and Echo. So it looks like evangelist was terminology they were using maybe even before it was getting fully pushed in DEI. I don't know if it was always corrupted or if it's becoming that way. Much like, there was another term that you guys told me was previously used in tech that they started using as like a DEI terminology, and I was unaware of its previous usage. The religious connotations for corpo culture is crazy. It's a very old term that they co-opted to just mean people who advocate for the product. Change management. Yes, change management. Thank you, Vaush. That was the one. Help. And then they had principal technical evangelist at Microsoft back at 2007. And principal evangelist within US East Region Developer and Platform Evangelism, covering Azure, Developer Tools, Visual Studio, Windows, Windows Phone, and Xbox. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Now they twisted it. Yeah, I guess it's another term, like Vaush said, along with the change management completely being twisted into a new subversive term, unfortunately. That's another term I guess I will be on the lookout for, since it is very creepy. Amy Horn's previous position title was Head of Diversity Marketing. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me, especially like when you Google the customer experience evangelist, again, when they try to make it sound like it's just some random fucking customer or influencer that just decided they wanted to advocate for product. And then you look at like the LinkedIn profiles and they're deeply embedded employees that just donned the title now. That's a little funny. Evangelist has been in use, or in long use in tech for those who aren't salespeople, but do the sales pitch type of stuff directly to developers and other non-paying stakeholders. Ooh, stakeholders is also a red flag word. And this reminds me of... Let me close these bridge tabs. I still didn't get through all of these fucking... I still didn't get through all of these fucking California fire things, but like... I think this is a little important tangent here. Where is this it? Does Discord not like keep these things for very long? Yeah, this is it. Okay. And where is my email? Here we go. I'm not going to show my email, so I only have like a little picture here. From Bridge Buzz, which is different from Bridge Smart Brief. So this was like a little bit of a monthly newsletter where they talk about some of the shit that's happening. There are 8 bullet points. Again, this is in my email, and I'm just putting this up on screen so you guys know I'm not like bullshitting or like making shit up. This is something I'm reading. Welcome to Bridge Buzz, our monthly newsletter where we share the latest news, updates, resources, and more with you, our extended Bridge community. In our first edition of 2025, we take a look back at 2024 and a look forward to 2025. A note from Cheryl Dijja, founder and CEO. Dear everyone, Happy New Year. As I reflect on 2024, I'm humbled at what Bridge has accomplished in just our second year, and am motivated with courage and determination to meet the moment for what is to come in 2025. Here are some of our accomplishments from 2024 and a look forward to our goals for 2025. Number 1, the Bridge Board of Directors. We've built an incredible board with leaders at the intersection of DEI, marketing, and business, with the most diverse representation of any industry trade group. After 2 years of service from our first board chair, Jonita Wilson, we announced industry OG Sandra Sims-Williams, Chief Business Inclusion, Impact, and Belonging Officer at Nielsen, to take the helm. And the board has voted to expand the number of members from 27 to 35. Bridge 24, Inclusion is Good for Business. We held our second annual retreat May 5th to 7th in La Jolla, California. It was an honor to host I Have a Dream co-speechwriter Dr. Clarence B. Jones, former CDO, U.S. House of Representatives Dr. Sesha Joy Moon, and best-selling author Dr. Bertrice Berry, among others. Thanks to the incredible feedback we received, we're holding strong at an NPS of over 90 and getting ready for Bridge 25 Forward, which we have committed will be unapologetically indelible, audacious, and determined. And they do have a new initiative called Project Forward. However, they have not released any information on exactly what Project Forward's initiatives will be and how it will differ from their IMAX that they previously were pushing. Number 3, a highlight of each month is our community call held on the last Thursday. During these calls, we came together as a resolute community to discuss the most pressing issues facing our industry, from the overturning of affirmative action to how to leverage the Hispanic market for growth. We read those articles together as well as how to support employees during and post the election. And when the need arose, we created a safe space to come together to feel supported. I have learned so much from each call and value the time we spend together. Number 4, Bridge IMAX. The Inclusion Maturity Assessment and Capability Building was featured in an HBR article on how brands can fuel inclusive growth. Authored by our academic partners, Dr. Omar Rodriguez Villa and Dr. Sundar Bardhawaji and Dr. Dion I don't know how to pronounce this woman's last name without it sounding like a slur, so I'm just going to call her Dr. Dion. You will be hearing a lot more from us in 2025 as we bring IMAX to the marketplace. For the very first time, brands will be able to measure their inclusion maturity with a framework across the workplace and marketplace that turns inclusion into a business practice for growth. One of the key gaps IMAX has identified is around the practice of inclusive marketing. To address this, we launched a consortium of over 40 brands, agencies, and media companies. This cross-industry group has been hard at work, identifying and rethinking the current structures in place that are preventing an effective and efficient inclusive media ecosystem. Our first project is to redefine the key terminology that is critical to reframing the way we think about reaching growth markets and our approach to media investment. And this is very good that they stated this plainly in text, because once again, this is something that I read off from one of their meetings. I had to invoke a just trust me that they said this, bro, because again, I don't know how much of recorded meetings I can play. I am not a journalist. I don't know the legalities around these things. I don't want to land myself in legal hot water. So I'm kind of stuck in a little position here where I'm not sure how much I can show, but I can at least quote these things and be like, I feel like I've shown enough of my work that occasionally a just trust me, bro, should be okay. We launched research, this is number 6, we launched research conducted in partnership with our academic team on the use cases analyzing the impact of inclusion on brand awareness, engagement, and purchase intent, which shows significant results on par with the effective pricing strategies. More to come on this in 2025. Number 7, at the request of the industry, Bridge published 2 resources on Project 2025 to help provide education on its contents and potential implications to employees and businesses. Project 2025 Quick Read and Project 2025 Primer, we looked at both of those on stream before. As we head into 2025, our work has become all the more important. We intend to take back the narrative on DEI, reiterating our position that the continued and anticipated attacks against and the polarization of DEI are misrepresented and ultimately irrelevant to its business potential. The real danger behind these attacks, notwithstanding the impact on historically under-recognized communities, is the tacit interference in innovation and the stifling of transformational business growth. What a fucking sentence, man. I hate these people. And number 8, as such, immediately after the election, we announced the formation of Project Forward, a cross-industry board-led initiative to ensure our DEI work continues. Our goal is to collectively define the future aligned to our mission. Inclusion is good for business. Once again, notice they are using inclusion. They're not using DEI. They're not using equity. They are using inclusion. Inclusion and belonging are going to be the prime words that DEI are turning into. And especially, again, back in July, the SHRM meeting, the SHRM presentation, rather, the SHRM people quite literally said, we have spent too long alienating the white men. We need them on board if our work is to continue. They are not going to start pandering to white men. They are not going to start accepting white men. They are going to lie better in order to get white men to go along with their own destruction in the same way. We hope to bring consistency to language, terminology, and approach and equip, educate, and empower DEI, business, and marketing leaders to respond in these changing times while protecting their opportunities for growth. So as we go forward together, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to you as part of our courageous, collaborative, and passionate Bridge community. I would also like to thank the extraordinary Bridge team for their love of and commitment to the work. It is a testament to them that we have been able to accomplish so much and are on the ready for more to come. Forward together, Cheryl Dijja, founder and CEO of Bridge. I'll probably make a tweet later and post like this entire thing there so that it's all out in the open, because I feel like this is important information for people to be able to digest. Once again, they are outwardly saying, We're not stopping the work. Companies aren't stopping the work. We have more companies joining us each day. This will continue. This will go on. We are changing the language and making it more difficult for you to notice what's going on. And you have people on your side telling you that you're winning, so you start noticing even less. Why couldn't these CEOs join a good old-fashioned sex cult like the good old days? I really need to work on edited and well-condensed videos of this. I think the problem, like, I do put out clips of my bridge segments, but they're still long. And the problem with condensing this is, like, if I condense it and I don't show my work, it basically becomes a giant just trust me bro, because people who are going to watch a 10-minute video aren't going to go seek out the sources themselves. People who want to discredit me already do so, even with my long videos, so they're going to look at a 10-minute video and be like, she's just lying and making assumptions. I don't think condensing these things into short clips is going to be very helpful, because it's just going to create more room for people to ignore it. Just condense it and put the sources links in it. The condensing is what you believe drove James Lindsay insane. You need a wiki of sorts. That would be really helpful, because right now all I basically have is like a tweet that has all of my bridge information condensed into one place. But it'd be really helpful if there was like a website with all of this stuff. The bridge wiki. The people that don't want to hear it aren't going to listen to a short version anyway. Oh, it's like the problem is that, like, even if they don't want to hear it, there are people who agree with me but still promote that we're winning. And it's like, how can you simultaneously keep telling me that I'm right and that I've noticed these things before they actually happened, but then you keep pushing the we're winning lie? Like, I don't get it. The website be called A Bridge Too Far, right? You're hoping for a Discord channel that tracks the actual sources so you can quickly just give someone the direct link. I think KB had made like a thread, like in stream suggestions. Oh, sorry, my volume's super loud right now. I think KB had made like a thread in stream suggestions where anytime I talk about bridge, he throws the bridge articles in there.
This is your song, thank you.
Thank you, Jedi Dusk, for the 100 slaves. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for reporting this. Thank you. It's very thankless, and I feel like it takes up a metric fuck ton of my time that could be spent finishing my great backlog of video games, but it's like, I followed the rabbit hole of Campbell's soup, and now I feel like this is kind of like my torch to bear. If I stopped talking about any of this stuff, I would feel like I am not living up to my principles and that I am a coward. And especially since nobody fucking else is talking about it, I feel like I would be doing a great disservice to both myself, my audience, and then the greater amount of people who end up seeing my tweets on Twitter. It's just like, I would feel very bad if I just decided to turn ostrich and bury my head in the sand, you know? They put something in that soup, man. The Lotus peeps, I'm so fucking grateful that people like Lotus Eaters have taken me seriously and have reported on this. I'm very fucking grateful, especially since, you know, they're not in the anime people kind of sphere, right? So they had every reason to ignore Anime Woman, and they did not. So fucking bless them. Curse the quartering. It's all his fault. I know about the soup. Keep it up. You'll convince them eventually. Did I go on their podcast? I got an invite, but I was hoping my model would be done ages ago, but I keep getting fucking delays. I wanted to have, like, a more proper model, so I'm not as jiggly booba going on, you know, a tight-laced podcast like that. I would feel very out of place, and I would also feel rather embarrassed, right? Because, like, I can be jiggly booba lady on my own stream, but you don't wear a swimsuit or like a short-cut booba dress to something like Lotus Eaters, right? Like, I would just feel bad. No, you'll get all the attention. Except for breasts. I love your model. Wait, hold on. I gotta wear the no step on snack. Oh, that's true. I could wear the no step on snack. I completely forgot about that. It's so old. It's so old. This is why we need to get you the news reporter pantsuit model. Hopefully one day I will have artists that can finish things on time. That's the dream. I don't have to wait 4 years of delays, you know? She's saying side scrollers is for barbarians. No, they're just very casual. They're just very they don't wear suits on their podcast, you know? Business suit Foxy would go hard. That woman wearing that red, white, and blue business suit in the video the other day, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Does Mythic have contacts to artists? I haven't asked my Mythic guy about reaching out to artists, but like, unless I am friends with the artist, I've kind of reached a point where I don't really want to reach out to them myself anymore. I would rather have someone who's an actual business person and can be like, look, fuckwit, you've jerked us around for 3 weeks already. We're not going to pay you if you don't get the shit finished. Like, I need a man to just be that hardcore business person. Pantsuit noted. Hire man artist. That's why I fucking love Gidraji, man. Fucking bless that dude. Did my Mythic guy get me a new PC? Wait, who told you that? I really need to utilize your Mythic connections. Look, we're making progress. I can't just offload a million things on this man at once, okay? VTubers have had full careers shorter than my wait on model work. I know, it's absolutely fucking awful. It's absolutely awful. Did I talk about it? I don't remember. I don't remember talking about it, but I probably did. One straw at a time. Yeah, one straw at a time, man. How good does the suit have to be? I'm not sure. Again, my older models are from literally like 2019, 2020. This one right here is like my newest one besides the lolly model. So I would like to pay an artist for quality. You swear to God the model weight is mythical. Nice pun, baby. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 2. Kirsche has $5 million of late fees built up so far. Pencil skirt indeed. True. You can lead a child to knowledge, but you cannot make him think. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. And I did have, what were the other DEI articles that I had brought up because they were relevant to this. Nope, this is something else. Oh, hold on. I have my browser still like visible here. I'm leaking my tabs. I'm leaking what I want to talk about. Okay. This is... That's not it. That's not it. Please ampersand. I've been so behind on tabs, chat. Oh man, there's so many things that I wanted to talk about. Now I'm getting like distracted by all of them, man. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Do. So I wanted to read on what McDonald's was doing here. Darling 002S, thank you for the 4-month resub. You think my voice is amazing and very soothing? Well, thank you. I'm glad some people like the Bostonian. Wish people would realize the 2D market is garbage because artists are scum and pretty much lock you out of being able to use your own model to add features. It's like having a subscription to something you pay for. My dream has been to work with an artist that after the model is finished, I've never gotten to the point where they finish it, that I can like go back to them time after time and be like, hey, I would like this asset for this summer event, or like, hey, I would like this new outfit for winter. You know, like they can just change things on the model. I can be a repeat customer that continuously gives them my money for them to do more things and updates on my model. But I can never actually get to the point where they finish something. You're a big dreamer. I know. It's also been a dream of mine for like the last 5 years. Probably 6 years actually at this point, to have like holiday variants of my emotes. That was always something that like the larger streamers had that I always really wanted. Still struggling. Remember to get your model full nude. That way they can change clothes easily. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd like something for summer. This summer, not the next one. Or the summer after that. True. Michael Turner, thank you for the 20. Keep the pressure up on Bridge. They'll keep pushing the DEI bilge as long as they even have $1 to pay for internet access. There needs to be several massive lawsuits to push DEI back to the fringes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, these people need to be rooted the fuck out. Don't let them change the name of their position in the company. Don't let them change the language and obfuscate what they're doing. Don't fucking get scared of being called racist because you know what they're doing by using the words diversity and inclusion. You know it's not what it actually means. You know what they're doing. Have to root them out. McDonald's rolls back DEI programs, ending push for greater diversity. 4 years after launching a push for more diversity in its ranks, McDonald's is ending some of its diversity practices, citing a U.S. Supreme Court decision that outlawed affirmative action in college admissions. Legally, yes, they have to. But again, as we know from reading all of the Bridge nonsense, even if they are publicly halting this, they are going to be figuring out ways to continue it without getting the eyes of the lawsuits on them. I don't like that they're doing that. I don't think it's a good idea. I would love if they just actually stopped, but unfortunately, we have to live in reality. McDonald's is the latest big company to shift its tactics in the wake of the 2023 ruling and a conservative backlash against diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Walmart, John Deere, Harley-Davidson, and others rolled back their DEI initiatives last year. Bro, this was January 6th, man. How could you say last year? McDonald's said Monday it will retire specific goals for achieving diversity at senior leadership levels. It also intends to end a program that encourages its suppliers to develop diversity training and to increase the number of minority group members represented within their own leadership ranks. So even if they're retiring goals, even if they're retiring the public-facing goals and percentages that they wanted to be meeting, because it is no longer in their best interest to be public about these goals, that does not mean that they are actually stopping doing it. They are just stopping publicly reporting it. McDonald's said it will also pause external surveys. Hell, the burger giant did not elaborate, but several other companies, including Lowe's and Ford, suspended their participation in an annual survey by the Human Rights Campaign that measures workplace inclusion for LGBTQ+ employees, which is a good thing, but again, possibly just doing something like this in order to keep doing the work in a less visible manner. McDonald's, which has its headquarters in Chicago, rolled out a series of diversity initiatives in 2021 after a spate of sexual harassment lawsuits filed by employees, and a lawsuit alleging discrimination brought by a group of black former McDonald's franchise owners. I'm honestly surprised they didn't mention fucking St. Floyd. I was prepped for it. As a world-leading brand that considers inclusion one of our core values, we will accept nothing less than real, measurable progress in our efforts to lead with empathy, treat people with dignity and respect, and seek out diverse points of view to drive better decision-making. McDonald's chairman and chief executive Chris Kebzinski wrote in a LinkedIn post at the time. We also have to acknowledge that some people in our system feel like they haven't been given a fair opportunity. Well, it's a good thing that we don't run on feelings and we run on objective facts, is it not? We've got to face up to the fact and do better, Kebzinski said in July 2020 when the diversity initiatives were first announced. The company had vowed at the time to reduce barriers so its leadership would be more diverse and better resemble the communities it serves. However, McDonald's said Monday that the shifting legal landscape after the Supreme Court decision and the actions of other corporations caused it to take a hard look at its own policies. A shifting political landscape may also have played a role. Donald Trump is a vocal opponent of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Trump tapped Stephen Miller, a former advisor who leads a group called America First Legal that has aggressively challenged corporate DEI policies, as his incoming deputy chief of policy. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance introduced a bill in the Senate last summer to end such programs in the federal government. Okay, I was very confused I was like, wait a minute. Robbie Starbuck, a conservative political commentator who has threatened consumer boycotts of prominent consumer brands that do not retreat from their diversity programs, said Monday on X that he recently told McDonald's he would be doing a story on its woke policies. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy that every time Robbie Starbuck reaches out to one of these companies, they do exactly what they said they're going to do for the past year and a half. That's nuts, man. McDonald's said it has been considering updates to its policies for several months and planned to time the announcement to the start of this year. In an open letter to employees and franchisees, McDonald's senior leadership team said it remains committed to inclusion. McDonald's rolls back DEI programs, ending push for greater diversity. In an open letter to employees and franchisees, McDonald's senior leadership team says it remains committed to inclusion. Nothing is changing. They are just not making it public anymore. And believes a diverse workforce is a competitive advantage. The company said 30% of its U.S. leaders are members of underrepresented groups, up from 29% in 2021. McDonald's previously committed to reaching 35% by the end of this year. If they are committed to the inclusion, if they believe a diverse workforce is a competitive advantage, if they are bragging that their leaders of underrepresented groups are up from 2021 and they have a goal of reaching 35%, do you really think they're going to fucking stop? What makes you think they're going to stop? Oh, they said so. They told us that they're not going to do that anymore. Why would you fucking believe them, especially when they say this? Why would you believe them? We did it, Robbie. We made them change what they call it. McDonald's said it has achieved one of the goals it announced in 2021, gender pay equity at all levels of the company. It also said it expected to achieve a goal of having 25% of total supplier spending go to diverse-owned businesses by the end of the year. So what is it fucking stopping? What did it... Didn't it literally just say... Hold on. McDonald's said Monday, January 6th, McDonald's said Monday it will retire specific goals for achieving diversity at senior leadership levels. It also intends to end a program that encourages its suppliers to develop diversity training and to increase the number of minority group members represented within their own leadership ranks. And then down here, it is expected to achieve a goal of having 25% total supplier spending go to diverse-owned businesses by the end of the year. What the fuck is changing? I feel like I'm going mad, chat. I'm not like a genius, man. I just read the fucking words on the page. Talking out of both sides of their mouth. It's almost like they're lying. And everyone who's telling you that we're winning is also lying or just being taken for a ride. They might not be maliciously lying. They could just be not using their eyeballs to read. You're going mad because you're right. I need to talk to Alex Jones and figure out how he stayed fucking sane, man. I'm not built for this shit. I'm a clown. McDonald's said it would continue to support efforts that ensure a diverse base of employees, suppliers, and franchisees, but its diversity team will now be referred to as the Global Inclusion Team. They're not getting rid of anything! What the fuck is this whole article? We're winning, chat! They renamed their diversity team to the Global Inclusion Team! They've gotten rid of DEI! Woohoo! You can never hate them enough. The fucking insanity, man! I'm losing brain cells! This was not a test of the public broadcasting system. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. Sadly, reading comprehension is a lost skill. This isn't even like to call this reading to call this reading comprehension. I feel like would be insulting to like 3rd graders, man. The Ministry of Truth is hard at work. I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm gonna morb. And the company said it would also continue to report its demographic information. What the fuck is changing? McDonald's Hispanic Owner-Operators Association said it had no comment on the policy change Monday. A message seeking comment was left with the National Black McDonald's Operators Association. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Starbucks has literally paid opposition. News at 11. I keep sending out this information to people. I can understand like why Asmongold might not talk about like all the bridge shit I've uncovered. I sent it to him. I've sent it to Grums. I've sent it to James Lindsay. I've sent it to James O'Keefe. I've sent it to Robbie Starbuck. I've sent it to plenty of people. The average person never reads the whole article and barely reads beyond the headline. You see, that's fine. Right? If it's like the average person, you can't blame the average person for being a retard. But like, when I change my Firefox thing here, and we have people like Grums saying that Amazon is winding down programs, they're getting rid of this stuff, and even in his own screenshot, it says that they're not getting rid of this stuff, they've just changed the language. When Robbie Starbuck claims, we're winning, I've done it again, guys. I'm a pioneer. We're getting so many of these companies to remove their shit. It's just like, you're not, man. You're not. That's impressive. You have a new subscriber. Is that what I need to do? Is that what I need to start doing? Like, oh, if you love what I'm doing, showcasing bridge, you gotta subscribe to me. I gotta grift, man. Please don't. I'm fucking out of my mind. I'm angry. I'm an angry foxu today. I am no longer reporting calm and collectedly. I am losing my mind. That is an average person. That's literally everyone. People are lazy by default. You expect way too much. I'm saying the average person, I don't expect them to read. That's fine. But when you're someone like Robbie Starbuck or Grums putting out this information, I absolutely do expect you to read. Because you're trying to, like, showcase information to your platform. So you're doing both yourself and your audience a disservice by lying to them. By not reading. How can you be so mad when we're winning? They just want clicks and the money that goes with it. Kirsche realizing she's surrounded by midwits. That's me! I'm the midwit! And if I can understand this shit, that's why I'm so mad! We live in a world where ChatGPT can summarize this stuff. I'm experiencing temporal rage, man. If you're like Tetsuya Suo from Persona 2 wants to punch humanity in the face for letting things get worse. How do I feel about some people calling the fires a nothing burger because they didn't reach all the way to Compton? What the fuck? Why would Compton be the reason people start caring? What the fuck? That isn't fine. That means that the average person doesn't deserve the rights and responsibilities that come with the ability to vote. Congratulations! The average person hasn't deserved that in many fucking years, dude. There's a reason why it was, like, restricted to people who are doing a service of their country or landowners or shit before. I don't think we can go back to that because look at how fucking expensive land is. Look at companies like BlackRock buying everything. Look at China buying everything. It's not like we can go back to a system like that. We need to disenfranchise people. This is why, like, pure democracy doesn't work. Oh no, not Compton anyway. We need to call these people out who are letting the problem get worse and not doing anything about it. You also don't like using the term grifter loosely, but the people who unironically say we're winning, yet we see companies changing the language right in front of our eyes and hiding that they're doing it are either willfully ignorant or grifting. And I also don't like the word grifter, man. I also don't like that word. But it's like I would prefer to think that these people might just not be reading things and prematurely celebrating rather than being malicious. That would make me feel better, right? But I don't know, man. People that have skin in the game tend to care a lot about important shit. Face when you're a midwit, but there are bigger midwits with bigger platforms. It's so discouraging to see this happen. You really hope we aren't stupid enough to ignore Bridge. I really hope so as well. I've been screaming about this for a year, and they're still trucking on. Nothing has changed. Nothing has actually impeded Bridge's progress. But it's like, if more people are speaking out about it, something will get done. And then we have Costco as well. What brands can learn from Costco's no-nonsense defense of DEI?
You're coming to the horrible realization you may not be a midwit. The human race very possibly goes downhill from you.
Don't say that. I would never want to live in a timeline where I am considered an intelligent person, man. I could be good with some things, but if I am, like, unironically intelligent, we're in fucking trouble, dude. Promethean Mind, thank you for the 25. Are you winning, daughter? Is that just me screaming? Thank you, Promethean Mind. Branded is a weekly column devoted to the intersection of marketing, business, design, and culture. Costco is known for many things: deeply loyal customers, $1.50 hot dogs, selling gold bars, but corporate activism isn't really one of them. And that may be exactly why its recent decision to push back on a call to dismantle its diversity, equity, and inclusion program has been attracting attention. From Walmart to Ford to Google, major companies and brands have been de-emphasizing or scaling back DEI policies that right-wing politicians and pundits have labeled woke and bad for business. It's striking to see such a mainstream brand explicitly buck the trend, practically on the eve of a new Trump administration likely to amplify woke mob critiques, no less. What's really notable isn't just Costco's stance, but how calmly and firmly grounded it is in characterizing DEI as a useful and effective strategy, which is good for customers, employees, the brand, and the bottom line. Help! And once again, Costco isn't like a Bridge partner. I haven't seen them going to the Bridge retreat. I haven't seen their name anywhere on Bridge's website. This is the Bridge initiative. This is what Bridge has been pushing. In a cultural back and forth that's been defined largely by posturing, pandering, and threats, Costco is trying to stick to business. The criticism of Costco's DEI efforts came in the form of a recent proposal to shareholders in advance of the company's January 23rd shareholder meeting from the National Center for Public Policy Research, which describes itself as a conservative think tank. Citing recent legal decisions, it argued that the membership-based warehouse retailers' policies, it has a chief diversity officer, appears to factor race and gender into some hiring decisions, and so on, may raise reputational and financial risks. This includes potential lawsuits from employees who believe they've suffered illegal discrimination because they are white, Asian, male, or straight. The proposal adds, calling on Costco to publish a report on those alleged risks. In advising shareholders to reject this proposal, Costco's board pointed out that the National Center for Public Policy Research is hardly a neutral observer, having referred to its targets as corporate executives who are most woke and most hard-left political in their management. In a missile to the Republic and shameless monsters, the center's agenda, the response continued, is not reducing risk for Costco, but abolition of diversity initiatives, and more broadly, responsible for inflicting burdens on companies with their challenges to long-standing diversity programs. So this is essentially Costco saying, nah, we don't believe in this National Center for Public Policy Research because they're not neutral. They're pushing a conservative slant. They want to get rid of these initiatives that we believe are important for business and for our consumers. The real meat of its response was a straightforward defense of DEI practices and goals that have rewarded our shareholders. We believe that these efforts enhance our capacity to attract and retain employees who will help our business succeed. The response reads, a critical issue for a company with 300,000 workers. Moreover, its member customers come from all walks of life and backgrounds. As our membership diversifies, we believe that serving it with a diverse group of employees enhances satisfaction. Among other things, a diverse group of employees helps bring originality and creativity to our merchandise offerings, promoting the treasure hunt that our customers value. Customer feedback, the statement notes, that many like to see themselves reflected in the employee base they interact with. Diversity in the chain's supplier base has similar benefits, it adds. We believe that it fosters creativity and innovation in the merchandise and services that we offer our members. While Costco, of course, monitors the law and its own practices, the report concludes to launch an internal evaluation of DEI risks is not a good use of resources. That's interesting that it was the shareholders that made this proposal to Costco, and Costco was just like, nah, you shareholders just don't understand what is good for you. This is actually goals that reward you guys. What do you mean? Diversity in the chain supplier base has similar benefits, it adds. I already read that part, sorry. Inevitably, some DEI opponents have responded with calls on social media to boycott Costco. I already shop at BJ's. Got that under my belt, man. Oh god, BJ's probably also has some fucked up shit, though, I should probably look into. So far, the chatter has been mixed and certainly hasn't shown the kind of momentum that marked the Bud Light backlash, but the National Center for Public Policy Research certainly isn't backing away either, with a staffer telling the Los Angeles Times that any burdens companies may face in unwinding DEI practices are of their own making, as they seek to misuse shareholders' money to advance neo-Marxist and neo-racist equity agendas. Fucking based staffer actually unironically calling this what it is. I genuinely hate when people are like, Kirsche, no one's going to take you seriously when you call this Marxism. It's not Marxism. Marxists hated gay people. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's like you don't understand that that wasn't real communism fucking shit that happens every time. Still, Costco's matter-of-fact stance feels like a noteworthy development. While this is hardly the first airing of a business case for DEI, and that's one reason the core values of DEI are likely to survive, even as its positioning evolves into it's a significant one. Costco's a massive brand with a long track record of mainstream success, and it's making a wholly pragmatic argument, not pandering to one group or demonizing another. And that's not about corporate activism, even in a contentious political environment. It's just business. Yeah, you hear that, Whitey? It's just business. I kind of want to know. Oh, okay. I think we already read that one. I recognize the Why DEI Isn't Doomed title. And then, what else do I have here? What else do I have here?
Num 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 num.
You know, you probably don't want to, but might have to reach out to people outside your circles. Maybe the FNT guys, just to reach a bigger audience. I'm not really sure who else to reach out to. I've been on FNT before, and I did talk a little bit about Bridge back when I was on. Funny enough, all of us are gamers, and we care about things a lot. You feel the pain when people like us are the only ones that care about things. You're feeling, no jokes here. Like you're going insane. Like Albedo from Xenosaga. Am I going to be okay? I feel like we will definitely actually win, right? Like communism has never ultimately succeeded, even if it ushers in a dark period of time. But that's kind of why I keep talking about this shit, because it's like, if I don't, no one else will, and then the we're winning narrative will be the only narrative. Would Craig from Side Scrollers have any good contacts for you? You might know a journalist or two, maybe. Guarantee you normies care. They just don't want to interrupt their career. Don't understand how serious this will get. Yeah, true. I was not a fit for FNT. I was too reserved and self-conscious. I needed to talk over people. I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't like talking over people. I don't want to interrupt, and I don't want to, like, you know, feel like I'm taking up too much time. Feel like people didn't have the time to care about this stuff? I mean, maybe. I don't know, man. Mercenary 21, they give the 2. Gamer here also. You know how everyone here feels? Very much so. Adrian Cunningham, they give the 10. Being intelligent is pointless if you never bother learning anything. A well-read idiot is more valuable than an ignorant genius. I mean, maybe. Mercenary 21, they give the 5. No, I want you to be intelligent. If I was the standard, then God hit the reset button. Oh, no. Oh no, Blue Mew, they give you the 2. Your brain is mid, but you use it well. I vibrate my one brain cell as hard as I can, man. The Pakistani National, they give you the 5 Canadians. You said it before, but email Dan Bongino. I don't recognize that name. Maybe KB can take down the name. We can figure something out. Uncomplex, thank you for the 100 biddies. Communism is the parasite that kills its host. Unfortunately, we also live in the world that is the host. Neo-Marxism is the same way. Unfortunately, yes. Rogues do it behind. Thank you for the 16 months of prune. Just heard the good news about our total victory over DEI. Me and all the others are about to sit back and grill for the next 4 years. See you later. This fucking guy, make me a cheeseburger. Iggy Woods, thank you for the 9-month resub. Thank you. Please enjoy your placenta as you ride the slip and slide to victory. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 5. My Kamio, she's going insane. Lord, keep her safe. I'm losing my goddamn mind. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. Sadly, reading comprehension is a lost skill. I don't want to think that. Illuminated Terra, thank you for the 10. At this point, you're willing to believe Starbuck is some sort of bridge plant to try and confuse conservatives. I don't know about that. I guess it'll depend on if he replies to all of my bridge information. I hope he does, because I will be really disappointed if it just goes ignored. Uriah of the House Right, thank you for the 5. Hey, Kirsche, congrats on getting a mention on Ghost Politics VTuber Awards. Oh boy, I'm sure that went swimmingly since he thinks I'm some sort of liberal. Jonathan Perry, thank you for the 614. It's a diverse workplace, a competitive advantage because they're cheaper to hire. That's a good question. Friar Bob, thank you for the 5-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Adrian Cunningham, thank you for the 20. Been watching the change from DEI to inclusivity and belonging in the Navy in real time. Took a hit on your eval because you speak against it. The hit was under communication. Think about that. That's very fucking weird, man. If you put together a package, maybe all of chat... No, don't do that. That's bad. Joe Dutchman, thank you for the member, my guy. Thank you for the member. You also have a BJ's in Northern Ohio. I absolutely loved their fucking Boston cream pies. Boston cream pie is actually cake, but they're very delicious. Chat becomes Project Mayhem from Fight Club. Malik Torihane, thank you for the 100 biddies. If it means getting you on Lotus Eater's Factor, you'll make a professional-looking reactive PNG, can even animate it. It's important work, and you'd be more than happy to contribute to me getting the word out to a wider audience. I have been sending messages to my rigger since November. I haven't heard back from them, but they were just like, hey, we'll refund you because, like, we feel bad for all of the time we've made you wait. And it's like, man, I don't even want a refund. Like, I appreciate you offering, but I don't want a refund. I just want my model fucking finished, please. Like, maybe I'm too fucking lenient on these people, but it's like... I would rather feel completely guilt-free and have paid my artists, but actually get my finished fucking project. Like, please just fucking finish it. I beg, just finish it. Have you tried holding a gun to their head? Oh my god. A Squatch Hammer, thank you for the 5. You found out at your college that average reading comp score was 10 to 12% when you thought it would be around 40 when you got a 99% in their entrance exam. What the fuck? What the fuck? Peppa Wolf, thank you for the 2. People with a very high IQ watch Fox News. True. To be fair, you need a very high IQ to understand retard noises that Fox women make. Have them send you the materials and then hire someone else to finish. I would even be willing to do that. I was like scrolling back because one of my moderators suggested, they were like, hey, if you haven't seen like an actual update from them in a while, you should ask them, like, hey, I need to see some proof you've even been working on this. So I was scrolling back in, like, the group conversation between myself, my artist, and my rigger. And, like, I scrolled back to March of last year, and then I gave up because I couldn't find anything from the rigger update-wise. So I was like, okay, well, I scrolled back this far and I couldn't find anything, so please, can you at least give me something to show that you've still been working on it before I lose my mind? They absolutely haven't been working on it. I don't know, man. Kirsche, please stop being lenient. This is why I said any new artist I reach out to will be through my Mythic manager, if that's something he can do. Because, like, I don't think I can handle the mental toll of having to speak with artists anymore. I just don't want to do it. If I'm friends with them, like if there's someone I've worked with a whole bunch before, like Gadraji, absolutely, I want to keep talking to them myself, but otherwise, I don't. Mentally, I don't think I can handle it. I don't think I can handle this anymore. You're watching comments get silenced? Oh my god. You're looking for a rig master? You can finish drawings pretty fast, but you don't know how to rig? Like, again, if they gave me the files, I could just go to a different rigger even. I'd be okay with that. You should have your manager do this. Personal feelings should not be in the equation. This is a job, not a pipe dream. Oh no, I agree. That's why I said that's why I want my manager to do it. I recognize this is a weakness I have, and it is taken too much of a toll on my mental dealing with shitty artists for so long. I don't want to do it. I'm too lenient dealing with these kinds of people, so that's something I hope my manager can help with. I'm not as kind as Kevin. True. True and real. What the fuck, Lala, thank you for the 5. Did you see Space King left a message for a big company trying to buy it out, which, as Space King puts it, makes fake and gay if they sold? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, no. Inductive Kick, thank you for the 5 months of Prune. Thank you for pruning. Michael Turner, thank you for the 20. Keep the pressure up. They'll be pushing the DEI bill. I read that already. Thank you again, Michael. Nom. Borked Bean, thank you for the 3-month resub. Glad you keep us informed about this stuff. We appreciate you. I try my best. It's also why, like, I've gotten comments on my videos and stuff before. It's like, it's annoying that I read the whole article. I feel like it's very important that I do, because it's like, that shows people I'm not making assumptions. I'm not jumping to conclusions. It's literally written there in plain text. And if a huge part of the problem is other people in my position not reading and basically lying, whether on accident or on purpose, to their audience, I don't want to be accused of the same thing. So I would rather read the entire article, even if there's not as much information in it, than have to deal with that kind of nonsense, man. Not reading the whole thing is what got us into this we're winning mess. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No. Matthew fucking 1993. Thank you for the member. You just want to sleep on your 2 nice big pillows. Hold on, wait a minute. A Mercenary 21, thank you for the 2. Kirua, time to get the flamer, the heavy flamer, the Flammenwerfer. Lugzon, thank you for the 9-month member. Congrats on your fresh placenta. When you get your next rig, it needs a t-shirt with a bridge on it. You have to read the whole thing because they hide their plans there. The devil is in the details. Not only do they hide their plans there, and not only is it sort of a, like, I don't want to get accused of fucking lying or obfuscating shit from only partially reading articles, but the way that they subvert language and the way that they weasel word their way around things, you genuinely need to read the whole thing to understand the scope of what's happening. In my opinion. Arakeen, thank you for the 5 months of Prune. Thank you for the 5 months of Prune. You very much appreciate that I read whole articles. I'm glad that my core audience of lovely honorable chatters appreciates that I read the whole article. That's why you don't believe in the Zuck for a second that Meta will quit the DEI. I feel like he's just paying lip service. Alright, there's no way I'm gonna believe a guy who's like, oh, I'm so sad the Biden administration threatened me and threatened my employees. I had to capitulate, and I had to repress the other political side, and I had to hire these fact checkers who were letting misinformation run rampant, and I had to participate in the censorship campaign. It's like, no, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't. You're a fucking worm, guy. You could have stood on principle. You could have said, fuck you, and outed the administration for these tactics when they tried it on you. You could have done that. You might have faced some backlash. You might have faced some repercussions, but everyone would have been on your side. You would be the unironic underdog in that situation, being attacked by a political administration. Yeah, but based frat bro now, Jesus Christ. Imagine calling Zuckerberg based. Bike Short Senpai, Latina breeder. Thank you for the 2. Woke up from a nap to see Fox Lady seething. I'm fucking seething, dude. I need to go to the seed and feed. Video Gamer, thank you for the 225. Smarter than them, or at least not corrupt. I guess I can give you the latter. Illuminated Terra, they give the 10. As someone who works for Amazon, they're not changing anything. You see the DEI language every time HR sends memos or has employee events. Hot damn. Zuri Prime, thank you for the subby bubby. Smug Goat, thank you for the 11-month resub. You recall mentioning me in a tweet he made about the Walmart DEI stuff? And it's like, I mean, again, I just rattled off the no they didn't earlier when I was reading all those company names, but it's like, I'm not saying no they didn't without proof. I've literally posted that shit previously every time he claims a victory. Every time he claims a victory, I either post it on Twitter or I do a stream being like, look, man, you're wrong. Even in your own post that you posted, you're wrong. But here's some more information about just how wrong you are. Nightmare, thank you for the 2. Government is the biggest terror organization. Yeah, true, but that doesn't mean they should hire actual terrorists, right? You just want people to at least have the consideration to not judge people like me for being some right-wing psycho, but it's not simple. Oh god, the black pill is seeping in. I feel like if someone calls me a right-wing psycho, they're probably not someone you could convince of the things I'm saying anyways. I feel like I am, like, right of center at best, right? Like, I'm not some hardcore, far-right crazy lady. At least in my opinion. This is going to be a never-ending fight. They're not usually all there. I think worse than those people, right? Because those people will never be convinced, are the people who do agree with me, but refuse to listen because my skin is VTuber. Chris, thank you for the 139. It's a prerequisite for intelligent positions. Cat12, thank you for the 100 biddies. Can someone spell out the name of the Mandela kill squads? You've been trying to look them up and you couldn't find anything about them. They are, let me type it out for you, lady. They are Umkanto Vesizve, and I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but I'm trying my best. I have posted it in the Twitch chat. I don't know if you were in Twitch or YouTube, but my mods can just post it over. I can just post it over. It's Umkanto Vesizve. Mentioned not being the one to explain why monarchy is bad either, but you don't have to be smart for that kind of thing. The concepts are pretty simple. I mean, yeah, but if I was debating someone who spent tons of time devoted to why monarchy is a better political system than what we have now, I wouldn't be able to hold weight in that situation, right? Because it's like, I would only have a baseline understanding of why I personally don't like monarchy. I've never like bothered looking into the distinct differences needed for that kind of situation. Who's more oppressed, gamers or anime people? Well, I mean, I'm both, so, you know. You love the wobbly ears? Same, I love the ears. Mercenary 21, thank you for the 2. No one votes for these people. They just ballot stuff. Arismador, thank you for the 690. Kamala's campaign was doomed from the start. Too many people to blow for the position she sought. I mean, I guess so. No. Desert Ghost, thank you for another 200 biddies in there. Spider God, thank you for the gift sub to Nipple Fucker. Volkswagen Joker, I'm assuming that's what the VW is, right? VW Joker, thank you for the 100 biddies. Woo, rant! I don't go on a fiery rant too often. Usually I can keep level-headed and relatively calm, but you know. Amp Flip Tier, thank you for the 500 biddies. There's no water shortage in Ba Sing Se, true and real. Oh, fuck. While we were talking about this, I should bring up, like I said, I didn't get through all of my fucking... Da, 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 da. Where the fuck is it? Was it this? No. 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 Oh, here we go. I referenced this like fucking a million times during today's stream, and this is a good closer on a DEI segment, but I didn't play the video. I didn't play the video. So just so there's no trust me bro on this, here we go. This is the LA Fire Department Assistant Chief Christine Larson.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you.
I do not give a single fuck whether the fireman rescuing me is black or white or Mexican or Japanese or Korean or gay or straight, or if they even fucking wear a fursuit in their off firefighting time. Can they rescue me from a building on fire is the only criteria I care about in that firefighter. They do not need to look like me. Nobody should fucking care about that.
Gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough?
Their situation that they're in a burning building and need help? Like, what?
To do this, or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
How does someone like this get a job as a firefighter? In a functioning society, this person would not be a firefighter. The people that made this video wouldn't have let this video see the light of day because they would have had the cognizant reaction to be like, hey, this sounds kind of bad that our firefighter that we hired is literally blaming a man for getting into a fire situation. Just being like, well, you can get yourself out of that one, Chief. That's not my job. You were in bed and got stuck in a burning house. My bedroom is a place I shouldn't be in. Oh my god. The goal of the Marxists is either to reshape society into communism or to utterly destroy it. Either one is acceptable to them. Communists are not acceptable to me. Only about 5% of working firefighters are women. And that's too damn high. How many of that 5% are actually qualified? And how many of that 5% have the same, I can't carry a man out of a burning building?
You want to...
I hate these people. I hate these people. After this ad, you want it to be 0%. Hit. Help. Gillesco, thank you for the 200 biddies. No matter how much we hate the legacy media, we don't hate them enough. It was 3.9% before the previous fire chief started the DEI program. True. True, that doesn't surprise me that she has done exactly what she said she was going to do. Tony the Mighty, thank you for the 27-month resub, my guy. Thank you! How are things? I haven't vomited today. Red squares mostly stayed away. Nightmare, thank you for the 2. California won't turn red. They'll just go turn Texas blue. Thanks, I hate it. Adrian Cunningham, thank you for the 10. It is not developing the entire ocean they sit on, choosing instead to drain their state of every drop of water. A coach in lunacy, thank you for the 5-month member. Anna got groped by a homeless guy and was shamed for sharing her story. Oh, is that what it was? I like genuinely could not remember when she started talking about, like, it was something that she started talking about and everybody started like fucking jumping down her throat. Joe Burns, thank you for the $4.99. Fun fact, on a reason Cali burns so often, some German long ago planted eucalyptus trees everywhere, which leak highly flammable oil. I thought it was Australia selling people in California eucalyptus trees. I didn't think it was like some German guy. 347, thank you, Hypno Pants. Reminds you of when female firefighters at a female firefighter conference in Banff, Alberta, caused a massive forest fire. Diversity. How the fuck did female firefighters at a firefighter conference cause a fire? What the fuck? She got groped and they accused her of being racist despite her never mentioning the guy's race. What the fuck? Neon Suspenders, thank you for the 15-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Mikey, thank you for the 5. Anna was sexually assaulted by a homeless guy and her audience immediately talked about how she needs to stop spreading disinformation about homelessness. Oh my god. I guess it's waking her up from her nimbiness, at least. Crittler, thank you for the proom. Thank you for approving. I guess the stream is dead. See you next time. Is it dead? Did something happen? Is Kick dead? Is Kick not alive right now? It's still up? Very weird. Very weird for that guy. They were doing a prescribed burn, didn't account for wind. You are the first person I have seen say that they were doing a prescribed burn. I haven't seen that in any news reporting, any articles, any fucking tweets from anyone. No one has fucking said that, so I would like to see your fucking source. has kicked the bucket. Tradney13838, thank you for the tier 2 subby bubby. Thank you. Well, thank you. You think he meant the women fire? Oh, the women firefight. Okay, the Canada thing. Sorry, we were talking about California as well, and that one didn't say that the Canada women's. Sorry, I did not. I did not know that you were talking to the Canada women's. Okay, so the Canada women's were doing a controlled burn to prove that they could do it, and they proved otherwise, I guess. Good lord, dude. Charizard attacked LA. It was super effective. Alberta thing. Canada's gay. Oh, just a little oopsie. Bruce Sobelvaro, thank you for the 10. Anyone with real political analysis realizes that the fires won't turn the state red or blue. The state turns gray to signify a neutral territory to be conquered, or the cartel gains standard control. I don't like either of those situations. Canada completely burned down a year ago. Gila Mommy, thank you for those 10 fucking schmady gift subs, my dude. Thank you for the schmeat schmuggling. Mercenary 21, thank you for the 5. Californian leadership isn't failing, it's working as intended. I also don't like that reality. Yeah, you're referring to the women, my bad. No, that's alright, Cade. It's just, you know, when you read a million comments, if there's like a little bit of context missing and we're talking about, you know, multiple fires, it can be hard to differentiate. I'm sorry, dude. Thank you for the information about the Canadian ladies. If your husband needs rescuing, he was in the wrong place. God damn. Axel Jessen, thank you for the 5. It's also weird that Maui only got 752, same with East Palestine. What's here in Cali that makes it so much more valuable to the government? Yeah, I feel like the restoration efforts should be fucking similar for all of these people, you know? Video Gamer 25, thank you for the 525. Per your Friday, Dono, I wish we could abolish political parties, as all they've done is breed stupidity and corruption. Let reasonable people run. I feel like sometimes reasonable people get into positions with, you know, like bright, starry eyes and an idealistic view of what they want to do, and then they just get beaten into submission by the establishment, and then they just become part of the status quo instead of changing anything like they wanted to. Because it's easier to keep your head down and get paid than to speak out and make a ruckus and have massive pushback and roadblocks put in your way. The economic backbone of the country, to be honest. There will always be an establishment force even without political parties. Yeah. It's like it's fucking rough to try and go against that grain, you know? Mercenary 21, thank you for the 2. You will never happen with all the vote cheating. Cyantrist 051, thank you for the 8-month member. California flipping to red would be golden. Sadly, the closest they go to red is commie red. That's the bad kind of red. Adrian Cunningham, thank you for the 10. Look at what happened in Hawaii. Dems will never vote red, no matter how destructive those they elect are. Also a very sad reality. Mac, thank you for the 5. Maybe if they had a few less golf courses in the desert, this would have been more manageable. You hate it for basic people, but still. Boycott Warhammer, thank you for the 610. You're doing what you can to leave. You don't see a future in Britanistan without a whole load of redacted, sadly. Just look at the reach of the non-Serati. I don't know what a non-Serati is. Is this like a Illuminati plus nonce joke, and I just didn't get it fast enough? But I don't know. Maybe again this is like an idealistic framing from me, but I feel like if you are living basically in, you know, your ancestors' homelands, you wouldn't want to see it completely destroyed by invading forces. Right, it's like when people look at South Africa and they see, like, the farm murders and they see the treatment of the Boers, and they're just like, well, why don't they just leave? And it's like, that's where they've always been. Like, they've been there for so many years. Like, why would you leave, like, where your great-great-grandparents were and your great-grandparents and your, you know, grandparents, etc.? It's like, I can understand the, well, just leave if it's dangerous, but I also understand the, this is where I'm from, and I want to do what I can to save it. And I think that the latter is admirable, even if it seems hopeless. And Canadian government also allows Nestle to siphon water from the Californian mountain. You'd bet the Governor Moonbeam collects a hefty check from there. Governor Moonbeam! Mercenary 21, they give it to you. Newsom is already pushing for eminent domain. What the fuck? Manny Mulatto Beats, thank you for the 5. Insurance companies are crying, but construction contractors are rubbing their hands. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the 10. Members of the royal family were tied to Epstein. Anyone calling for monarchy to return is just desperate for any fantasy of power. But that doesn't make sense, though, because, like, you're not going to be part of the monarchy, right? Like, so that's, I don't know, man. Mercenary 21, they give the 5. None of this is mismanagement. It's all intended. As someone from California, we did not vote for this. Half of the counties are showing 200% turnout. Yeah, that seems kind of fucked. That seems kind of not correct. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 20. In lighter news, you're currently working on a project reporting on the 2025 Tokyo Auto Salon while listening to the Foxu. Cool car stuff and some humor. Kirsche's The Crime Bobs. Ay. I had a fucking VTuber video I wanted to watch too, but we are past time already. Chat, there's so much I want to talk about in so little time in the day. McCock, thank you for the 6-month member. Again, thank you. I remember reading that. McFly, thank you for 2. Is Foxu aware the LA mayor links to M19 radicals? Hey, we learned about that. Mercenary 21, thank you for the 2. So, did my Supa on Friday cause the crash or what? I hope not. I still need to read Supas from Friday and from yesterday's collab. Still need to do those. Maybe I have more appointments this week. I have more doctor's appointments. I'm just like fucking stuffed with doctor's appointments, man. I didn't even put them on my calendar. I'll have to figure out if I can maybe do like a small catch-up stream so I can keep yapping on regular stream days, but then I can actually accurately thank you guys. I hate getting so backlogged. I'm so backlogged. C73N, thank you for the 347. All strong leaders move to business as it brings more power and benefits these days. Deadpool Kid, thank you for the 5. Although you lost everything in the fires, at least you know in the end you weren't racist solidarity, my BIPOC brothers and sisters, quoted by some Malibu normie. I hope no one is thinking like that. Racer M53, thank you for the 5. $10. She'll play victim because she was harassed by a racist, sexist, misogynist reporter. I mean, that's the only game plan they have. I would not be surprised if she does that. A Skeptical Panda, thank you for the 2. There's a real reporter here. Maybe the last one. True, he was actually asking questions of that mayor. Pain Cabal 1, thank you for the 347. Your first cooking must be Black Forest cake because cherry is Kirsche. True. I don't really like eating cherry flavored stuff. Maybe if I mush up like fresh cherries and use those, it'll be better. Jim Farm, Jimothy, thank you for the 1999. It was originally blue screens until the 1978 Superman movie did a green screen. In 1989, they were still using blue screens at local TV stations for weather. I knew the weather people used blue screens, but I didn't know that those were used everywhere. I just thought it was always green screen. Thank you. Thank you for knowledge. Whoa, thank you for the 19-month member. You uninstalled Crime Boss from your computer because you saved up for a Steam Deck so you can shit and crime at the same time. Oh, okay, thank God. Oh, thank God. You had me scared for a second there, Mike. I was like, how could you do this to me? Actually stabbing me in the heart. Scooter, thank you for the 5. It looks like the Lamb of God song, Walk With Me, I'm Hell, came to life. True. Base Soda, thank you for the 10. Wicked fucking cute. Yeah, you're from Mass. True. Inari Ninetails, sorry, my brain. Thank you for the 10. Didn't Biden say he was going to make the taxpayers pay for a lot of the damages? You thought you heard something about 100% federal damage coverage. I'm not exactly sure what he's planning on or how he's planning on covering it. I have him in a tab somewhere. So I was planning on getting to it. The Moose Nugget, they give the 13-month member. Speaking of texture eating, you made a souffle omelet to try a few days ago, and whilst it was jiggly, the middle was like egg foam, and you were sad. That's how I felt when I made these delicious fucking, like, egg omelet, bacon, pepper disc things, where you, like, cut a pepper in half, and then you fill it with, like, egg and bacon and spices and stuff. It tasted amazing, but I cannot stand the texture of, like, baked egg or cooked peppers. I learned that day I really, truly only like raw pepper. Cooked pepper is disgusting. Low Speed Boot, thank you for the 2. Oh, Lord, that'd be the death of you. Kevin Hale, thank you for the 5. Stop telling me about your trifle and be my wife. Aw. Trifle and wifing. Deal Brando, thank you for the 5. Hassan lost his house in the fires to Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde specifically started the fire at his house. Highwind, thank you for the 347. You see, the old buildings were architecturally built by white people and therefore a symbol of supremacy. The fire allows us to rebuild with equity. I hope I never hear a person saying that seriously. I know you're joking, but like, I would not be surprised if someone said that seriously. Pepper, you thought I hated spicy food? Look, man, I can handle the black pepper, just not, you know, the red pepper flakes.
and red pepper, green pepper, yellow pepper, those aren't spicy. They're big sweet.
No, Forbidden Gabagool, thank you for another 100 biddies. K-Sops, thank you for 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you! Ooh, you! 25519, thank you for 5 gift subs. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus, thank you for 100 biddies. Deadly Flame 17, thank you for the 18-month of Proom, my guy. Holy year and a half! What the fuck is time? Pepper Jack cheese is all the spice you can handle. Yeah, Pepper Jack cheese sometimes can be too spicy too. I tried eating chili from a barbecue place on my way home from like my spa day, and that was too spicy for me. Desert Ghost, thank you for the 100 biddies. Koi Kitsu, thank you for the 250 biddies. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gift sub to Anthony Throttle. Red Crow, thank you for the gift sub to Goat Test Tea. Please do not make tea out of goat testicles. The Last Roman, thank you for the 10 gift subbies. Thank you for the thick schmeat schmugglin'. Frostbite Fang, thank you for the Schmeedy 5 gift subs. Thank you. Draciel, thank you for Schmeedy 5 gift subs. Thank you. Ratchet2425, thank you for the 17-month resub. 1 month away from birth to Electric Boogaloo, also known as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I don't know if I can do that much magic for you, man. Mars Syndrome, thank you for the Proom, my guy. Thank you for prooming. Thank you for prooming. No. Zach Jala, thank you for the 37-month resub. Huge Nambi! See, LA is looking beautiful. I mean, you know, it's a little warm right now. Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. Rebuilding costs are going to be in the billions. That's a lot of monies. Robot Dudes, thank you for the 15-month resub. Funny how California was also stopping fire trucks from out of state from helping because they couldn't pass the smog checks. I feel like when you're in the middle of a crisis, you probably shouldn't care about that. Just a little bit, you know? Jack Manson, thank you for the 5. Oh, I remember reading that already about your friend in the UK. Chanksatome, thank you for the 22-month resub. Good afternoon, Fuxu. This is Callie. These people are communists. People are interchangeable cogs to them, where the only immutable element to a person is their actual skill and ability. This nonsense and EMS has already gotten people in Cali killed and isn't stopping anytime soon. I'm sorry, it sounds like you live there. It's very unfortunate. Radit Zace, thank you for the 7-month member. The Lady Chief probably thinks we should use the ocean to put the fire out. A Carnacle Blackburn, thank you for the 5. Did that woman just imply that gay guys don't feel comfortable wearing a fireman outfit? A Treblig Lavadness, thank you for the 7-month member. Wow, what sort of creature they have in their DEI LAFD calendar. Clearly not the nice gay fireman. Wolf's Pain, thank you for the 5, but Kirsche, it was because of global warming. Their bad decisions in the name of global warming and conservation have caused this problem. Man, the people on my tweet are just absolutely fucking insane. I thought I had... Do I have my tweet up on my fucking tab browser here? I do. Like, these people were just going insane, man. Let me, how do I fucking view post engagements? Holy shit, when will people understand the supplies were equipment registered for decommissioning, whether this fire happened or not? Stop spreading misinformation. When I'm in a lying competition and my opponent is an autistic woman. When I'm in a misinformation debate and my opponent is a everything is woke VTuber, I just remembered why I unfollowed Kirsche, and it's because she went full dumb. I've always been this way, baby. You didn't follow me. The fire chief has 22 years of experience. Maybe Kirsche shouldn't speak on someone with experience. I don't see her helping in LA, so maybe be quite Maybe be quite. These people went DEI. X thing is woke to the point they are as annoying as the actual and truly annoying DEI and woke people. Lefty anti-lolicons, DEI, and right-wing reactionaries being equally annoying. Literally in response to a post of me listing all of the bad decisions that got them to this place in the first place. Congratulations, you can't fix stupid. They literally refilled their reservoirs earlier in the week. You fucking moron! Jesus Christ, the laziest group of people on the planet. Oh, they refilled their reservoirs earlier in the week. Didn't we literally just read that article about how they were decommissioned since February and how there's now an investigation into why that reservoir wasn't fixed earlier? All right, okay. Maybe I'm not the laziest group of people on the planet, you fucking inbred. So what happened? Typical leftist, burn down a city, deny responsibility. Then there was another. I love these people. I love these people that claim to either actually watch me or have been a fan before. Exactly, Kirsche. It's because of LA County Fire Department donating supplies to Ukraine that the hydrants were dry. Love your streams, but when it comes to this stuff, here you are, completely lost in conspiracy land. Hope you find your way out of it at some point. Yeah, completely lost in conspiracy land. Posting a list of reasons why the fires are as bad as they are, that are easily checkable and verifiable on Google using your little hands. And so I responded, nowhere did I say it was solely because of that. It's part of the reason, blah, 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 blah. And then he goes, well, I don't know. I don't even know if the events you're listing really took place. If I wanted to be as bad faith as possible, are you implying that the COVID vaccine and Ukraine are part of the reason too? But I won't. It does sound fucking awful. Yeah, this is definitely someone who loves my streams and watches my content. Definitely someone who's not a hate watcher. Holy fuck, Fed detected. It's like the amount of just stupidity mounting on this tweet was just amazing to me. It's like, holy fuck, man. You can literally Google it. I'm not making shit up. It's like bringing up the Cosby suite and a list of reasons why Blizzard game sucks now. It's not the only reason. It's just a symptom showing their priorities are FUBAR. Yeah, exactly. They don't have the ability to understand that actions have consequences and that actions piling up will make the consequences even worse. Do you respond with stream excerpts? I mean, sometimes. There's that fucking, I think he's Vietnamese. There's like a Vietnamese gay VTuber that constantly tries to take me out of context and like paint me as some sort of like weird fucking Hitler particle right Nazi. And then every time he does, I just post stream clips that prove him wrong. And then he has to like go whine on his alt account. It's fucking hilarious, man. The classic. Axel Jessen, thank you for the 2. Twitter chatter needs to perceive breakfast. I don't think they even know what that word means, man. A zigzag kangaroo, thank you for the 17-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Nocturnal 007, thank you for the 5. You're a mechanic. You worked 6 years on and off the field. You've worked with one woman. No, the Mad Matter, thank you for the 9-month resub. What a time to have your sub, baby. Welcome to the world, Mr. Mad Matter. Please enjoy your freshly ground placenta, seasoned with a cumin. Just one woman. Actions have consequences. Ultra racist. Naluweeb, thank you for the 2 months of Prune, my guy. Marmalin, thank you for the 10. 57k population. If we gave each of them 500k, it's about 28 billion. Far less than what we sent to Ukraine, and far more beneficial to us for many reasons. True. L Monster, thank you for the 5. Kirsche, I can't lay bricks, but I know how to brick up everyone in chat. I don't know about all that. Evil Emperor Zerg, thank you for the 8 months of Prune. French castles are so cheap because they have strict laws on restoration of the property that make it cost prohibitive to attempt. I mean, that's fair. I don't know what the restoration laws would be like in France. I know that there are, like, if properties in the U.S. are designated historical sites, they have a lot of restrictions on restoration as well. I personally love those places. If I found, like, a designated historical site that wasn't like a dilapidated shack, I'd probably want to nom all over that place, man. X8VT, thank you for the 500 biddies. The issue is that the areas where those castles or old homes in the EU are, there's no jobs or shit internet. Is that where you like beg for Starlink? Insane Linguist, thank you for the 408. Remember that Twitch hates VTubers. They recently banned an entire generation of the Corpo VTubers a day before their debut. I saw that. I wonder if that was like Twitch's auto ban system because the VTubers were like getting too many followers too quickly. So Twitch like auto system flagged them as like botting even though it wasn't. That wouldn't surprise me because I think that's happened to some of the HoloLive people before. Like I vaguely remember some HoloLive people getting like bans because they were flagged by the botting like automated system on YouTube. It was a dumb thing to say anyways. They unbanned them like 2 hours later. They had their debut fine. Yeah. They were unbanned like pretty quickly. But I want to assume, I didn't look into it, so I'm assuming, I could be wrong, that it's probably the automated system checking for people botting. Yeah, that happens on YouTube all the time. Yeah. Even Hauken Frères, thank you for the 693. At some point, our entire society stopped treating architecture as art, and we transitioned to bland colors, hard lines, and geometric shapes that only inspire depression. Yeah, let's go back to the Art Deco geometric shapes that inspire differently. Young Garn, thank you for the 2. See the Asian Andy squatter videos? It's great. I don't think I did. Fozzie Pool, thank you for the full fucking year, my guy. Thank you. No? Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. Anyone who needs a house to be white or gray all over to envision how they'd live there is also incapable of perceiving breakfast. I would agree with you. Absolutely. Hermit Status, thank you for the 7-month member. A house could really do with some classically inspired wallpaper. True. Seeing like that kind of nice staircase staying the way it is and then like nothing around it but bland whiteness makes me upset. A Vodka Asker, thank you for the 400 biddies. Have I heard about the Prince Stash's castle? It was built between 774 and 776. No, I have not. NP133 Garlics, thank you for the 20. As an adult human, you know and understand that you're not entitled to anyone's acknowledgement or attention. Help. On the other hand, from an irrational emotional perspective, and as a YouTube commenter, it stings to be neglected. I don't neglect you. I try best. I try best to read all chats. There's no way I could read like literally every individual's message though. There's way too many. But I do try best to interact with like not just like super chats and dono messages. I try to look at regular chats every once in a while too, you know? I pick some of them out. Sometimes I pick out ongoing conversations and I'm very confused though. Even having a sword, you get missed most of the time. Yeah, look at how often I miss Nimothy's messages, man. We're your redheaded stepchildren. Imagine. She's ignoring me. No. Scopeless one, thank you for the 4-month resub. Thank you. Ryan MC, thank you for the 1999. You lived in SoCal your whole life, Governor Arnold and everything. The LA NPCs will vote blue no matter who and will voluntarily live in the pond and eat the bugs. The smart cities are coming. Oh boy. I don't have time to go down this rabbit hole right now. But there's a VTuber company that is owned by a company that like advocates for the smart city 15-minute city bullshit. And their DEI initiatives page is like a fucking encyclopedia. Like, it's fucking massive. It's like Iridium or some shit. It's like a VTuber app kind of thing. I don't know too much about it, but I have like 4 or 5 tabs open on it right now. Which one? It's an app. Yeah, is it Iridium. Iridium is the name of it. BlackRock VTubers are coming. Again, Bridge said that content creators are going to be important in pushing messaging because we inspire more trust in our audiences than typical celebrities, like regular celebrities. You suppose it was inevitable? Yeah, Iridium. Sorry, I was like Iridium. Like that's the app, not an individual Chuba company. I haven't heard much about them, so I don't know what they are. So when I saw that they were owned by a company that does all of this stuff, the company that owns Iridium as well, they own like biotech firms and like fucking medicine distribution stuff. Like they own so much shit. And so it's like, why do you have this like weird VTuber app all of a sudden? And funny enough, the corpo that's on fire recently also streams on Iridium. Oh, that is funny. No red square. We haven't had red squares today. I think we had a couple of hiccups like when I first started, but you know. Bond Live is tied to Irium. Look at the stuff Mizu's done. I don't think so. Initial 15-minute city idea was cool. Basically, get rid of zoning laws, so you only need to walk 15 minutes, but got taken over by commies. For now, Irium has no actual corporation, but they're using VTubers to push their phone app-only streaming platform. Yeah, it's interesting. I'll have to bring it up on Tuesday when I'm back, because I just don't have time to go through it now. Irium released a press statement saying we're a platform. We have nothing to do with that dumpster fire. I'm not even talking about the dumpster fire that is Bond Live. That's not what I'm talking about. The company that owns Irium is what I'm talking about. And I can't remember their name off the top of my head. It's the company that owns Irium. It's Dena Co. D-E-N-A. Dena Co. is what owns Irium. And Dena even has the like sustainable development goals that are from the UN, where like if you want to use the UN's branding and you want to have like their specific sustainable development goals prominently displayed on your corporation's websites, you need to like apply to be allowed to use that branding from the UN. Holy crap, their entire site from the get-go is all DEI branding. Yeah, it's a little, they made the new Pokemon mobile trading card game app. Yeah, they own a lot of shit. It's crazy. New World Order, that's just a theory. Pfizer VTubers. Please no Dr. Fauci VTubers. UNSC Saratoga, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. It's crazy that where you live, renting an apartment is way cheaper in the nearby major city than in the town you currently live in. It's about the same price if you want a house, though. $1.4 million for a one-story home that should have cost about $450,000. Artificial inflation is an abomination. I agree. Bigglesworth, thank you once again for that 69 mostly buttered doggo. Thank you. NP153 Garlic, thank you for the 20. Did I hear that Biden plans to use federal tax dollars to pay for all the destruction caused by California's gross mismanagement? You'll be paying for their poor voting choices and corrupt mismanagement. I did not see that. I do have a Biden tab open, but I haven't read it myself yet. Big Pharma VTubers brought to you by Pfizer. Did Pokemon Go ever get rid of those hideous DEI avatars? They did not. Chem Smith, thank you for the 3 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. A Brave SJ, thank you for the 690. The strategy for new construction is to buy land when it's cheap, live in a trailer until construction prices drop or you've paid off the land. Buying and building at the same time is really only for millionaires. Yeah, it definitely seems like it. Stephen Colbert doing the coof dance. Oh no. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for the 100 biddies. You're late. How's the War of the Red Square coming along? It feels like we won the battle today, but I bet the war is not over. The Kinky Cow God. Thank you for the gift sub to Wild Fuda Girl. Only the highest of organic free-range Fuda girls for you, I guess. Kinky Cow God. Thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you. Heat Seeker, thank you for the $20 doodles. You once had a dream where you were helping me house hunt. What? Every time I entered a new room, I would yell at the realtor, "Get the fuck out of here!" Either in excitement or anger, depending on what you saw. You woke up laughing. What the fuck? I want to have house hunting dreams! Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. You'd be insane to live in League of Legends. Loxor, thank you for the 6-month member. Can we do another House Hunters New England edition stream? Maybe. I give my mods a heart attack whenever I bring that shit up, man. Dim the Lamp, thank you for the 15-month resub. Kier loves only green squares. I do. I really do. NP153 Garlics, thank you for the 50. You, for one, want Princess Kirsche to have her fancy Victorian wonder home. Thank you. I hope I will find the perfect one someday. Hopefully this year. Zantetsu, thank you for the 7-month member. Thank you. Vaccine Stroke Chan Wen. What? Harmonious Godhead, not hand. Oh, thank you for the 12 months of prune. Full fucking year, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Hell, thank you for the 10. Dearest Foxu, once you get the perfect house, buy all the Rhythm arcade games and use them to capture a Feemsh and other streamers. True, I can put them in the arcade game basement. 5 Hounds, thank you for the 5. All Fox and Kitsune VTubers should be the Fox News of the future. Get ex-drug addicts to design merch pillows to maintain steady income. Why would we get drug addicts to do that? What do you mean? Lexicon Hellhound, thank you for the 10. Found you through It's a Gundam. You and Gundam need to collaborate more. Perfect mix, like coffee and chocolate. I do love Papa Gundam. He's a wonderful dude. I cannot wait to do more streams with him. Hades J, thank you for the prune. The Ojo-sama, thank you for the 3-month member. You're just looking at some feet over there. NP153 Garlics, thank you for the 20. Women and their pads, am I right, fellas? Man, right in the midst of me feeling like shit, the ritual sacrifice has come again, and my back is screaming constantly. I feel like I am slowly getting, like, my nerves peeled away from my skin, and my back is just, like, on fire, man. Frostlord 1, thank you for the 5. Ever played Jet Set Radio? The game's all about rollerblading. I have not. I've not played that game. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 20. So what you're saying is we only need to cyborg your ass. How fluffy do you want the tail add-on? Super fluffy. Only the fluffiest of tails for my cyborg fox body. Zenik, thank you for the 183. Damn, US, your healthcare's scary. It is. Thomas 3022, thank you for the 18-month resub, my guy. Mr. Squiggles, thank you for the 21 months of Peroom. Adam BV1, thank you for the 11-month member. IQ Omega, thank you for the 16-month resub. Thank you. Star Phoenix, thank you for the 13-month member. You're coming out one way or another. Let me leave, Foxu. Also, Costco's a no-go. They're reaffirming the commitment to DEI. We read that today. I actually got to it. Dr. Thunder, thank you for the 5. Walmart likes pee, confirmed. True. Malik Torihane, thank you for the 100. Glory be, dear Kamiyoshi. I would usually be at work right now, but since you have an absolutely horrid migraine, you get to stay home and listen to glorious Foxu tangents. Soothe your pain. I love the content. Love you, Foxu. Thank you. Help. Jack Manson. Thank you for the 5. YouTube, I explicitly asked to be notified. You missed the Shao539, thank you for the 3-month resub. Spartanix13, thank you for the 13 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 5. Double the yapping, half the pain. Nothing shall stop this hype train. Blessed Foxu, maiden fair, I cast this charm. Banish red squares. That was a cute little rhyme. Zerotzis, thank you for the full fucking year of subby bubbies, my guy, thank you. Slanesh says hi, thank you for the 17 months of Peroom. At this point, you better steal a second placenta, you're gonna need one soon. You're gonna have to fist fight someone for their placenta. You don't mean looks human still steal? You wanna walk around like Samuel Hayden in Doom 2016? Oh my god. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 5. Gonna watch the VoD later, have a wonderful stream. Oh. You'll see me thanking you at the very end. Thank you. I hope you had a nice evening, dude. Hope you had a nice evening. All right. Hopefully I thanked as many of you as humanly possible here. Foxily possible here. I went way over. I'm gonna have to see about doing a specific catch-up stream because I really want to get to some of the ones that I missed on Friday because of all the tech issues and vomiting, and then yesterday because of collab. So hopefully I can figure out a time to do one of those. I'm gonna raid a little baby tiny streamer today. Sometimes I stalk the Crime Boss Rocky City fucking game section.
The window's open.
And I just like watching random people play Crime Boss. And I found this guy named Sniffhow. He was playing some Crime Bobs. He talked in my chat a little bit later because he was like, "Oh, I didn't know you were some kind of big streamer." I was like, "Yeah, I don't really talk about that in other people's chats." And I convinced him to play Song of Horror. And you guys know, anyone I convince to play Song of Horror, I must watch them play it. It is a requirement in my life. Anyone who plays Song of Horror, I must watch. I must watch it, chat. So go give this guy some heckin' love. Go spam his chat a little bit. Hopefully he doesn't have spam filters on. Hopefully he doesn't have spam filters on, man. So we're gonna raid this Crime Boss guy that I found playing my favorite horror game, Song of Horror. Go give him some nice happy loves. And I will see you guys on motherfucking Tuesday. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Please have a great rest of your night. And if I missed your super or your resub, I will get to that probably either Tuesday or I'll be scheduling a specific catch-up stream. I'm sorry if I missed you. And Cult of Personality, thank you for the 10. Marxists believed capitalism would naturally die. Lenin believed capitalism needed to be killed. The new commies believe they should become as capitalist as possible, and it'll horseshoe into communism. I don't know if they believe about that capitalism, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Thank you, Cult of Personality. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.